Chapter 23. Is he going to kill me? Dred spooned soup into Remy's mouth and, when he dribbled some, made a fuss of blotting her lips with a paper napkin. He muttered self-deprecations about his clumsiness, but he didn't respond to her question. "Stop pretending you didn't hear me, Dred," she said, stilling his hand when he tried to ladle another spoonful of soup from the bowl. "I won't panic. I'd just like to know, is he going to kill me?" No. Reading nothing in his expression to cause doubt, she relaxed once again against the cushions he'd placed behind her back, so he could feed her more easily. She had claimed she could feed herself, but he'd insisted on doing it, and now she was glad she had consented. The wounds on her back weren't as painful as before, but her head was muzzy from her long, drugged sleep. She would have lacked the energy to lift more than a few spoonfuls to her mouth, and she was surprisingly hungry. The soup court bouillon, according to Dred, had been made with a fish stock to which tomatoes, onions, and rice had been added. It was hot and flavorful. "Is it ransom he's after?" "No, Chair. Basile doesn't care overmuch for worldly goods." He glanced around the room, which had been furnished and decorated out of a junkyard. Winking at her, he added, "He and I are alike that way." "Then why?" "You know about Basile's friend? Wayne Bardo's trial? All that?" "Revenge?" The old man answered in Cajun French, but his eloquent shrug spoke volumes. "My husband will kill him. He knows that." She looked at him inquisitively. "Basile doesn't care if he dies so long as he takes Duval with him. I tried to talk sense into him this morning, but he wouldn't listen. Devils are driving him," hoping that she might enlist Dred's help. She reached for his hand and clutched it tightly. "Please call the authorities. Do this, Dred, not just for me, but for Mr. Basile. It's not too late for him to turn himself in or forget the authorities. Call my husband. Basile can disappear before Pinky gets here. I'll persuade Pinky not to press charges against him. Please, Dred. I'd purely love to help you, Remy, but Burke Basile is my friend. I would never betray his trust. Even if it was for his own good? He wouldn't see it that way, Cher." Gently, he pulled his hand free. "To Basile, this is a mission. He made a covenant with himself to avenge Kev Stewart's death. Nobody could talk him out of it now. You know him very well." "As well as anybody, I guess. He's not an easy man to know." "What kind of man is he?" Dred thoughtfully scratched his chin through his dense gray beard. "This old boy up in Nolens used to beat his wife and 3 kids. I mean, he really worked them over whenever he was drunk, which was most of the time. But his white-droushed family and friends finagled him out of jail every time he was arrested. One night, 911 gets a domestic disturbance call from a neighbor. Says he must be killing them all this time because you could hear the kids screaming all over the neighborhood. The first cop on the scene doesn't wait for backup because the kids are in danger. And besides, he doesn't figure he'll need help containing one mean drunk. He goes in alone. Well, when all the shouting is over, the wife-beater is dead on his kitchen floor, and his wife and kids are enjoying the first peace they've ever known. But the officer who shot the son of a bitch is being investigated by internal affairs. See, some of the desk jockeys in the department wondered if maybe that cop was so sick and tired of this turkey, using his wife and kids as punching bags, that he popped him when he had a chance and only claimed it was self-defense. The drunk came at the cop with a butcher knife long as his arm. But the facts didn't matter to IA. It's bad purr when a suspect is killed by an arresting officer. NOPD gets nailed in the press. Everybody gets on this kick about police brutality. Anyhow, nobody sided with the cop. Nobody except Basile. Basile stood by him when no one else would even speak to him. Other cops didn't want to be seen associating with an officer under investigation, you see. But Basile made a point of befriending him when he needed a friend most, and none were to be had. Having finished his story, Dred removed the tray from her lap and carried it to a bureau across the room. "What happened to the officer?" Remy asked. "He resigned under pressure and established Dred's mercantile." He turned around to face her. "That was 8 years ago. Haven't shaved since." His beard split to show a brief grin. "Was it self-defense?" "Yes, but that's not the point. The point is that Basile gave Officer Dred Michaud the benefit of the doubt. Basile had no rank, but he sided with me and made no secret of it, even though it was the unpopular and unpolitic thing to do. When he returned to her bedside, he brought with him a cobalt blue bottle. Uncorking it, he poured a drop of the substance into a cup of tea, which had been steeping on the shipping crate that served as a nightstand. "Here, now, drink this, Chair. I've worn you out with all this jabbering. It's time you went back to sleep." "What are you giving me?" she asked. "I think it's Bayer dissolved in water." Remy glanced up to see the topic of their conversation standing in the open doorway. He added drolly, "But the mysterious-looking bottle is a nice touch, Dred. Makes you look like a genuine alchemist." Dred scowled. Shows how much you know. A shot of this would knock you on your smart ass and keep you there for about a week. The room was already crowded with Dred's junk collection, but it seemed to shrink even smaller when Basile wedged himself between the bureau and the foot of the bed. How is she? Why don't you ask her? Actually, Remy was glad Basile hadn't spoken directly to her. She'd rather ignore him. Where did you learn your nursing skills, Dred? From my grandmother. Ever hear of a traiteur? A treater? You know French? That from Basile, who sounded surprised? And Spanish, she replied evenly, then addressed Dred again. The Cajun dialect is different from classroom French, isn't it? You could say so, he cackled. When we're talking among ourselves, other folks can't tell a word we're saying, and that's the way we like it. What was your grandmother like? Scary as all get out. She was already old when I was born to her youngest son. For some reason I never could figure, the old lady took a shine to me. Used to take me with her into the swamp where she'd gather the natural ingredients for her potions. She had dozens of them. People would come to her to cure everything from jaundice to jealousy. She sounds like a fascinating woman. He nodded his grizzly head. Treaters have been around for as long as there have been Cajuns. Some think of them as witches practicing black magic. Actually, they're women with a special healing touch and a knowledge of herbs. Women, for the most part? I'm rare, he said, almost as a boast. I didn't learn all that Granny Michoud knew, not by a long shot, but once I moved out here, I started mixing up some of her less complicated elixirs. Basil said, One of these days you're going to poison somebody. Well, not tonight, Dred retorted. Then, making a point of snubbing Basile, he pressed the cup of tea to Remy's lips. Drink up, chair. Basile could be right. The tea could be toxic, and she would sleep so deeply she would never wake up. But she felt an instinctual trust for Dred, so she drank until the cup was empty. He added it to the supper tray and carried it as far as the door, where he paused and growled to Basile. Don't bother her. Once they were alone, Remy avoided looking at him. He seemed more menacing than the alligator skull atop the bureau behind him, or the 6-foot snakeskin tacked to the newspapered wall. Actually, she favored being alone with Dred's macabre decorations to being alone with Basile. A welcome drowsiness was already stealing over her, but she felt vulnerable lying there with her eyes closed while he stared at her. Above the hem of the dingy sheet, her shoulders were bare. She didn't remember how she had come to be undressed. She didn't want to remember. If I really thought he could poison you, I wouldn't have brought you to him. He spoke quietly, but in the small room his voice seemed unnaturally loud. The sound waves palpable. More likely, Dred's homemade sleeping potion had dulled her mind but sharpened her senses. She fought the impulse to look at him, but her eyes were inexorably drawn to the foot of the bed. His hands were folded around the iron railing of the footboard. He appeared to have a very tight grip on it, and he was leaning into it, bearing down, as though he feared it might begin to levitate. If you hadn't brought me here, Mr. Basile, what would you have done with me? Dumped me on the side of the road? I never intended for you to get hurt. Well, I did. He remained stubbornly silent, but it didn't surprise her that no apology was forthcoming. Your disguise was very good. Thanks. Is Father Gregory genuine? No. He's an actor I bullied into helping me pull this off. It's his fault. You got hurt. You and I were supposed to leave the crossroads alone. What have you done with him? I haven't done anything with him, he snapped. When I woke up this morning, he was gone. He took off sometime before dawn. She didn't know whether or not to believe him, but she supposed that if he had wanted to dispose of Father Gregory permanently, he would have done so yesterday when he was so angry with him. You'll never get away with this, Mr. Basile. I don't expect to. Then what do you hope to gain? Peace of mind. That's all. That's a lot. She gave him a long look, but his expression was unreadable. What about me? You'll live to tell about it. Pinky will kill you. He stepped around the footboard and moved to the side of the bed. His hand, still bearing the 4 vicious scratches her nails had made, reached toward her. No, she cried. Despite her lassitude, she grabbed his wrist. Let go. What are you going to do? Don't hurt me. Let go, he repeated. She dropped her hand because she didn't have the strength to fight him. Her eyes fearfully followed his hand as it moved to the side of her head. His fingers touched her hair. Then he pulled his hand back, and she saw it being twirled between his thumb and finger, a feather, white, downy, curling upon itself, an escapee from Dred's musty-smelling pillow. Are you frightened of me? Her eyes were fixed on the slowly swirling feather as though it were a hypnotic talisman. Slowly she looked away from it and up at him. Yes, he assimilated that, but didn't hasten to assure her that she had no reason to fear him. Are you in pain? As though reminded that she'd been sedated, her eyes closed. No. Anywhere? No. Does your mouth hurt where you bit your lip? Did I? It was bleeding last night. Oh, I remember now. No, it doesn't hurt. Did Dred's medicine make you sick to your stomach? Not at all. I've been thinking that maybe you shouldn't be drinking that stuff. It might not be good for. What I mean is, should I tell him about the baby you lost? If I was still pregnant, maybe, but... She was jolted into sudden awareness, but her eyes were slow to open, and even then it was a struggle to bring Burke Basile into focus. He was still standing at the bedside, unmovable except for his right hand, which was flexing, his stare unflinching and seemingly able to read her mind and see into her soul. How did you know about my baby? When Doug Patoot returned to his office, he wasn't surprised to see Pinky Duval waiting for him. Before he was completely inside, Duval launched his offense. Where have you been all day? Patout, reading his guest's mood and knowing the reason for it, dispensed with customary pleasantries. He shrugged off his coat and hung it up, then sat down behind his desk. Jefferson, Parish. Curiously enough, it's become a hot spot during the last 24 hours. As I understand it, you were over that way yourself last evening. So you know. Yeah, I know. What I don't know is why you put on that dog and pony show for the sheriff. Why didn't you let the authorities take over while the trail was still hot? I handle my problems my way. This is significantly more than a problem, Duval. You were out of your jurisdiction, Patu. Where did you leave it with those hicks? The same place you left it, but I spent a couple hours in the sheriff's office. Out of professional courtesy, they let me read the statements of the eyewitnesses. I talked to the deputies who were first on the scene. Although you convinced them that the incident was nothing more than a bizarre sequence of misinterpreted events, it appears to me that your wife has been kidnapped. He finished by asking testily, don't you think the FBI should know about it? No, because when I catch Burke Basile, I'm going to kill him myself. His arrogance appalled and angered Doug Patoot. You've got your goddamn nerve coming into my office and announcing that. He yanked open his bottom drawer and took out a bottle of Jack Daniels. He poured the oily dregs of his forgotten morning coffee into the plastic liner of his trash can, then refilled the cup with whiskey. There's an extra cup around here somewhere? No, thanks. I don't drink with cops. Arrogance and insults. Patout raised his cup to Duval, fortified himself with a shot of whiskey, poured another, drank it, then addressed himself to the most powerful attorney in the city who had just boldly declared that he was going to kill a cop, former cop, for kidnapping his wife. How'd Mrs. Duval become involved with these so-called priests? Duval told him everything he knew about the Jenny's House scam and admitted to his own detective work earlier that day, which had led him to the flophouse. When Patout heard about the cemetery, he smiled wryly. That sounds like Basile. That also explains his motive for doing this. Shaking his head with remorse, he muttered, Jesus, he must be crazy. No, he isn't crazy, Duval said. If he were crazy, I might feel sorry for him and kill him quickly. But since he's a devious bastard who knows precisely what he's doing, I'm going to tear out his fucking heart while it's still beating. I advise you to watch yourself, Duval. Remember where you are? I know where I am, and I don't care. Nothing I say will go beyond this desk. You don't want that lame-brained sheriff or the feds in on this any more than I do, because you want to protect the reputation of the NOPD and your friend Basile, who quit. He's no longer affiliated with the department and therefore no longer my responsibility. No, not officially. But if he's gone this far round the bend so soon after his resignation, people are going to start wondering how come somebody didn't read the signs before he cracked. Why wasn't psychological counseling mandated after he shot Stewart? Why wasn't the head of his division aware of his emotional decline? You see what I'm getting at, Patoot? If I don't get to Basile before the authorities do, you'll end up with a pile of shit on your head. Stop shouting threats at me, Duval. I'm just telling you like it is. If Burke has broken the law, he'll be punished accordingly. You're damn right he will be. Doug wished Burke were here. He would enjoy seeing Pinky Duval reduced to a common man's temper tantrum. It sure as hell was gratifying to Doug to see Duval this unhinged mentally. He saluted his friend for bringing it about. Killing Basile might not be as easy as you think, he said. Do you realize the kind of individual you're up against? He's got integrity coming out the kazoo. Honor is his middle name. Really? Duval snorted with contempt. Apparently you don't know him as well as you think you do. Maybe not, Patout admitted. I never thought he'd go for broke and do something this dramatic, but he has, which makes the situation even more perilous for you. Basile doesn't expect this to end peaceably. He won't harm your wife. I'm not afraid for her safety, but I am for yours. I'm not scared of this burnout who goes around masquerading as a priest, for Christ's sake. You should be. Basile is smart. A whole lot smarter than me, and maybe even smarter than you, Duval, although I know you don't believe that's possible. And he's motivated by revenge. That's strong stuff. You'd be a fool not to fear him. Duval glared at him, but he didn't challenge either the insult or the character reference he'd given Basile. "Who's this other fellow? The second priest?" "I don't know." "Where do I start looking for Basile?" "I don't know that either. But he won't get far in that van from the description. It can't be hard to spot." "The van has been found." That news startled Patot. "Where? Who found it?" "I had some people looking. It was found 2 hours ago, abandoned and half submerged in 6 feet of water in a bayou between here and Homa. Where is it now?" "You'll never know. Duval, I insist that it be turned over to the authorities as evidence." "You insist?" he taunted. "Forget it, Patot. Even if you insist, the van's history by now." Patot gaped at Duval, shaking his head in bafflement. "You're as nuts as Burke is. I can't let this unravel any further." He reached for his telephone, but Duval knocked the receiver from his hand. Patot shot to his feet and angrily confronted the lawyer. "This has already gone too far, Duval, even for you. You've got to notify the FBI. Pinky Duval doesn't need the FBI."
Doesn't need, or doesn't want.
Patot poked Duval in the chest with his index finger. "You don't want the FBI involved because you've got too much to hide. If they started investigating your affairs, they might forget all about the kidnapping of your wife and go after something really big." Although Patot realized that he was gazing into the eyes of a monster without a conscience, the monster was grinning. Duval's voice was cool, silky, and sinister. "Careful, Patot. You don't want me to get upset, do you?" He pushed aside Patot's hand. "I know how well you like your present position with the NOPD. I also know you have your heart set on a deputy superintendent's position. Therefore, I suggest that you start looking for your boy Basile immediately, and that you not stop looking until he's found, or your career prospects end here." Patot's world revolved around his career. He'd decided early on that his aspirations were incompatible with a successful home life. So he had sacrificed having a marriage and children to living singly and devoting himself wholeheartedly to his work. With no regrets, he'd made his career the center of his life. He sure as hell didn't want to lose it. Knowing how well connected Duval was, he couldn't laugh off his threats. He also knew that for every threat Duval uttered, there were a dozen more implied, and it was those unspoken warnings that worried him most. "If I can find them," Patot said slowly, "and if Basile agrees to end this insane vendetta here and now, you've got to give me your word that you won't touch him." Duval thought about it for a moment, then reached across the desk and shook Patot's hand, as though they had struck a bargain. But he said, "No fucking way, Patot. The bastard took my wife. He dies." Chapter 24. "Everything's ready," Burke said, ignoring the silent reproach of his two companions. Remy Duval was sitting in a rusty metal lawn chair on the gallery. The exterior wall behind her was armored with ancient license plates. Dredd was baiting a fishing pole, a cigarette anchored in the corner of his mouth. The smoke curling from it mingled with the mist rising off the surface of the swamp. "If you go through with this, you're a damn fool," he mumbled as he skewered a live crawfish onto his fishhook. "So you've told me about 1,000 times?" Burke motioned Remy out onto the pier and toward the small boat, which he had loaded with supplies from Dredd's store. "Can't you see she's weak as a kitten?" Dredd dropped his fishing apparatus and went over to her, placing his knotty hand beneath her arm and assisting her to her feet. He guided her around the white porcelain commode that served as a planter in the summertime, but which now was used as a receptacle for trash and cigarette butts. Together they made their way along the pier to the piling where the boat was tied up. Burke got into the boat first and offered his hand up to her. He noticed that she hesitated before placing her hand in his, but she did, and gingerly stepped into the wobbly craft. Burke steadied her as she lowered herself onto the rough plank that spanned the shallow metal hull to form a crude, uncomfortable seat. She placed her hands on either side of her hips and gripped the board hard while staring into the swirling mist and the murky water beneath it. "In a day or two, I'll come around for more supplies," Burke told Dredd as he unwound the line from the short piling. "You're sure you won't get lost?" "I'm sure. If you do, I won't." Okay. Looking down at Remy, Dredd said, "See that he takes care of you, Chair. If he doesn't, he'll have me to answer to." "You've been very kind, Dredd. Thank you." The softness of her voice made Burke feel like he was the fifth wheel in a very tender tableau. Dredd said to him, "If any of her wounds open up—" "You already told me what to do," he interrupted impatiently. The older man muttered something beneath his breath that Burke didn't catch, and he figured it was just as well that he hadn't. He'd heard it all, chapter and verse, until he could recite Dredd's sermon by memory. Dredd was practically a recluse. He didn't form attachments to anyone, but he had developed a dim-witted devotion to Remy Duval that Burke would have considered amusing if it wasn't so damned irritating. She seemed to have an effect on every man she met, a different effect for each man, but an effect that was similar in degree. However, not wanting to leave Dred on bad terms, he called up to him, "Thanks for everything, Dred." The old man spat into the water, missing Burke by mere inches. "Keep your hands inside the boat. It's a little early for 'em yet, but they'll be good and hungry in a week or two." Burke had heard of the two old alligators that Dred was too fond of to kill and which he in fact treated like pets. Whether it was fact or fiction created by Dred to keep intruders away, Burke wasn't sure, but he waved acknowledgment of the warning as he shoved off. Giving the trolling motor more gas, he angled the rudder and the craft cut through the fog. Just before rounding a bend in the bayou, he glanced back. Dred was seated on the edge of the pier, fishing, his gray braid reposing in the groove of his spine, bare feet dangling above the water invisible in the fog, the mist swirling around his calves. "Doesn't he get cold?" Remy Duval was also looking back at the old man. "His skin's too tough. Since he moved out here, that's all the clothes I've seen him in. Are you cold?" "No. Let me know. I'll get you a blanket." Swaddled as she was in some of Dred's cast-offs and draped in a vinyl poncho, he didn't see how she could be cold, but something was wrong with her. She sat as rigid as a post, gripping the board beneath her as though her life depended on it. "You'll get splinters." "Pardon?" "If you keep holding onto that board like that, you might get splinters in your hands. You can relax. We've reached top speed. You don't need a high-performance boat to navigate these bayous." "I wouldn't know the difference. This is the first time I've ever been in one. In a swamp?" "In a boat," he laughed with misapprehension. "You live in a city that practically floats, and you've never been in a boat?" "No," she shot back. "I've never been in a boat. How much clearer can I say it?" Her sharp retort caused a pelican to take flight. It left its roost with a great noisy flapping of wings that caused Mrs. Duval to start. "Steady," Burke said. The large bird skimmed the surface of the water only yards from them, but apparently decided there might be better hunting elsewhere. He rose up out of the mist like the symbolic specter from a myth and disappeared above the treetops. Depending on one's point of view, the swamp could be either a temple or a terror. Burke was respectful of its dangers, but he loved it. He'd been introduced to it during college when he and his fraternity brothers spent beer-blurred weekends exploring its matchless miles of bayous and bogs. Looking back, he realized they'd been reckless and stupid on these adventures, but somehow they had survived with no more serious repercussions than hangovers, sunburns, and insect bites. He had promised himself that if he ever scraped together enough cash, he'd buy a getaway place. As it turned out, his brother had split the cost of the fishing camp with him. Joe enjoyed the weekends they spent there together, but he had never acquired Burke's worshipful regard for the swamp's primitive mystique. This morning it looked particularly foreboding, a surreal monochromatic landscape of water, mist, and stark, moss-laden trees, their gnarled, bare branches raised in imploring attitudes toward glowering clouds of gunmetal gray. Through the eyes of someone who'd never been exposed to its peculiar beauty, the swamp must seem like the landscape of a nightmare, especially if that initiate were alone with someone she mistrusted and feared. He glanced at her and was disconcerted to catch her staring at him. "How did you know about my baby?" Last night he'd been able to avoid answering. She had gazed at him for only a few wordless moments before Dred's potion worked its magic. Then her eyes closed. She wilted into the pillows and fell instantly into a deep slumber. Sometime yesterday it had occurred to him that maybe she shouldn't be medicated so soon after a miscarriage. Could Dred's elixirs cause cramping, more spontaneous bleeding? The possibilities were alarming. What happened to a woman when she lost a child? How long did it take to recover? And what was involved? Damned if he knew. Since his first consummated sexual experience at 16, he had charted the terrain of the female body many times. He knew his way around it very well. Certainly years of marriage had increased his knowledge. By osmosis he had acquired and had a fair understanding of the vocabulary. He had a rudimentary knowledge of cycles and tubal ligations and estrogen and D and Cs and hysterectomies. He didn't want to know more. Beyond medical professionals, did any man really want to know and understand the intricacies of a woman's body? The mysteries confined within that relatively small space had tantalized and fascinated man since creation. The countless galaxies hadn't inspired as much speculation or wonder or awe. The secrecy was intrinsic to the allure, at least to Burke Basile it was. He didn't want his illusions dispelled. He didn't want to tamper with the poetic imagery that femininity aroused in him. Nevertheless, he'd had to ask about her miscarriage last night. For his own peace of mind, he had to know that Dred's remedies wouldn't harm her. "Answer me," she demanded now. "How did you know about my baby?" "No one knew, except my doctor. I didn't tell a single soul." "You told someone." He watched her face while she puzzled through it and knew the instant she arrived at the answer. Her lips parted on a silent gasp. Then, looking at him as though he were the Antichrist. Her eyes filled with tears. One slipped over her eyelid and rolled down her cheek. He remembered the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This single tear was more poignant. "You heard my confession?" He averted his head, unable to look at her. "How is that possible? Does that matter now?" "No, I guess it doesn't matter how you did it. You did it." After a moment she added, "You're evil, Mr. Basile." He didn't feel very proud of himself about it, but his guilty conscience only made him want to lash out. "Casting stones, Mrs. Duval? That's funny. Coming from a woman who whored herself into marrying a rich man. What do you know about it? What do you know about me? Nothing. Shh." Burke held up his hand for quiet. "I don't know what you think about me. I don't care. Shut up," he barked. He quickly turned off the boat's motor and listened. The sound of an approaching chopper was unmistakable. Cursing, he restarted the motor, and opening up the throttle, headed for the thickest grove of bald cypresses. The hull bumped against the knobby roots of the trees, which broke the surface like stalagmites. Placing his hand on Remy's head, he pushed it forward and down toward her lap so she wouldn't be struck by the low branches. As soon as they were beneath the limbs, he stopped the engine again and caught hold of one of the cypress knees to keep the craft from drifting. Luckily, the mist camouflaged their wake. Remy strained against his hand, trying to raise her head. "Be still." He kept his palm firmly in place on the back of her head, his eyes on the sky as he'd guessed. A helicopter appeared above the treetops, flying low. It was too small to be one of the choppers that transported oil workers to offshore rigs, and not distinctive enough to be a police helicopter. If it was a traffic helicopter, the pilot was lost because there wasn't a car for miles. It could be an instructor giving his student a bird's-eye view of the swamp, but on a foggy day, what was the likelihood of that? A closer guess was that it was a rogue outfit hired by Pinky Duval to look for his wife and her captor reaching above her head. Mrs. Duval tried to dislodge his hand. "It's gone now. Let me up." She made herself heard, even though her voice was muffled by the fabric of the shapeless clothes Dread had given her. "Stay put?" He strained his ears to hear if the chopper was retreating or if it might be coming back for a second pass. "I can't breathe." She began to struggle in earnest. "I said stay put, just for. Let me up." Sensing her panic, Burke released her. She tried to stand but bumped her head on a tree limb and fell back. The boat rocked dangerously, which only caused her to grab for the sides and increase the danger. Burke took her by the shoulders. "Be still, damn it, unless you want to capsize, and I don't think you do." He pointed his chin and she turned. A gator was gliding past, not 10 yards from the boat, cleaving the mist silently and malevolently, only the reptilian slits of his eyes visible above the surface. She stopped struggling but sucked in short, rapid gasps. "I couldn't breathe. I'm sorry." "Let go of my arms." Watching her warily, Burke gradually withdrew. She stacked her hands on her chest as though trying to contain its rapid rise and fall. Do anything else to me, but don't smother me. I wasn't trying to smother you. Only to keep you from hitting your head on a branch." She looked at him retiringly. "You were trying to keep me from signaling the helicopter." "I'm not stupid, mister." "Basil, okay, true. I pushed your head down to keep you from signaling the chopper. But don't fight me like that again. You nearly caused this damn thing to capsize. Next time we might not be so lucky." "The last thing I want to do is wind up in the water. I can't swim." He snorted skeptically. "I'm not stupid either, Mrs. Duval. That's him. That's the one Father Gregory." Smiling triumphantly, Errol tapped his finger against the mugshot of Gregory James. For hours, he had been looking through the illegally obtained files of the NOPD. Pinky was still skeptical, believing that Errol might have invented that part of the story to reinstate himself. "Gregory James," he read from the file. "No aliases. A history of arrests for public indecency. 1 plea bargain and 1 probation." He turned to an idle gopher. "Find out what his status is now." "He's with Burke, Basile, and Mrs. Duval," Errol said when the clerk left to do Pinky's bidding. "You didn't recognize Basile from the Bardo trial. Why should I think you can identify Father Gregory?" "I'd only seen Basile from a distance, and anyway, he looked different as Father Kevin. I'm positive that's Father Gregory. He even used his own name." Pinky remained noncommittal. "We'll see." Errol sweated buckets before the gopher returned. "It checks out, Mr. Duval. Gregory James served some jail time a few months ago. He's on probation." "Well, I guess I owe you an apology, Errol."
Thanks to you, it seems that Father Gregory's identity is no longer a mystery. Errol cast smiles all around. Pinky dismissed him, but asked him to hang around in case he was needed. Errol practically bowed on his way out of the inner office, just as Bardo came in. Del Rey is driving everybody nuts. He's been here for an hour, says he's got some vital information, but he'll only talk to you directly. Can you see him now? Unenthusiastically, Pinky told Bardo to send him in.
Del Rey Jones was a crook of all trades, but his main gig was loan sharking. With the advent of riverboat gambling in New Orleans, his business had boomed, elevating an ego that was already disproportionate to the man's worth. He was a vicious, mean, weaselly little bastard who was very handy with a knife. One night he'd gotten a little carried away with one of his clients who was late on a payment and had slit his throat. That was his first and to date only murder. Scared spitless, he'd run to his lawyer for advice. Pinky had told him to keep out of sight for a few weeks, assuring him that the disappearance of one small-time gambler would create hardly a ripple in New Orleans' underworld. He'd been right. The crime remained unsolved. Meanwhile, Pinky knew where the body was buried, literally. Now that Pinky's life was in upheaval, Del Rey was eager to return the favor and to demonstrate his loyalty and usefulness. Bardo escorted him in. Cutting to the chase, Pinky said, "You'd better not be wasting my time." Del Rey licked his small, sharp teeth. "No, sir, Mr. Duvall. You're going to love this." Pinky doubted that. Del Rey was a self-serving hustler, a slick operator, a satchel without the panache. He would pimp for his mother if there was a dollar to be made. But surprisingly, Pinky's interest mounted as he listened to Del Rey's story related in an ingratiating, high-pitched voice. When he concluded, Pinky glanced at Bardo, who said, "Sounds good." "It is good, Mr. Duvall," said Del Rey. "Get on it, then?" "Yes, sir." Smiling like a happy rat, Del Rey scuttled from the room. Bardo followed him out. Left alone, Pinky got up and stretched his aching lower back. Early this morning, he'd showered in his office bathroom. Roman had brought him a change of clothes from home. He was refreshed, but far from rested. His eyes were gritty from lack of sleep. He poured himself a drink. Scorching the palate he'd cultivated for vintage wines, he quaffed some of Scotland's best export, straight up. He sipped the second drink while thoughtfully pacing his office. What had he overlooked? What else could he do? What favor could he call in that might expedite finding Remy and killing the son of a bitch who'd taken her? He had utilized every available resource. He had galvanized a considerable number of men, working with the precision of stealthy, well-trained commandos. They were combing the city and surrounding parishes, asking questions, listening to gossip. None had turned up a single clue as to his wife's whereabouts. Others were working solely on gathering information about Burke Basile, his interests, strengths, weaknesses. A helicopter had been chartered to fly low over the swamps in search of them, but so far all that had turned up was the abandoned van with blood in it. Gregory James's, probably according to witnesses who would talk. The rednecks had hammered him good, but the van's rear window had also been shattered. Birdshot had been found embedded in the upholstery. It was possible Remy's blood had been shed too. But Pinky couldn't risk the investigation it would require to determine that. To prevent the authorities, federal and local, from becoming involved, he'd had the van destroyed. If Remy was alive but hurt, if she was in the swamp, she would be terrified. Or would she? Another possibility had insidiously wormed its way into Pinky's consciousness. At first it had been nothing more than a tickle of a thought, like the first twinges of a discomfort that couldn't be identified or localized, merely a vague uneasiness that all was not right, and a premonition that it was going to get worse before it got better. As the hours passed without yielding any information about Remy or her kidnapper, without receiving a call or a ransom note, the idea had begun to eat at him slowly like a cancer. What if Remy hadn't been kidnapped? What if she had run away with Basile? It was an absurd idea. He was appalled that his subconscious could have produced such a bizarre alternative to what seemed obvious. There was no basis for it, none whatsoever. She had no cause to leave him. He doted on her. He'd given her everything she wanted. No, that wasn't entirely true. She had wanted to be married in the church by a priest, and he had refused. Marriage was a sacrament, a big deal to someone as religious as Remy. Pinky had declared that was nonsense, as was most Catholicism. Religion was for women and weak men. So they'd been married in a judge's chambers without any fol-de-rol. To this day, in Remy's mind, they were living in sin. Also, she'd wanted a child. Pinky frowned with distaste at the thought of her ballooned up like a blimp. At the end of 9 miserable months of puking every morning, assorted disfigurements, and lousy sex, what did you have? A baby. Jesus. It was bad enough he had to share Remy with her kid sister. Their mutual affection was a constant source of annoyance and inconvenience. He felt about family much as he did about religion. No self-reliant man needed it. But the sisters' devotion to each other also worked to his advantage. He used it like a rudder to redirect Remy whenever she veered off the course he'd set for her. As soon as he had returned from Jefferson Parish, where his wife was last seen, he checked with the faculty at Blessed Heart. Without mentioning Remy's kidnapping, he inquired after Flora and had been relieved to learn that his young sister-in-law was within the cloistered walls. Remy wouldn't have left without taking Flora, which shot to hell the theory that she had run away with Basile. After all, where would she have met him? When and how could they have hatched this elaborate plan? Pinky shook his head in firm denial of his own misgivings. She hadn't run away. She'd been taken by force and against her will, by Burke Basile. The son of a bitch who had laughed in his face when he'd offered him the chance of a lifetime now had his wife. That much he knew. What he didn't know was what Basile would do with her. But he could imagine, inflamed by the thought. He hurled his glass across the room, where it shattered against the wall, spattering it with expensive scotch. Errol barged through the door to check on his safety. "Get out!" cowed. Errol withdrew, pulling the door closed as he backed out of it. Pinky prowled the room as though seeking an outlet for his anger. Since the day he'd bartered with Angel for her daughter, Remy had been his. He'd placed her in Blessed Heart to assure she would remain pure. Her scholastic courses were necessary, but, in Pinky's mind, secondary in importance to the other education he had insisted upon. He demanded that she receive instruction on proper speech and etiquette, that her manners be polished, so that when he did allow her out in public, she would be a glowing tribute to him. After their marriage, he had taught her all a woman really needed to know, and that was how to please a man. He selected her clothes, her shoes, her jewelry. He had tailored her for himself, created her for his exclusive use. The wife of Pinky Duval must be as perfect as his orchids or his wine or his career. That's why he was so angry. Remy was ruined for him now. He could never enjoy her again. Even if Basile didn't lay a hand on her, but of course he would. But even if he didn't, everyone would assume he had, which was just as bad. How could he endure everyone assuming that his enemy had fucked his wife? He couldn't. He wouldn't. He would be a laughingstock. No. The moment Remy was taken, she became tainted and tarnished, and as such, unacceptable. Consequently, along with Basile, she must die. Chapter 25. The cabin stood on stilts, forming an island of weather-beaten wood surrounded by water the color and viscosity of pea soup. "It's not the Ritz," Basile remarked as he brought the boat alongside one of the old tires attached to a piling. He climbed onto the pier, tied the boat to a post, then helped her out. "There's a pier connecting the cabin to that peninsula," he explained, motioning off to his right. "But during the winter, when the water level is higher, it's submerged. It's near collapse anyway." She looked across the channel and saw a tangled forest thick with underbrush and lined with sawgrass. From where she stood, no dry ground was visible. It appeared that all the vegetation, even the trees, was growing out of water. "How deep is the water?" "Deep enough," he said curtly, passing up to her a brown paper bag filled with groceries. "Door's unlocked. Take this in as you go." Remy left him unloading the boat and stacking supplies onto the pier, which was about 3 feet above the water. Her footsteps made hollow thuds against the weathered planks as she walked toward the structure he had referred to as a cabin, but which could more appropriately be called a shack. Lifting the latch, she pushed open the door. The interior was dim because all the shutters were closed. It smelled of mildew. Even in the finest homes in southern Louisiana, it was a challenge to stay ahead of the corrosive effects of living at sea level. The shack apparently had surrendered to them long ago. "I warned you that it wasn't luxurious." Basile came up behind her and nudged her across the threshold. "Put that sack on the table for the time being. I'll have to check for roaches before we unload." Remy did as she was told, then gave the shack's interior a closer inspection. Basically, it was one room, although there was a door onto which someone had painted a quarter moon, designating it as the toilet. "It flushes most of the time into a septic tank over on the peninsula," he told her. "And there's running water, but I suggest you drink only bottled water. To wash up, there's a cistern outside against the west wall. I don't recommend the bayou for bathing or swimming." She shot him a dirty look over her shoulder as she went to a window and opened the louvers of the shutters. The day was still gray, so the light was meager, but it alleviated the gloom somewhat along. One wall was an upholstered sofa that looked like a Goodwill reject. In the center of the room stood a 50s vintage kitchen table with a laminated top and rusted chrome legs. The legs of the matching 3 chairs were in a similar state of corrosion, but they had bright blue vinyl seat cushions. There was a butane stove with 2 burners, no refrigerator. "There's no electricity," he said, as though reading her mind. "But we've got a heater fueled on butane, and I brought a full tank from Dred's. Are you cold?" "Chilled." He began tampering with the heater. She continued to get her bearings. Beyond one chest of drawers and a few random shelves and tables, the only other significant piece of furniture was a double bed. Its exposed springs were rusty. The mattress was covered in blue and white ticking that was hopelessly stained. Above the bed hung a wad of mosquito netting. Even as she was looking at the bed, a stuffed pillowcase landed in the middle of it. I brought along some clean sheets, Basile told her. While I'm fumigating for bugs and putting this stuff away, you can make up the bed. Grateful for the distracting chore, she shook the contents of the pillowcase onto the bed and was relieved to see that along with plain white linens he had also included a quilted mattress cover. How long will we be here? For as long as it takes your husband to find us? He will. I'm counting on it. Perhaps you should also count on him killing you. He had been efficiently transferring canned foods from the brown paper sack to the crude shelving. Now he paused, placed one of the cans on the lower shelf, positioned it precisely, then slowly turned toward her. I think it's only fair that you know this. A few weeks ago, I held my pistol in my hand and considered blowing my brains out. The only reason I didn't is because I'm going to kill the men responsible for my friend's death. After that, I couldn't care less what happens to me.
I think you're wrong, Mr. Basile. When it comes right down to a choice between living and dying, you'll choose to live.
Have it your way, he said indifferently, and went back to his task. What about your family? Don't have one. No wife?
Not anymore, I see. No, you don't.
He balled up the empty paper sack. I didn't tell you all that to stimulate conversation. I only told you so you would spare me and yourself any scare tactics you're planning to use. They won't work. I already know what a big bad boy your husband is. Nothing he does will stop me from avenging Kev Stewart's death. He tossed the sack into the corner, then walked out and returned to the boat to unload more gear. The heater was putting out a sufficient amount of warmth. Remy slipped off Dred's plaid wool moth-eaten jacket and finished making the bed. Spotting a quilt folded up in a box beneath it, she pulled out the box and removed the quilt. She sniffed it experimentally and decided that it was basically clean but could use shaking out. She got as far as the open doorway where she met Basile coming in, carrying a duffel bag. Where are you going? To shake out the quilt. He slung the duffel bag off his shoulder onto the pier. I'll shake it out. He held it over the edge of the pier and shook it hard. When he was satisfied that no varmints or bugs had nested in it, he brought it back to her. It's free of vermin. Thank you. When she turned away, she heard him curse beneath his breath. Put the quilt down. Why? What's wrong? Just do it. Without waiting for her to comply, he took the quilt from her, tossed it onto the bed, and in the same motion turned her around so that her back was to him. He tugged the tail of her flannel shirt from the waistband of the pants. Dred had loaned her, and before she could protest, raised it to her shoulders, leaving her back bare. What are you doing? The back of your shirt is spotted with blood. Some of the sores have opened up. Dred'll have my ass if they get infected. Sit down. He pulled out one of the chrome dining chairs and, pressing her shoulder, tried to push her into the seat. She resisted. What's the matter? I've been kidnapped by a man who's just stated his intention to kill several people. If I'm a little jumpy, that could be why, he swore. I'm not going to hurt you, okay? You can stop flinching every time I come near you. Now sit down and turn around. She did, but perched on the very edge of the seat. Dred had packed everything he needed in a canvas bag, which he brought to the table. Then he rolled the back of her shirt up tightly around her neck so it would be out of his way. Remy held it in place in front by folding her arms across her chest. He dabbed the bleeding spots with a cotton ball soaked in antiseptic. Sting? No. She lied. It stung like crazy, but she endured it stoically. He worked methodically and in silence, first cleansing the wounds before applying Dred's medicinal salve to each one. His movements were untrained and unsure. He didn't have Dred's finesse or healing touch, nor did he keep up a stream of soothing chatter. The silence was more uncomfortable than the stinging. How often do you come here? Not so often that anybody will look for me here, in case you were thinking that a friend might drop by. I wasn't. Whatever. Do you generally come alone, sometimes with my brother? It's an awfully small cabin for 2 men. We toss to see who gets the bed. The loser sleeps on the sofa. He snapped, shut the lid on the tin of salve to signal that he was finished. The sores must have opened up when you made the bed. Better take it easy for the rest of the day. What about me? What about you? Will I be tossing you for the bed? When he didn't answer right away, she turned her head. Her arms were still folded across her chest, but the back of her shirt remained tucked up around her neck. As she looked at him over her bare shoulder, she realized too late that her questions must have sounded to him like a provocative proposition. How would the wager go, Mrs. Duval? Tails, I lose and get the couch. Heads, I win and get the bed. And you? He made a scornful sound. I guess I should be flattered since you sell it to Duval for much more, but just the same, no thanks. Mrs. Duval? Delray Jones thrust his face within inches of his client's. Did I stutter? No, but you have a real bad habit of spraying people with your spit, Delray. Your mama should have put you in braces when you were little. That overbite of yours is as good as a shower head. Del Rey's beady eyes shrank even smaller. I'm sure if you put your mind to it and think real hard, you'll come up with some information about Mrs. Duval. Mrs. Pinky Duval? See, you already know more than you thought you did. Lucky guess, the other man said, making a motion with his shoulders as though to loosen them. If it's Pinky's old lady you're referring to, I've never laid eyes on her and don't know what the hell you're talking about. The loan shark tilted his head and grinned in a goading way. Oh, now, come on. Don't be lying to old Del Rey. We've been friends for too long. Friends, my ass. You're not my friend. You're a pestilence. I'm wounded, Del Rey said, placing his hand over his heart. Do you promise you don't know anything about Mr. Duval's wife? I promise. You haven't heard that she's missing? Missing? Good, good. That was real good, real sincere. If I didn't know better, I might actually believe that you were surprised by that piece of news. Other man's shoulders were still tense. He fessed up. Okay, I've heard some rumors, but I don't know any facts. Now get out of my face. We have an appointment on Friday. I don't want to see your ugly self until then. As his client turned away, Del Rey's hand shot out. In it was a switchblade. He pressed the tip of it against the other man's cheek. No longer smiling, not even his evil grin. Del Rey said, You could go for your gun, but your face would get fucked up before you could shoot me. You gave me till Friday, the man said, barely moving his lips. You'll get your money then. You've lied to me before. Not this time. I've already got the cash lined up. No shit? Swear to God. Tell you what. Del Rey withdrew the blade and tapped the flat edge of it against his palm as though mulling over a fresh thought. If you come with me now, I might persuade someone to pay your debt for you. Pay my debt for me? And you said I wasn't your friend? Ain't you ashamed? The loan shark motioned his client toward a Cadillac parked at the curb. Mr. Duval wants to talk to you? Pinky Duval wants to talk to me. Yeah, and weren't it nice of him to invite you, personal-like? I'm glad you could make it on such short notice, Mr. McEwen. Max stepped into Pinky Duval's high-rent inner sanctum. Del Rey Jones and Wayne Bardo followed at his heels. If this wasn't the lion's den, he didn't know what was. And guess who was Daniel? The odds were definitely with the house. Trying to appear nonchalant, he sat down in the chair indicated. Bardo and Del Rey took up posts at each of his shoulders. He looked the attorney squarely in the eye. Well, here I am, Duval. What do you want? I want my wife back. Back? Mac forced a laugh. You've lost her, huh? Well, I don't have her, but you're welcome to frisk me. He could tell Duval didn't appreciate his sense of humor. It's no laughing matter, McQuinn. She's been kidnapped. The hell you say? He exclaimed. He swiveled his head up and around, looking first at Del Rey, then at Bardo, raising his eyebrows to show how impressed he was by the importance of this meeting. Coming back around to Duval, he said, Kidnapping's a federal rap. What do you want me to do about it? It's not a mystery to be solved. I know who kidnapped her. Burke Basile. Even though Mac had seen it coming, had braced himself for it, even had foretold it himself, hearing it straight from Duval made it official. Doug Pitote had been edgy since he read the newspaper account of the strange incident at the crossroads. He practically had snapped Mac's head off when he asked what Pitote had learned in Jefferson Parish. Mac had plied him with questions, but Pitote had refused to elaborate, insisting that it had turned out not to be a police matter. Maybe not an official police matter, but there was no mystery now why Pitote had been upset. His fear of Basile's involvement had been confirmed. Basile had a good reason to get revenge on Duval, but he'd gone about it in a damn dramatic way. Was revenge his only motive? Mac wondered. It was disturbing to think there might be more to it than what was obvious. But he reasoned that the best way to get information from Duval was to continue playing dumb. What makes you think Basile's got your wife? What would he want with her? Ah, he said, feigning sudden enlightenment. Revenge for Kev Stewart, I bet. Duval looked up at Bardo and shrugged in a way that made Mac nervous. The gesture implied, I've tried to be a nice guy, and it's not working. McQuinn, I'm tired, worried, and angry, so I'm going to come straight to the point. Fine. I've got better things to do, too. Despite your lucrative sideline, you owe Del Rey in the vicinity of $50,000, isn't that right? Mac had found himself in a bind when the bank card companies threatened to cut off his credit if the outstanding balances weren't paid. He couldn't tell Tony that he'd been gambling away his income instead of taking care of their debts, nor could he tell her to stop using the overextended credit cards. Desperate for cash, he'd sought help, which had manifested itself in the revolting form of Del Rey Jones. Del Rey had lent him some money, which he'd lost on the Super Bowl. Since he couldn't pay back the first loan, Del Rey had lent him more. Then more. He pledged now that if he left this building under his own power with all his limbs intact, he would never gamble again as long as he lived. He wouldn't bet the ponies or the major sporting events. He would swear off blackjack, craps, and poker. He'd quit cold turkey. Hell, he wouldn't even toss a coin, since Duval obviously knew about his debt already. He might just as well own up to it. It's more like $35,000. After tonight it goes up to $50, Duval informed him, and tomorrow it'll be more. Or, here he paused to make sure Mac was listening, or your debt could be canceled, paid in full. It's your choice. Knowing how Duval operated, he knew the offer was too good to be true. His heart didn't even pitter-patter with glee. In exchange for what? Basile? Mac laughed with incredulity. I don't know where he is. You must have some idea. He didn't confide in me when we worked together, Mac said, hearing his own voice grow thin with nervousness. He sure as hell doesn't now. He had dinner at your house the night before he kidnapped my wife. Mac swallowed. Jesus, the man knew everything. It was a gesture on my part, a goodbye dinner. That's all. He didn't outline his kidnap plan to you? Hell no. Look, Mr. Duval, Basile confides in nobody, especially since Stewart died. He's a goddamn clam. Nobody's close to him. Not even Patoot, really. Basile's a loner. Yes, Duval snarled, and right now he's alone with my wife. Well, I don't know anything about it. You've wasted your time. Mac stood and turned to leave, but came face to face with Del Rey. You could have saved yourself a trip uptown, asshole. I told you I didn't know anything about this. You'll get your money on Friday, just like I said. He shoved the loan shark aside and headed for the door. Behind him, Duval said, Sleep on it, McQueen. Search your memory. Perhaps Basile dropped a clue you don't readily remember. Mac seized the doorknob and pulled the door open. I don't know where Basile is. Don't bother me about it anymore. Mr. McQueen? What? Mac was angry and scared. How the hell was he going to come up with $50,000 by Friday, no less? Even if he could talk Del Rey into an extension, Duval was another matter entirely. He turned and faced the attorney with a cockiness he didn't feel. What is it, Duval? Give my regards to your wife. Mac's heart nearly leaped from his chest. My wife? He rasped in a voice as dry as a husk. Tony is such a lovely girl. Mac shifted his gaze to Bardo, who made an obscene smacking sound with his lips and tongue that caused Del Rey to giggle. When Mac slowly closed the door to Pinky Duval's office, he was still on the inside. Chapter 26. For a moment, Gregory thought that he was on stage again, although the spotlight was dim and its beam diffused. He heard applause. It seemed different from a normal ovation, but it was sustained, and that was gratifying. But when he blinked the spotlight into focus, he discovered that it wasn't a theater light shining down on him after all. It was a watery moon. What he'd mistaken for applause was actually the rhythmic thumping of the boat as it rocked against a solid object in the water. That obstruction could be a submerged tree trunk or the body of a leviathan. Gregory didn't know and was close to not caring. Paradoxically, terror had dulled his fear. The swamp had a timeless quality, particularly on overcast days, when the light was the same from dawn till dusk and the only subtle variance was the degree of the grayness. He estimated that 36 hours had transpired since he'd sneaked out of Dredd's Mercantile, leaving the bearded proprietor of that macabre place snoring in his Barca lounger. Basile had been in the back room, sleeping at Mrs. Duval's bedside, sitting upright in a chair, his chin resting on his chest. Gregory had seen him through a window as he crept past on his way to the end of the pier. He feared Basile even when he was sleeping, and justifiably so. In Basile's relaxed right hand was the pistol he'd used during the kidnapping. Swallowing a whimper of distress, Gregory had tiptoed to the end of the pier and stepped down into the boat which he'd spotted earlier tied to one of the slimy piles. He hadn't realized how small the boat was until he unwound the rope and pushed the craft away from the pier. In a moment of panic, he realized that he didn't even know if the damn thing would float. He wouldn't put it past Basile to go to the extreme of European explorers to new worlds. To prevent their frightened and superstitious crews from fleeing, they'd destroyed their own ships. He considered turning back at least 100 times during those first few anxious minutes in the water. Ultimately, however, he feared Basile more than he feared the swamp. He'd chosen an unknown terror in which he might perish over Basile, whom he knew for certain was capable of killing him. After about a half hour, he allowed himself to believe that Basile hadn't punched holes in the boat and that he wasn't going to sink into the miasma. The boat had no motor, so he propelled it through the water with an oar until his shoulder and back muscles burned. Every strange sound spooked him. Each moving shadow struck terror in him. He wanted to surrender to tears and despair, but he kept rowing, blindly pushing the boat through the alien waterways, without destination or direction, telling himself that he would become oriented as soon as dawn broke. But sunrise only heightened his anxiety. Daylight revealed all the hazards kindly concealed by darkness. Each ripple in the water caused him to envision poisonous serpents and malevolent alligators watching him from beneath the surface. Birds with monstrous wingspans swooped low, squawking in vexation, and the constancy of the terrain was enough to drive one mad. He moved forward in the hope that just beyond the near horizon he would find an alteration in the infernal sameness, but he put what seemed like miles behind him and saw no change in the landscape, only slight shifts of light and shadow. By noon the first day he acknowledged that he was hopelessly lost. He was exhausted from not having slept the night before. He felt the effects of the beating more than right after it had happened. One of his eyes was swollen almost shut. His breath whistled through displaced nostrils that every once in a while dripped fresh blood. A tentative exploration of his lips with his fingertips assured him that they were grotesquely swollen. Bruised inside and out, he would have given $1 million for an aspirin tablet, but even if he'd had one, he would have had to swallow it dry. Thinking that within an hour or two he would find a place to go ashore where he could revive himself with food and drink, and then hire transportation back to New Orleans. He hadn't brought along any provisions, including water. Nor did he have any food, although that seemed of little consequence when compared to the misery of knowing that he was going to die alone and unloved in the wilderness. What an ignoble end for a boy who'd grown up with every advantage America afforded its rich and beautiful. Even when he happened upon what appeared to be solid ground, he never even considered disembarking. The most horrible time of his life prior to this past week had been a summer camp. He'd been forced to attend to toughen him up. He had failed to master even the most elementary camping skills. After 2 weeks, the frustrated camp faculty called his parents and promised to rebate the tuition if they would come and get him. Even seasoned hunters and fishermen had become victims of the swamp, killed either by the hostile terrain or the beasts that inhabited it. He'd read accounts of appalling deaths. Some luckless souls had disappeared without their families ever knowing exactly what brutal fate had befallen them. If Gregory James couldn't hack it at summer camp, he certainly wasn't equipped emotionally, mentally, or physically to survive the swamp, and it would be suicidal to attempt slogging through it on foot. As long as he remained in the boat, he might stand a chance. It wasn't much of a craft, but it served as a floating island of relative safety. It protected him from direct contact with the elements and carnivores and poisonous fangs. But as the hours stretched out, his chances for survival became slimmer and his meager hopes faded. He didn't remember at what point he surrendered, set the oar aside, and lay down in the foul-smelling hull of the boat to wait for death. It might have been yesterday because he vaguely remembered passing another night. Had the low clouds finally produced rain today, or was that the day before? He'd lost track. Now it was night again. The weak moon was trying to penetrate the clouds. That was nice. A valorous moon contributed a touch of romance to his demise. If he went back to sleep, maybe he would dream again that he was in the spotlight, starring in the hottest new play on Broadway, performing to rave reviews before audiences that adored him and gave him hour-long standing ovations. Suddenly, Gregory's dreamy doze was shattered by a light so bright it seemed to pierce his skull. Reflexively, he threw up a hand to shade his eyes. Words were hurled down at him, but he didn't understand them. He tried to speak, but discovered he had no voice. Huge hands reached from beyond the glare of light and caught him beneath his arms, hauling him up and out of the boat, then unceremoniously dumping him onto spongy, wet earth. The mud felt blessedly soft. He wanted to lie in the mud, pillow his cheek against it, and return to his dream. But he was rolled onto his back and yanked to a sitting position. An object was thrust against his lips, and he cried out in fear and pain. Then a trickle of water filled his mouth and slid down his throat. Greedily, he began drinking until he choked. When his cough subsided, he tried again to speak. "Thank you." His lips felt large and rubbery, like he'd spent the day in a dentist's chair. He ran his tongue over them and tasted blood. Light that had awakened him had thankfully been extinguished, but there was enough natural light for him to see that his good Samaritans wore mud-caked boots that came to their knees. The legs of their pants had been stuffed into them. Nonsensically, it occurred to him that he'd never worn his pants tucked into boots of any kind. He worked the difficult equation in his head. 4 boots equals 2 men. They were talking together in low voices, but Gregory still couldn't distinguish the words. He angled his head back, wishing to thank them again for saving him. But when he saw their faces, the words died on his swollen lips, and he fainted. "What time is it?" At the sound of her voice, Burke turned from the stove. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Going on 6? I've been asleep that long? Some of Dred's medicine is still in your system." She went into the toilet. When she came out, she poured herself a glass of water and drank from it slowly. After a moment, she said, "Your grease is too hot." Admittedly, he was no master chef, but he'd fried fish before, and it had been edible. "Who made you a cook?" he asked peevishly. "I'm self-taught," he harumphed. "I'm a little rusty." "I don't have many occasions to cook anymore, but I certainly know how, And if you don't turn down that flame, the breading is going to burn before the fish is done. I'd be glad to take over for you. I'm sure you would. And I'd wind up with a face full of hot grease. Actually, Mr. Basile, I'm hungry. I'd like something to eat before I stage my daring escape attempt. Besides, I doubt I could lift that iron pot using both hands. Inside the sizzling grease, 2 fillets of fish were becoming way too crisp, way too fast. He glanced down at her and reasoned that she probably did lack the strength to disable him without also disabling herself. So he moved aside and motioned for her to take his place. Did you catch the fish this afternoon? If you don't mind, I'll start over. Would you please take the pot off the burner? He did as she asked. She turned down the flame. Using a wire spatula, she removed the charred fillets from the smoking grease. While it was cooling, she sifted his flour and cornmeal breading mixture through her fingers. Did you add salt? No. Any seasonings at all? He shook his head. Several tins of spices were lined up on a narrow shelf behind the stove. She reached for the cayenne pepper. Burke took a hasty step backward, which caused her to laugh. City cop succumbs to cayenne, she said as she shook the pepper into the breading mixture. I can see the headlines now. I'm not a cop anymore. No, you've gone over to the other side and started committing crimes. I've committed only one so far. Isn't kidnapping a little ambitious for your criminal debut? Are you teasing me, Mrs. Duval? You think this is funny? Startled by his tone, she turned to him. Do you find it amusing that Wayne Bardo has already killed 2 people since your husband got him acquitted? 2 that we know about, that is. That's a real hoot, isn't it? And how's this for grins? When Kevin Stewart died, he left 2 young sons who'll grow up not knowing what a great guy their dad was. The next time you feel like a chuckle, think about that. It's Pinky's job to get his clients acquitted. That's what defense attorneys do. Well, I see he's got you well indoctrinated. But then you're a smart cookie, aren't you? Even at an early age, you had learned enough about whoring from your mother to snare yourself a rich and powerful man. You don't have the slightest idea of what you're talking about. Wrong, Mrs. Duval. I do. I know all about Angel, about her regular job as a topless dancer, as well as her lucrative sideline as a whore that supported her drug habit. That evoked a reaction, but he couldn't categorize it. Was she surprised that he knew so much, angry that he had dredged up a past she wished to forget? Was she embarrassed or mad? He wasn't sure. Whichever, she lashed back. If you know all that, how can you blame me for wanting to get away from her and that life? If I hadn't met Pinky, Flara and I. Flara? My sister? How had he missed that part? Then he remembered her going to the ritzy girls' school. How old is she? 16. But she was only a baby when Pinky took us away from our mother. Angel just let you go? Not exactly. Then what, exactly? She averted her head, but he moved in front of her and forced her to look at him. How'd you link up with Duval? I thought you knew all about it, Mr. Basile, she mocked. I think I can fill in the blanks. Be my guest. Angel dances in one of his clubs, but he pays her for more than dancing. He's one of her clients. One day he notices you, and you look better to him than Mama. Angel tells you to put into practice something of what she's taught you, promising that if you do, you'll snag yourself a rich man. Is that about it? Her head dropped forward in what appeared to be defeat and remorse, but it lasted only a moment when she defiantly threw back her head. Her eyes were bright with angry tears. Angel taught me all right, Mr. Basile. By age 6, I could shoplift cigarettes for her without getting caught. By the time I was 8, I had worked my way up to stealing food so I would have some supper. But stealing cans and boxes got cumbersome, so Angel had one of her clients coach me on how to pick pockets. He said I had a natural talent for it. My fingers got limber. I practiced until I was better than my coach, which was good because when Flara came along, the money I made picking pockets came in handy to buy her milk and other necessities. She paused to wipe a tear off her cheek. Except there never seemed to be enough money for everything, and sometimes Angel took it from me to buy drugs before I could spend it on the baby, so I had to get bolder, steal more often. One day outside Antoine's, I picked the wrong pocket. Pinky Duval chased me all the way home, ready to have me arrested. But then he saw how we lived and changed his mind. He made Angel an offer. He'd forget the theft in exchange for you. In exchange for both Flara and me, Mother agreed to make him our guardian. I bet she did. She saw where Duval was coming from. She watched his lights go on when he looked at her ripe young daughter. That's not the way it was, she insisted with a hard shake of her head. Pinky Duval became your guardian out of the goodness of his heart, out of Christian charity. Burke laughed. Even you don't believe that. What makes you think I would? He didn't have to assume responsibility for Flara, too. He did if he wanted to make it all nice and legal. A judge might not swallow his wanting to become the guardian of a nubile girl, but 2 abused and impoverished sisters went down much smoother. Maybe it was the reminder of Kev's family who had rejected his friendship, or maybe it was because he felt a tinge of pity for little Remy and baby sister Flora, or perhaps it was his own guilty conscience fueling his anger and urging him on. He felt a dark meanness rising within himself. He wanted to bludgeon Remy Duval with cruel insults, so that somebody else on the planet would know what real heartache felt like. It was like having barbed wire wound around your heart. He thought it was time that someone else experienced what he'd been living with since the night he killed his own man. He moved several steps closer, until she was backed up as far as she could go, and he could see himself reflected in the obsidian mirrors of her pupils. You've whitewashed it in your mind, but you knew then and you know now what Duval wanted. He wanted a young whore who had learned from an old pro. Why do you hate me? I bet your virginity was guaranteed, wasn't it? Duval could return you if you weren't as pure as Angel claimed. I won't let you talk to me this way. Did he wait a day or two, or did he try you on for size that very first night? She flung the wire spatula at him and bolted. Hot grease splashed in his eye. Holding a hand to it, he staggered across the room and through the door. The instant he cleared the opening, something hard landed against the back of his head and knocked him to his knees. Then again his head was struck from behind. By the time he collapsed face first onto the pier, he was unconscious. Nancy Stewart was shooing her rambunctious sons into the back seat of her car. When she heard her name, she came around and exclaimed in surprise, "Doug, what on earth are you doing here?" Patot said, "I got here in time to see some of the practice. You're raising 2 major leaguers there. Personally, I think it's too cold for baseball, but the coaches like to get a running start on the season. Got a minute?" "Well," she hedged, "we're on our way to a team pizza party." He looked around and then down and shifted around some gravel with the toe of his shoe. "I apologize for ambushing you like this, but I need your input on something that shouldn't be discussed over the telephone." Worry settled on her pretty features. "What's going on?" "It's about Basile. He's flown the coop. I need to find him." The boys began complaining about the delay. Nancy opened the car door and motioned them out. "Go ride with the Hileys. Tell Mrs. Haley that I'm coming along right behind you, and settle down." Disregarding that last instruction, they ran pell-mell across the parking lot toward a van being loaded with rowdy little boys. The other mom ushered the Stewarts aboard, then waved at Nancy to acknowledge receipt of her message. Turning back to Patout, Nancy said, "The boys miss Burke. They ask about him constantly. I didn't want them to overhear this conversation." "They miss him?" he asked, confused. "I thought he was a regular fixture at your house." "He was until I asked him not to come anymore." Patout listened as she explained her reasons for asking Basile to stop visiting. "I know I hurt him, Doug, but seeing him so frequently was hurting me. Each visit was a painful reminder of Kev and how he died. I was trying to make it part of my past. Burke was keeping it in the present." Patout asked when that last visit had taken place, and when she told him, he frowned. "That's about the time he resigned." "Resigned? He's left the department?" He told her about Basile's gradual but steady decline. Dismayed, she said, "I didn't even know about his and Barbara's breakup. He didn't say a word to me about it. He didn't take it nearly as hard as he did Kev's death. That's still eating him up. Even I didn't realize how much until this. What's happened, Doug? What did you mean when you said he'd flown the coop?" "Do you mean he's disappeared?" "Looks like it." She raised shaking fingers to her lips. "You don't think he'd harm himself?" "No, it's not that. But anything else I say would be unfair to Burke because the details are still sketchy." "Details of what? Has he done something?" Patout hedged. "I'd rather not discuss it, Nancy. There was an incident. But it isn't a matter of record yet because the other involved party wishes to keep it contained. But it's a volatile situation. If I'm very lucky and locate Basile soon, I might be able to prevent a real disaster. If not, for all practical purposes, his life will be over." Wringing her hands, she groaned, "This is my fault." No, it isn't. He was close to the edge and would have gone over even if you hadn't stopped his visits." Far from convinced, she offered to do whatever she could to help. "Tell me where he might have gone," Patout said. "Did he ever mention a getaway to you? Some special place?" "I don't know. A fishing cabin, maybe," but she massaged her forehead as though to stimulate her memory. "If he ever said where it was, I don't remember." Barbara would know. Patout's expression turned sour. "I'd been trying to reach her at home when I gave up and called the school where she teaches. She and her boyfriend took some personal days and went to Jamaica. They were already out of town before Basile disappeared. I'm sure she knows nothing about it." Nancy looked forlorn. "I wish I could help. I love Burke. He was a dear friend to Kev and to me. It tore me apart to ask him to stop coming around. But you understand my reasoning, don't you?" "Yes, I do, and I'm sure he understood, too." He touched her hand in farewell and apologized for keeping her from the pizza party. Moving away, he said, "If you think of anything, call me. Have you spoken with his brother?" Petout stopped. "Brother?" Chapter 27. Burke was unconscious for only a couple of minutes. But in that brief amount of time, Remy Duval had managed to row the boat 20 or 30 yards out. She was struggling to start the motor. He crawled to the end of the pier and called her name. Rockets of pain exploded behind his eyeballs, and he wondered what she had hit him with and how a woman that slender could have put that much power behind the blow. She was headed toward land in the direction that he'd indicated to her earlier, when actually the old pier was on the opposite side. He had deliberately told her wrong. "Mrs. Duval, even if you make it to solid ground, you'll die out there. You'll get lost and never find your way out." Giving up on the motor, she retrieved the oar and began to row again. Burke considered jumping in and going after her. In some parts of the swamp, the water was no more than knee-deep. Here it was at least over his head. Ordinarily, that wouldn't pose a problem. Swimming, he could cover the distance to the boat in seconds. But he was dizzy and nauseous and unsure he could remain conscious if he tried to swim. He might drown. Then both of them would perish, because, damn it, he'd meant it when he warned her of the dangers awaiting a person alone and lost in the swamp. There was only one choice left to him, and it was a bitch. But seeing no other way to stop her, he forced himself to stand. He swayed on his feet and had to close his eyes for a moment, while the horizon rocked itself back into its rightful position. When the worst of the dizziness passed, he stumbled toward the cabin in a listing gait that he thought must look like a poor imitation of John Wayne. The pistol was where he'd hidden it. Moving as quickly as his distressed equilibrium permitted, he returned to the end of the pier, cupped the pistol in both hands, and aimed it at the small boat. "Turn around and come back, Mrs. Duval." She ignored him. "If you don't, I'm going to shoot holes in the boat and sink it." She looked back at him and saw the gun, but it didn't faze her. "No, you won't, Mr. Basile." "Why not?" "Because gunshots would alert someone that we're here, and you don't want that." "Ever hear of silencers?" That got her attention. She dropped the oar. "You're no murderer. If you sink the boat, I'll drown. Pick up the oar and start rowing back." She did neither. "Remember, I told you I can't swim, and remember I told you that I'm not stupid." He fired the pistol, deliberately missing her, but lining up a row of perfect holes in the side of the boat an inch below the waterline. Later it occurred to him that she didn't scream as one might expect. Or if she did, he didn't hear it above the squawking of birds that had already roosted for the evening in their nests in the upper branches of surrounding trees. They staged a noisy protest. Even with the silencer, the spitting sounds of the gun had seemed loud in the cottony silence of descending night. The water leaking into the craft panicked her immediately. She tried to stop the flooding by pressing her hands against the bullet holes, but of course to no avail. "You might just as well jump on in and swim back, Mrs. Duval. Tow the boat back while you're at it." "I can't." "Sure you can. Just take hold of the rope and pull it behind you." She was becoming increasingly more frantic, which looked convincing from a distance. Burke suspected a trick. She looked about as dangerous and cunning as a butterfly. But she'd fooled him too many times, lunging for the side door of the van during the high-speed chase, trying to pull the key from the ignition, throwing a spatula dripping hot grease at him, and damn near braining him with a club when he came through the door of the cabin. He wasn't going to be taken in by her fragile and guileless facade anymore. He had to admit, though, that this was her best performance yet. She seemed in the throes of panic when she stood up, dangerously rocking the boat. "Please, Mr. Basile, I'll drown. You're not going to drown. Please." It happened when she stretched out her arm as though to grasp his hand from that distance. The boat tipped, then flipped over, spilling her into the viscous water. She splashed crazily, but sank, and stayed under. Burke couldn't see her, holding his breath. He anxiously scanned the water until he saw her head break the surface. He exhaled. Another of her tricks, but she was visible only for a second before disappearing again, gasping and thrashing on her way down. This time she didn't reappear. "Shit," Burke whispered. Then louder, "Shit," forgetting about his burning eyes, disregarding the possible concussion he'd sustained. Taking no time to tug off his shoes, he dropped his pistol onto the pier and dove into the water. It was like trying to swim through a bowl of breakfast grits, like in a nightmare. The longer his strokes and the stronger his kicks, the less progress he seemed to make. By the time he reached the capsized boat, his muscles and lungs were on fire. Throwing his arms across the upended hull, he sucked in several huge breaths, then let go and slid beneath the surface. He swam in widening circles, groping blindly until he had to come up for air. When he did, he saw air bubbles breaking the surface about 10 yards away. Fortifying himself with another deep breath, he lunged in that direction. He felt her hair brush his arm like silky seaweed, but when he reached for her, his fist closed around. Nothing except water. His hands searched wildly until they found her. Lungs near to bursting, he wrapped his arms around her and used the slippery bottom of the bayou to give himself a push-off. The water wasn't that deep, but it was dense, and it seemed that he would never reach the surface. When he did, he gulped air, but long before he regained his breath, he began swimming for the pier, pulling Remy Duval behind him. She hadn't moved or resisted his life-saving attempts as people on the verge of drowning customarily do. He was afraid to learn why, forcing himself to look. He glanced down at her face. It was as still and white as death, covered with filth. When he reached the pier, he was presented with another problem: how to climb up onto the pier while holding on to her. Haste was a priority. She lay limply across his bent left arm. How long since she'd been without oxygen? Urgency gave him the strength to reach up and grip one of the cleats with his right hand. He tried twice, unsuccessfully, to chin himself up far enough to get his right leg onto the pier. On the third try, when he swung his leg up, his heel struck the plank and he dug it in, then hung there for several seconds, trying to summon strength and convince his muscles that they could do what he was about to demand of them. With Herculean effort, he worked his right foot along the pier until it, too, could be used as leverage. Eventually, using his right hand and elbow, right foot, and knee, he pulled himself up. When his belly touched the planks, he expelled a near laugh of relief. He pulled Remy Duval up and stretched her out on the pier. Strands of hair clung to her lips. These he pushed aside and began immediately to administer CPR. Push, 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 rest. 1, 2, 3. Rest, close the nostrils, breathe into the mouth. Push, 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 rest. How long had it been? She had been under no more than 20 seconds when he jumped in. Okay, maybe 30. Add the 45 seconds, maybe more for him to swim to the boat. 1 minute beneath the surface. That added up to, how long? Push, 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 rest. Push, push. She coughed up water. Laying his hand along her cheek, he turned her head to the side so she wouldn't choke as she heaved up the water she'd swallowed. It took several minutes for her breathing to return to normal and the bluish tint on her lips to fade. When she opened her eyes, he was in her direct line of vision. There was no way she could avoid looking at him, no way he could avoid the accusation in her gaze. I'm sorry. I didn't believe you. I thought it was a trick. He couldn't think of anything else to say, so he repeated, I'm sorry. Warily, he pushed himself to his feet and looked across the dark water. Because it had capsized, the boat was still afloat. If it wasn't retrieved, they'd be in trouble. He had to do something now before total exhaustion set in and he was incapable of moving. For the second time, he dove into the water. The milk of human kindness wasn't exactly flowing through every vein, but at least they hadn't killed him yet. Gregory made every attempt to appear harmless, which wasn't difficult because he wasn't only harmless, he was utterly helpless. Besides, he doubted old Nick himself could have intimidated these folks. They might slit his throat for entertainment, but not because they felt threatened. As for himself, his bowels were quaking with terror. They could probably smell his fear over the tantalizing aroma of the gumbo that bubbled in a pot on the cook stove. The woman of the house brought him a bowl of it, ungraciously setting the crockery down on the table with a decisive thunk. She was no friendlier than the men folks. Her husband and teenage son, Gregory surmised, who'd virtually dragged him through the woods to this house where the woman and 2 younger girls had subjected him to suspicious scrutiny. He supposed he should be grateful that he'd been rescued before he became gator chow or succumbed to hunger, thirst, or exposure. They'd saved him from the perils of the swamp, but their hospitality left much to be desired. At any moment their misgivings could give rise to menace. These were the kind of people you did not mess with. The movie Deliverance came to mind. Trying to establish a friendlier mood, he smiled up at his hostess. This looks delicious. Thank you, ma'am. She practically snarled, revealing a gap where several teeth should have been. She said something to her husband in Cajun French. He grunted a surly response. The children were as taciturn as their parents. They stood by silently and watched Gregory spoon the gumbo into his mouth. He was ravenous, but after a couple of bites he realized that he should have given the gumbo a trial run before gobbling. It was dark and thick with various shellfish, onion, tomatoes, okra, and rice, but the cook had been liberal with spices that seared his esophagus. After taking a long drink of water, he ate more slowly. His stomach had shrunk over the last couple of days, so he got full quickly and finished only half the portion. Thank you very much, he said, patting his tummy. It was delicious, but I'm full. Without comment, the woman removed the bowl and his utensils, but left his glass of water. The man sat down across from him. He was a hairy cuss. Coarse black hair sprouted from his nostrils and ears and knuckles. The hair on his head had been plastered down by his dozer cap, but his chin was obscured by a thick beard that extended all the way down his neck to meld with the pelt that filled the V of his collar. What's your name? Gregory, upon hearing him speak English for the first time, stammered. Gregory. Father Gregory? Momentarily taken aback, Gregory then remembered that he was still wearing the reversed collar. Yes. Father Gregory. A priest might be treated with deference. For instance, his death might be quick and painless as opposed to slow and torturous. His lie evoked the hoped-for response, impressed to have a man of God in their midst. They began talking excitedly among themselves. Eventually the head of the house whistled shrilly, and the others fell immediately silent. He eyed Gregory with blatant distrust. "What happened to your face, Tree Branch?" Two eyebrows that looked like caterpillars glued to his forehead came together to form a suspicious furry frown. "See? I got lost," Gregory said. Their expressions remained immutable. He elaborated. A friend and I were camping. He went on ahead in the car with our supplies. I was supposed to take the boat and meet him at a designated spot, but I got lost. Wasn't watching where I was going and plowed right into a tree. Knocked myself silly. I drifted for I don't know how long until the boat got caught up where you found me." He formed the sign of the cross between them. "Bless you, my friend." Then to cap off the monologue, he added, "My fellow priest is probably worried sick by now. He's probably organized a search party." Hirsute Man looked up at his wife and grunted noncommittally. She sucked the empty space where an incisor should have been. Gregory took their rejection hard. He felt like crying. He'd reached rock bottom, leaving him only one viable option, throwing himself on the mercy of his parents. They'd washed their hands of him a dozen times, but they always came through when the situation was desperate, and he couldn't imagine a situation more desperate than this. Surely he could think of something to tell them that would strike a chord of parental concern, or, short of that obligation, after all, they'd spawned him. They would gladly finance a trip. Maybe to Europe or the Orient. They would send him far, far away just to get rid of him and avoid any embarrassment his presence in New Orleans might cause them. He would leave tomorrow. His daddy could make it happen. In a matter of hours, he would be safely away from Burke Bacilla and Pinky Duval and the whole damnable mess. He rued the day he had become involved, but now he'd seen the light, and salvation was only a telephone call away. "You've been awfully kind. Now, if I could please use your phone." "No phone," the man said brusquely. "Oh, okay." There was a telephone in plain sight, not 10 feet away on the kitchen wall, but Gregory thought it prudent not to point that out, especially since another heated family discussion was underway. He knew a smattering of French, but none he'd studied sounded like this. So he was unable to follow the debate that continued until, again, the father motioned for silence. "You'll marry that boy there." Gregory stared at him with misapprehension. "I beg your pardon." He pointed to the stocky youth who had assisted in the rescue. "He wants to get married. You'll marry him? Oui?" The gumbo was bubbling again, this time in Gregory's stomach. He'd eaten too much after days of fasting. He was sweating as profusely as the lady of the house, who kept mopping her upper lip with a dish towel slung over her shoulder. This situation was becoming trickier by the minute. To get out of it alive would require all his acting skills. The boy looked about 18 and promised to be as hairy as his father in a few years. Gregory smiled at him benevolently. "You want to get married, my son?" The boy glanced at his father to answer for him. The bearded man startled Gregory by barking an order in Cajun French. A door off the main room opened, and an impossibly young girl emerged. That is, impossibly young to have her belly swollen by an advanced pregnancy. "Oh, Jesus," Gregory groaned, and not in prayer. Chapter 28. Burke towed the boat back to the pier, swimming about as agilely as a man with an anvil tied to his neck. His head felt like it had been pounded with a meat mallet. When he reached the pier, it cost him reserve amounts of energy to pull the boat from the water. He retrieved the pistol he'd emptied into the hull, but he didn't immediately assess the damage. Right now he was less concerned about Dred's boat than Duval's wife. She was where he'd left her, but she had turned onto her side and drawn her knees up to her chest, probably for warmth. When he leaned over her, his clothes dripped water onto her face. She didn't move. He pushed his hand into her shirt and touched her throat to assure himself there was a pulse. "Why didn't you make it easy on yourself and let me drown?" Only after she had spoken did she open her eyes. "You're no good to me, dead," he said in a husky voice. Now, having had time to think about how close she'd come to dying, he was weak with relief. "Wouldn't my death have been your revenge? I don't want Duval to mourn you. I want him to come after you." Then she did the last thing he expected. She laughed. Angrily, he withdrew his hand and left her to her joviality, figuring that if she felt well enough to laugh, her dunking in the bayou hadn't had any serious effects. He was a sap to get all emotional about it. His shoes squished on the planks as he stepped over a crowbar, no doubt her weapon, and made his way to the far side of the shack, where he ignored the cold and stripped to the skin. He washed himself vigorously with water from the rain barrel and a bar of no-nonsense soap. He scrubbed his hair with shampoo and rooted into his ear canal with a soapy cloth. hoping to discourage any microorganisms from moving in permanently. When he felt sufficiently clean, he went into the cabin to dry himself in front of the heater before dressing. The shampooing had aggravated the goose egg on the back of his head. It hurt like a son of a bitch, but neither his vision nor his memory was impaired, so he didn't think he'd suffered a concussion. He took a few aspirin to dull the pain, then went back outside. Mrs. Duval's case of the giggles had subsided. In fact, she appeared to have fallen asleep. "Hey," he nudged her knee with his toe. "You've got to get cleaned up." Groaning, she drew her knees closer to her chest. "That water's got all sorts of creepy crawlers in it. I don't want you dying on me of some parasite." He tried to take her hand and pull her up, but she didn't cooperate. Swearing beneath his breath, he bent down and forced her to sit up. "I'm tired too, lady. You brought this on yourself. If you hadn't done such a damn stupid thing, you wouldn't be feeling so bad." He made her stand, then half led, half carried her to the side of the shack and the cistern. He refilled the bucket with fresh water and slapped the bar of soap into her palm. "Wash all over," he instructed. "Ears, nose, everything. Scrub hard. You should be as pink as a baby's butt when you're done. After you're finished, I'll tend to the wounds on your back." He was concerned about infection. Open wounds were extremely vulnerable to bacteria, and the swamp was a hatchery for unicellular killers. He left her to wash and went back into the cabin where their uneaten fish supper was beginning to stink. He gathered up both the cooked and uncooked portions and wrapped them tightly in a plastic bag. He placed the lid on the cooking pot, deciding that he would dispose of the grease later. He no longer had an appetite and doubted she did, but maybe he should ask her. On his way out, he grabbed an extra couple of towels and pulled the quilt off the bed. Taking these with him, he moved to the corner of the shack. "Mrs. Duval?" he called. She didn't respond. He listened for the sound of splashing water, but heard nothing. He didn't detect any sound or movement at all. "Mrs. Duval?" When she failed to answer a second time, he looked around the corner, but he needn't have worried about being a peeping Tom. She was still dressed, sitting on a low stool against the wall, her head bowed, her hands lying listlessly in her lap. The bar of soap, Burke noticed, was still in her right hand. "What's the matter?" he approached warily. Her seeming disassociation with her surroundings could be another trick. When he got closer, he saw that she was shivering. "I know it's cold out here, but you really should be washing that stuff off you. The sooner the better. I wanted to die. What?"
I wanted to.
"I heard what you said," he said testily. "It's just a hell of a way to go, drowning in that shit." "No," she said, shaking her head, which was still tangled and wet and matted with duckweed. "When I was a little girl, I prayed every night before I went to sleep that angels would come down and carry me to heaven before I woke up." He realized now that her laughter on the pier had been a symptom of hysteria. This was phase 2 of it. She'd been terrified of the swamp, of drowning, maybe of him. Should he shake her, slap her, or humor her? He decided on the last. At one time or another, all kids pray that, usually when they're pissed off at their parents and want to teach them a lesson for being so strict. I was ashamed of wanting to die. No, of the things Angel did and made me do. If this was an act designed to spark pity, it was a damn good performance. She spoke in a faraway voice, sounding very much as she must have as a child, curled up beneath the covers, imploring angels to come down for her. "I think that's why God took my baby, to punish me for praying for the wrong things." Burke had heard enough. "Come on, stand up." He pulled her to her feet and began undoing her belt buckle. If the fabric had been dry, the oversized pants would have dropped the moment the belt was loosened. Instead, the heavy material clung wetly to her thighs. He dropped to his knees and pulled the pants down her legs. "Listen, it doesn't work that way." Taking hold of one ankle, he guided her foot from the pants leg. He did the same with the other foot. God's too busy running the planet to keep scorecards on everybody. He tossed the pants aside and went for the buttons on Dred's old shirt, undoing the bottom one first and working his way up. He talked to distract himself from the smooth belly he was addressing. "All that guilt shit, it'll eat you up, believe me, I know. So you've got to stop thinking that you're to blame for losing your kid, or you'll get as crazy as me. It was biology, that's all. You don't have to do that." He raised his head and looked hard into her eyes and saw that she was lucid. Her malaise had passed. He came to his feet, but his hands remained resting lightly on her waist. "You were losing it. I'm okay now. Are you sure? Are you afraid to leave me alone after what I said about wanting to die?" "Maybe, if I still wanted to die, I could have let myself drown. I didn't want to. I didn't want you to either. If you had, it would have been my fault for not believing you when you told me you couldn't swim, and your conscience is overloaded as it is." Something like that. He lost track of the seconds that ticked by because he had her undivided attention. At least her gaze didn't waver from his, and he was acutely aware of her skin warming beneath his palms. Apparently she became aware of it too, because she glanced down at his hands, and when she did, he released her and stepped back. That muck is beginning to dry, he said. It'll be hard to get off. Lean over the railing, and I'll help you wash your hair. She looked hesitant, uneasy with that idea. A little vexed over her diffidence, he added, a bucket of water is heavy, especially if you're trying to pour it over your head, okay? Without any more discussion, she moved to the edge of the pier and leaned across the railing. Burke emptied half a bucket of clean water over her head, then worked shampoo into a good lather, scrubbing her hair from roots to ends. He rinsed out the worst of the filth, then shampooed a second time. Soap suds foamed over his hands as his fingers slid up through her hair to massage her scalp. Lava flows of bubbles ran down her nape and into the valleys behind her ears. A strand of soapy pearls slid down her throat, over the gold chain of her cross and beyond, into the collar of Dred's ugly flannel shirt, and onto what Burke knew were beautiful breasts. He didn't stop shampooing until the lather completely gave out, and then reluctantly he filled the water bucket again. Dialogue seemed inappropriate somehow. So he reached around and cupped her chin in his hand and tipped it down. Slowly, he poured the rainwater over her head, moving it first to one side, then the other, guiding it by applying the slightest pressure to her chin. Finally, the last drops trickled from the bucket. Burke backed away. For a moment, he just stood there, staring at the back of her bowed head. Then he filled the bucket again and set it on the pier near her feet. There's a towel behind you there on the stool. You'll be cold when you finish. Might want to wrap up in the quilt. Then he left her. Inside the cabin, he stood in the center of the room, breathing hard and pressing the heels of his hands into his eye sockets. His headache had migrated from the knot on his head to the backs of his eyeballs, where it pulsed like a gangsta rap beat. He was sweating like it was July instead of February. Clumsily, he assembled the first aid items on the table. He was repositioning the table and one of the chairs nearer the heater when she appeared in the doorway, wrapped Indian fashion in the quilt, a towel turban around her head. I left my clothes soaking in the bucket. I'll rinse them out in the morning. He motioned for her to sit down. We might just as well do this before you get dressed. All right. When she was seated with her back to him, he pushed the quilt off her shoulders, exposing her back. He examined the wounds and was relieved to see that all looked closed and none showed signs of recent bleeding. With as much detachment as possible, he dabbed each one with antiseptic, then reapplied the salve. They didn't speak, nor was there any white noise to fill the claustrophobic silence. No radio or TV or traffic sounds. Nothing alleviated the absolute quiet except their breathing. When he was finished, he awkwardly raised the quilt to cover her shoulders and patted it into place. Warm enough?
Yes. I brought some stuff along. Things I thought you might need while we're here. You'll find them in a tote bag in the bathroom. He'd known to pack for a few days when he left New Orleans for the tour of Jenny's house. She hadn't. Thank you. Sure. She went into the bathroom and closed the door. Burke uncapped a bottle of water and drank nearly all of it. His arms and legs felt shaky. He was still slightly dizzy, and his ears were ringing. He blamed his lightheadedness on taking aspirin on an empty stomach, on the exertion of saving his hostage from drowning and a boat from sinking, on the blow to his head. He attributed it to everything except the actual cause. When she came out of the bathroom, the towel around her head was gone, but her hair was still wet, tucked behind her ears. She was wearing a gray sweatsuit. It was one he had bought for her before leaving New Orleans. I would have given you that to wear this morning, he said, but Dred already had you up and dressed. He wasn't in any mood for me to undo something he'd done. She was looking directly at him, but he got the impression that his words weren't registering. At first he thought she might have lapsed into another semi-catatonic state, but he understood her speechless dismay when he glanced down at her outstretched hand. The box of body powder wasn't crystal, and it didn't have a silver lid. It wasn't nearly as fancy as the one he'd seen on her dressing table, but it was the same fragrance, the scent he'd detected on her in the French market and in the confessional. Reading the question in her eyes, he shrugged slightly and said, "The day Father Gregory and I came calling, I snooped around." She set the box of powder on the table and continued to stare down at it while tracing the familiar embossed logo on the lid with the tip of her finger. How did I ever mistake you for a priest? Was he supposed to answer that? He didn't know, so he said nothing. Still staring at the box, she said, "That day in the confessional." She made a small motion of dismissal with her shoulder. "Nothing. What?" "Never mind. Go ahead. What, did you?" She paused to take a deep breath. "Did you touch my hand?" It seemed to take a long time for her eyes to reach his. In fact, time slowed to a standstill. Her last word hung in the air for several seconds, like the final vibrating note from a violin. When it finally died, the silence was palpable and sweetly oppressive. Burke's heart was beating hard and fast. Something delicate was hanging in the balance,
but he didn't dare define it. The distance between them had miraculously dwindled, although he couldn't remember stepping closer to her. Nor had she moved. Her hand was still on the lid of the powder box, while the other remained motionless at her side. It was that hand that the back of his brushed against barely, withdrew, hesitated, touched again, and this time stayed. Hands turned simultaneously, palms slid against each other, held, then pressed. Fingers slowly interlaced. Burke bent his elbow, raising his right hand, her left, then he rotated his wrist, bringing her hand topside. He looked down at it, marveling over the delicacy of her skin, the slenderness of her fingers. Her third finger in particular. "Your wedding ring is gone," he remarked. "It slipped off in the water. Her wedding ring was gone." But she was still another man's wife. Not just any man's wife, but his bitterest enemy's. If Duval felt like kissing her neck where a vein pulsed against the slender gold chain, then he was entitled to do so. If he wanted to see and touch and fuck her, he could do that too. And that pissed Burke off, so he took it out on her. "You can buy yourself another diamond with Duval's life insurance settlement?" "That's a horrible thing to say," she cried, jerking her hand free. "If I really wanted to get horrible, you know what I'd do." To her credit, she didn't recoil in fear. Rather, she tilted her chin defiantly. "Am I supposed to thank you for not raping me?" "You're not supposed to do anything. This isn't about you. It's between Duval and me. All you are is bait to draw him out. You're doomed to fail, Mr. Basile." She shook her head and gave him a sad smile. "I understand the reasoning behind your plan, but you've miscalculated my husband. He won't take the bait. He won't come for me. After I've spent several days and nights alone with you, my husband won't want me back." He laughed shortly. "Nice try." Reaching into his back pocket with one hand, he took hers with the other. "What are you doing?" "Handcuffing you." He locked the manacles around her wrist with a decisive click. "To what?" "To me." Chapter 29. Pinky left the remainder of his muffaletta sandwich on his desk and moved to the window of his office. Through the slats of the blinds, he looked out across the nighttime skyline. Why in hell can't somebody find them? They couldn't have simply vanished. Looks like they did. Bardo mumbled around a mouthful of his carry-out dinner. Since the discovery of the abandoned van, there had been no further development in locating Basile and Remy. People monitoring public transportation into and out of New Orleans had seen nothing. The helicopter pilot had spotted nothing worth investigating. None of Duval's informants anywhere in southern Louisiana had anything to report. "You're sure that whore was straight with you? She didn't know anything?" Bardo belched behind his hand. "Dixie? When I found out she'd helped Basile, I worked her over pretty good." Pinky turned and gave him a pointed look. Bardo grinned. "No, I didn't go that far. She's probably back on the street by now. But I did a good enough job on her. If she'd have known something, she would have told." Pinky went back to staring out the window. The city lights were diffused by fog and mist, but he didn't really see them anyway. He was wholly given over to his dilemma. The moment Errol called him from the crossroads, his perfect, structured life had toppled. His clients had been put on hold. Judges had granted him postponements because of an illness in his family. His calendar had been cleared of all appointments and social engagements. Telephone calls went unreturned unless they related specifically to the crisis. Goddamn Burke Basile for reducing his well-programmed life to chaos. The bastard was going to pay, and pay huge. But where in hell was he? Pinky had put the fear of God into Doug Patout, but his only contribution so far had been to report that Burke Basile's wife was out of the country with her boyfriend. And Pinky's people had already determined that his built-in lie detector indicated that Doug Patout was telling the truth when he said he didn't know where Basile was. Even so, Pinky might suspect Patout of abetting Basile, except for one thing. Patout's love for his position transcended the high regard he had for each man in his division, and that included his favorite Basile. Patout wanted to advance into the upper echelons of the NOPD. He was no milquetoast, but he wasn't stupid either. He recognized the hazards of making Pinky Duval unhappy. After the scare they'd given Mac McQueen, Pinky predicted he would play on their team. But who knew? He might turn out to be as loyal and trustworthy a friend to Basile as Basile had been to Kev Stewart. "Fucking cops," he muttered. "Come again," Bardo asked. "Never mind." After a moment, Bardo said, "You know, I've been thinking." "About what?" "About how much Mrs. Duval knows about our business." Pinky came around slowly. "Meaning?" "Meaning that Basile could probably be a persuasive guy if he set his mind to it, especially with a woman." Unwittingly, Wayne Bardo had tapped into the mother lode of Pinky's concern. He had never discussed the details of his various sidelines with Remy, but she could have picked up threads of information which, woven together, could form the rope that would hang him. She probably knew even more than she realized. Even an offhanded comment could prove useful to someone like Basile, whose police training had honed his innate deductive skills. If he threatened Remy's life, God knows how much she would suddenly remember about her husband's enterprises and compromising connections. All the more reason why she needed to be found and silenced. If Basile sweet-talked her, blew in her ear some, she might spill her guts, Bardo surmised. What do you think? What I think, Duval said evenly, is that if you talk like that about my wife again, I'm going to tear out your tongue. It was all right for him to speculate on Remy's allegiance. It wasn't all right for someone else to. Geez, Pinky, don't get sore. All I meant was, I need to get out of this room, he said abruptly. Where are you going? Out. I'll come too. You'll stay here? You have work to do, remember? Pinky angrily yanked open the door, then strode through the lobby of his law office. Errol, who'd been sleeping in a chair, groggily raised his head, then jerked to attention. Where to, mister? Duval, I'm going for a walk alone. He took the elevator to the first floor of the building, passed the security guard without a glance, and pushed through the glass doors, which the guard unlocked electronically from the reception desk. Pinky walked 2 blocks before he hailed one of New Orleans' notoriously expensive taxis. When he gave the female driver the address, she shot him a droll look in the rearview mirror. Mardi Gras celebrants were keeping the girls at Ruby Bouchereau's place busy, from now until midnight on Fat Tuesday, when Lent began. The gentlemen were limited to 1 hour, unless they were willing to pay exorbitantly. Ruby had reminded her girls that the more frequent the turnover, the more profit for everybody. The week of Mardi Gras was always an enormous moneymaker. Nightly, the house was packed with regular clients seeking additional fun without their wives after the grand balls and parties, and out-of-towners who flocked to the city for the celebration. Men ranging from 18 to 80 sought fun and frolic in the best whorehouse and the best party town in the country. Most evenings, Ruby could be found on the gallery above the main salon. From this excellent vantage point, she could observe the activity going on below, while letting her excellent personnel handle the general operation. Puffing a cigar and sipping brandy, she mentally tabulated what this night's profits would be and smiled complacently at the estimate. Her smile deflated when she saw Pinky Duval, speaking to no one. He made his way to the bar and ordered a drink, which he drank quickly and ordered another. To Ruby, the most amusing of his pretensions was that of being a wine connoisseur. Belying that image, he was tossing back shots of hard liquor as rapidly as a sailor on shore leave after 6 months at sea. Catching the eye of one of her hostesses, she signaled her toward Pinky. The svelte blonde was one of Ruby's classiest girls. A United States diplomat's daughter, she had traveled extensively with her parents and attended the most prestigious schools in the world. She spoke several languages fluently and was conversant on a wide variety of topics. She could hold her own with a stuffy intellectual or be quite the coquette. No fantasy was too bizarre if it meant pleasing a client, although she drew the line at abuse and pain. Having absolutely no shame or inhibitions, she approached sex as an art form, practicing the exotic methods she had learned abroad while executing her own idea of foreign relations. A nasty incident in Burma, when it was still Burma, involving her and a high government official, had resulted in her father's dismissal from foreign service. He, in turn, had renounced her. Penniless and scandalized, she had made a natural career choice and had never regretted it. Clients paid dearly for her. Even after Ruby's percentage, she was getting rich, and because she looked younger than her years, she could probably work well into her 30s. She went by the name of Isabel. Pinky was an easy sell tonight. The transaction at the bar took less than a minute. He followed the beauty up the wide staircase. Ruby left her cigar smoldering in a crystal ashtray and intercepted them on the landing. Good evening, Pinky. Although she'd rather have spit on him, she gave him her most disarming smile. He was no happier to see her than she was to see him, and was probably annoyed that she had forced him to speak to her. Ruby, I haven't seen you since Bardo carved up my girl. How good of you to grace us with your presence. He ignored the barb. Your business is thriving. But then whoring has always been profitable. Ruby's smile turned brittle at the corners, and her eyes glinted with malice. Because there've always been men who can't get it without paying for it. Which brings me to wonder why you're here tonight. Wasn't your wife in the mood, Remy, isn't it? Did Remy refuse your attentions tonight? She was rewarded by seeing the blood vessels in his temples expand. With a brusque gesture, he motioned Isabel up the stairs. Ruby thoughtfully watched them go. During his bachelor days, Pinky had come around several times a week since his marriage. His patronage had slacked off considerably, although he wasn't entirely a stranger to the bedrooms upstairs. Sometimes he came for recreation, other times to work off steam, but Ruby had never seen him as agitated as he was tonight. Interesting. Miss Ruby? She turned. one of the maids who'd worked in the house even while Ruby was growing up in it, spoke to her softly in her melodious West Indies accent. "You said for me to come get you when that poor little lamb woke up." They moved along the gallery, then made a right turn down a hallway that led to the rear of the house and a room that was tucked under the eaves. "How is she?" Ruby asked as they approached the closed door. "Mostly. She's scared." The chamber was comfortably furnished, although it was too small to use for business. Usually it was given over to a girl who was sick and needed to be kept quarantined from the others while she was contagious, or to a new girl who needed a place to sleep while she was being trained and taught the policies of the house. Ruby approached the bed and leaned over the girl with the attention of a loving mother. "How are you feeling?" Dixie experimentally touched the tip of her tongue to the corner of her mouth where blood had coagulated over a nasty abrasion. "That bastard busted me up good, didn't he?" "The doctor said none of the bones in your face were broken? The way he was hitting me, I don't know why not." Tears filled her eyes. "Do I look like something a goat puked up?" "You've looked better," Ruby said, laying a gentle hand on her arm. "And you will again. Don't fret. The doctor left some pain medication. You can rest here for as long as it takes to heal. I'd guess 2 weeks, maybe 3. 2 or 3 weeks? Dixie tried to laugh, but the effort made her wince with pain. Moving only her eyes, she took in the room, Ruby, and the hovering maid. "If I don't work, I don't eat. How am I supposed to pay you?" "When you arrived, you said Burke Basile had sent you. Is he a client of yours?" "You mean a John, don't I wish?" Dixie mumbled. "He's paid me, but for information only. Nothing else. Last time I saw him, he told me that if I got into trouble, I should come here. You a friend of his?" "Let's just say that he and I share a mutual respect and a common goal." Well, if he has to pay for this, it'll serve him right. It's on account of him that Wayne Bardo?" Ruby's soft expression hardened. "He did this to you?" Dixie nodded, made me suck him off. Then, when I wouldn't tell him anything about Basile, he started beating the crap out of my face. Ruby sat down on the edge of the bed and studied the girl with an experienced eye. Her face was a mess, but she had excellent bone structure, and when they'd undressed her, Ruby had taken note of her alluring figure. Ruby usually disparaged girls who worked the streets, but obviously Basile considered this one a notch above the rest, or he wouldn't have recommended she come here. She needed refining. Her name would be changed to something more unusual and intriguing. Her days of bathing in cheap gardenia scent were over. The silver nail polish and red vinyl skirt would have to go. She needed a complete makeover, but the girl definitely had potential. Ruby smoothed the hair off her forehead where Bardo's fists had left bruises. Why was Bardo inquiring about Mr. Basile? He was looking for him. Did he say why? No, only I think it has something to do with... Wait, maybe I'm not supposed to tell. Basile paid me to keep my mouth shut, but he wouldn't mind your telling me. He sent you here, remember? Yeah, I guess. Okay, I think it has something to do with Pinky Duval's wife. Really? With affected indifference, Ruby listened to Dixie's very interesting story. A priest? Dixie snorted. Can you imagine that? If Basile was a priest, every woman in the church would be getting off during Mass. Say, listen, if this isn't going to cost me, could I maybe have a drink? Certainly. Ruby turned to the maid and asked her to fetch a cup of tea. It wasn't exactly tea I had in mind, Dixie remarked as the maid withdrew. Ruby smiled indulgently. You'll drink your tea, take your medicine, and rest. If you do everything I tell you, this beating could be the best thing that's ever happened to you. But we'll talk about all that later when you're feeling better. Ruby left Dixie under the maid's care and resumed her place on the gallery to ruminate on what the girl had told her. Could it be that Burke Basile was responsible for Pinky's foul mood? Did his vendetta against Duval involve his young and beautiful wife? Was that why he'd been so interested to hear everything Ruby knew about her? How very clever of you, Mr. Basile. Ruby chuckled deep in her throat and raised her snifter of brandy in a silent toast to the former narcotics officer. How unfortunate, though, that he wouldn't live very long. Not if he'd laid a finger on Pinky Duval's wife. Mac left for work earlier than usual, telling Tony that he had paperwork to catch up on. He thought he was leaving well before rush hour, but traffic on I-10 was already sluggish because of the weather. A low-pressure system from the Gulf had moved into the area overnight, bringing with it heavy rains. When he reached headquarters, he parked but didn't enter the building. Instead, he wrestled with an umbrella and walked several blocks to a cafe where he ordered only a cup of coffee. He burned his tongue by drinking it before it had time to cool. Then he got change from the cashier, went to the payphone, and placed a call to the number he'd taken from Burke Basile's retired files the evening before. Hello? Joe Basile? Yes. Mac silently mouthed a thank you to the god of lucky breaks. It had been years since Burke had designated his brother in Shreveport the person to call, other than his spouse, in case of an emergency. Since then, Brother Joe could have moved or changed his number. Mac felt damn lucky to have hit on the first strike. "My name is Mac McQuinn." He kept his voice friendly, upbeat, and conversational. "I work with your brother. Or did, until he recently resigned. In the narcotics division?" "That's right. Has Burke mentioned me to you?" "You headed one of the squads after Kev Stewart got killed." "Right again." He wondered in what context Basile had mentioned him. In complaint? In praise of? He didn't have the guts to ask. "I learned a lot by working with your brother and hated like hell that he quit so suddenly." He was bummed out. At least that's the excuse he gave me. He swore off police work forever, but it wouldn't surprise me if he went back to it. Maybe not in New Orleans, but somewhere. The world would sure be better off if he did. Then, not wanting to lay it on too thick and arouse suspicion, Mac said, "Burke was over at the house the other night and mentioned that he was going away for a while. My wife's old lady is coming to visit," he ad-libbed. "So I thought to myself, why not take a few days off and leave the house to them? Why not join Burke? Hang out, drink beer, talk over old times, you know." Brother Joe said, very non-committally, "only I don't know how to contact him."
What makes you think he wants to be contacted?
Shrewdness was a Basile family trait. Brother Joe wasn't a cop, but he was no mental midget either. Before he left, he said it was too bad I couldn't go with him, something to that effect. Now that I can, I figure he'd welcome the company. During the long silence that ensued, Mac gnawed on his lower lip. His eyes darted about the cafe, trying to detect any early morning diner who might be spying on behalf of Pinky Duval or Delray Jones. None seemed the least bit interested in the nervous man hunched over the public telephone. Finally, Joe Basile said, "I'm afraid I can't help you, Mr. McQuinn. When I last spoke to Burke, he sounded pretty down in the dumps. He mentioned getting away to me, too, and frankly, I got the impression that he wanted to be left alone." Forgetting his recent prayers, Mac mouthed a few obscenities. "I see. Tell you what, though. If Burke calls me, I'll pass along your message. Then, if he wants to invite you to join him, he can, okay? That's the best I can do." Mac considered telling Joe that his older brother had committed a federal crime. That might make him more cooperative. But he rejected the idea almost as soon as it occurred to him. Duval didn't want it broadcast that his wife had been abducted. If the news got out and the leak was traced back to Mac McQuinn, he'd be dead sooner than later. "Look, Mr. McQuinn, I've got to go," Joe Basile said. "It was nice talking to you. If I hear from Burke, I'll tell him you're available to join him. Have a nice day." He hung up, leaving Mac holding a dead phone. He replaced the receiver and trudged back to the counter, where he asked for a coffee refill, then stared into it morosely. Jesus, how had things gotten so bad so fast? A couple of weeks ago, he'd been feeling pretty damn good about his life. He'd been in debt to Delray Jones, but he'd been in debt before. One could always get some money, big money, if he knew how to go about it. Sure, the numbers were higher than ever before, but wasn't that just a matter of zeros? True, he'd been a fool to get involved with Delray. That scumbag gave loan sharks everywhere a bad name, but it was a temporary crisis, and a solution was waiting right around the corner. He'd been confident that everything would work out. Now all hell had broken loose. Basil had up and quit, tossing the whole narcotics division on its ear. Internal Affairs had decided it was time for another probe, which put everybody, including Mac, in a very bad mood. Patoot was disconsolate and distracted by Basile's resignation and involvement in what seemed a kidnapping. Delray Jones had reared his ugly head, and he had Pinky Duval behind his threats, making them much more viable. Mac's only hope of salvation was to find Basile for Duval, and his only hope of finding Basile had just told him to have a nice day. "Not fucking likely," he mumbled as he fished a couple of bills from his pants pocket and left them on the counter. Pinky had given him 24 hours. By nightfall, he had to know where Basile was holed up with the lawyer's wife or else. The odds were lousy. Joe Basile thoughtfully hung up the telephone in the den and pondered the strange call from Mac McQuinn. But he couldn't dwell on it long because there was a guest seated at the dining table in the kitchen drinking coffee with Linda. His wife hadn't planned on being a hostess early this morning. Pulled from bed by the ringing doorbell, she was in her oldest, warmest robe. Her eyes were still puffy from sleep. She looked at him as he re-entered the kitchen. Who was on the phone? Somebody from the office, asking what time I'd be in. She gave him an odd look, but said nothing, and offered to cook their guests some breakfast. "No thanks, Mrs. Basil," Doug Patoot replied. "I grabbed something at Denny's before coming over. I apologize for showing up at your front door this early in the morning." "No problem. You drove up from New Orleans last night?" Joe asked him. "Yeah, I got in late, and I'm heading straight back as soon as I leave here. I knew it would be a quick turnaround trip. Why didn't you just call?
I could have, but I thought we should talk in person. It's that important?
I believe so. Over the course of your brother's career, he's cultivated a number of enemies, not only among criminals, but inside the police department. I thought it best if we not discuss this matter over the telephone. You're scaring us, Mr. Patoot, Linda said. Has something happened to Burke? That's what I don't know but want to find out. He resigned from the department, then a few days later disappeared under mysterious circumstances. He called and told me he was going away for a while to sort things out, Joe offered. In light of his and Barbara's split and his sudden retirement, I don't consider those circumstances mysterious. You're unaware of other factors involved, such as? I'm sorry, Joe, but I can't discuss them. It's classified police information. Placing his folded hands on the table, he appealed to them. Please, if you have any idea where Burke might have gone, tell me. It's essential that I locate him before anyone else does. I can't impress upon you how important this is. Are you saying his life is at risk? Linda asked. Possibly, meaning yes, Joe thought. He felt the weight of his predicament. He and his older brother saw each other only once or twice a year, but they were closer than those infrequent visits indicated. He would go so far as to say they loved each other. If Burke was in some sort of jam, he would move heaven and earth to help him out of it. His dilemma arose from not knowing what to do, because he didn't know whether or not Burke wanted to be found by anybody, McQuinn or Doug Patout. Joe had a gut feeling that if Burke had left without telling anyone where he was going, then he wished to be left alone. Having quit the police force, wouldn't he have washed his hands of classified police information? And why were McQuinn and Patout looking for him separately? Neither had mentioned the other. If the situation was as critical as they independently claimed, why hadn't they made locating Burke a team effort? I'm sorry, Mr. Patout. I can't help you, Joe said, repeating what he'd already told McQuinn. Burke didn't tell me where he was going. Any ideas? No. If you knew, would you tell me? He answered honestly. No, I wouldn't, Patout sighed. He looked at Linda and determined instantly that she supported her husband's decision. He smiled crookedly. You're very much like your brother Joe. Thank you, I consider that a compliment. Patout laid his business card on the table and stood. If you change your mind, contact me at any hour. Mrs. Basile. Again, I apologize for barging in without calling beforehand. Thank you for the coffee. The Basiles watched from the front door as he got into his car and drove away. Linda turned to Joe. Your office never calls to ask what time you're coming in. It was Mac McQuinn, another cop. Guess what he wanted? To know where Burke is? Exactly. And Patout drove all the way to Shreveport to see us this morning. What does it mean? What is going on, Joe? Damned if I know, but I'm going to find out. He returned to the kitchen and thumbed through their personal telephone directory until he found the number for Dredd's Mercantile. Dredd, unmindful of the rain, had already been out to check his trot lines. He was squatting at the end of the pier, gutting fish, tossing the entrails back into the water, when he heard the telephone ringing. Cursing the interruption, he jogged toward the building in his bow-legged gait, his flat bare feet slapping against the wet planks of the pier. Hold on, I'm coming, he said out loud as he opened the screen door. Winded from the exercise, he grabbed the receiver and gasped. Hello. Nothing but a dial tone. He slammed down the receiver. Damn it to tarnation. He hated telephones and didn't really mind missing the call. If it was that important, the caller would call back. What irked him was that as he'd reached for the phone, he'd glanced outside in time to see a pelican making breakfast of his catch. Despite the rain, tourists queued up for the paddle wheel Creole Queen excursion upriver to view the antebellum plantation homes. They juggled brochures, umbrellas, plastic rain bonnets, cameras, and camcorders as they traipsed up the loading plank to the boat. The embarkation was delayed by the inclement weather and by a group of senior citizens, some of whom needed special assistance getting on board. The embarkation was stopped altogether by a blood-curdling scream. It came from a woman who slumped against her astonished husband and aimed a shaking finger down toward the muddy water of the Mississippi River, into which she'd been absently gazing while inching along in line. Others crowded close to the railing in order to look down and see what had caused the woman's distress. Some gasped and turned away in repugnance. Some placed their hands over their mouths to keep from retching. Those with stronger stomachs took pictures or shot videos. A few prayers were whispered, attracting much more attention dead than he ever had alive. Errol, floating on his back, stared up through the water with eyes already turning milky. Chapter 30. Burke was standing in the open doorway of the shack, sipping a cup of coffee and watching the rain when he heard her come up behind him. He glanced over his shoulder, almost expecting to see her raising an iron pot or some other blunt instrument with which to brain him. Last night she hadn't taken too well to being handcuffed to him and had put up quite a struggle, which he had trouble quelling without hurting her. This wouldn't be necessary if you hadn't tried to escape, he had told her. I can't run the risk of you knocking me out or killing me while I'm asleep. That never even occurred to me. Well, it occurred to me he had stretched out on the bed, dragging her down with him. It's been a long, tiring day for me. I'm going to sleep. I suggest you do the same. She refused to lie down and sat on the edge of the bed, seething with resentment. He closed his eyes and ignored her. Eventually, she surrendered to exhaustion, lay down, and was asleep long before he was. This morning, he'd unlocked the handcuffs and gotten up without waking her. Clearly, she was still miffed, but she wasn't trying to sneak up on him with a weapon. Coffee's on the stove, he told her. Nonchalantly, he resumed his contemplation of the weather. The swamp was curtained by a heavy rain that showed no signs of letting up any time soon. It was a good thing he'd brought enough supplies to last a couple of days. He wouldn't be going to Dredd's today. Not that he could get there anyway, since the boat now had bullet holes in it. The weather was keeping them inside the cabin. Didn't it stand to reason that it would also keep everyone else out? How close was Duval to locating them? When would he show up? Within the next 10 minutes? Or would it take another week? Burke hoped it was sooner rather than later. The shack seemed to be shrinking around them. He was beginning to feel the squeeze, and the pressure was getting to him. Lying beside her last night, he'd been aware of each breath she took. Every time she moved, he knew about it. His sleep had been constantly interrupted by her sighs. Now, even though his back was to her, he knew exactly where she was standing and what she was doing. In New Orleans, she had worn clothing that blatantly advertised her as a sex object. Her wardrobe was expensive, but bordered on trashy. Now, dressed in the gray Walmart sweatsuit, she looked softer and sexier even than she had that night in the gazebo in the low-cut black dress. Without makeup, her cheeks rosy from sleep, her hair tousled, she looked as warm and snuggly and innocent as a kitten, and as erotic as hell. It was becoming impossible for him to ignore the desire she aroused in him, and had since the first time he laid eyes on her. That night he'd experienced a surge of lust that hadn't abated even when he discovered that the ethereal goddess in the gazebo was the wife of Pinky Duval. When he realized who she was, why hadn't he had the good sense to find some nice, obliging woman and spend the night with her, just to take the edge off? Last few months of his marriage, he and Barbara hadn't been intimate, so he'd had lots of time to build up a full head of steam. He should have taken Dixie up on her offer of a freebie, or Ruby Beauchereau. An hour with one of her talented girls would have done him a world of good. But he'd said no thanks. What was he? Nuts. Although he feared that even an experienced whore using every carnal trick in the book wouldn't have put out this particular fire, where the devil was Duval. Was the power he reputedly wielded just so much hype, part of a promotional campaign to inspire fear in his enemies? Was his army of mercenaries fictitious? If they were in fact real, were they a bunch of incompetents? Or was Burke Basile a kidnapper without equal? Did he have a knack for it, unrealized until now? For whatever reason, the bottom line was that he was now entering the 4th day with his hostage, and it was getting harder, not easier, to remain objective about the outcome of this situation. He tossed the dregs of his coffee out into the rain. "Are you hungry?" "Yes." "We never got around to eating dinner last night." He shot her a look that said, "And whose fault is that?" But what he actually said was, "I'll see what we have." Burke inventoried their stock of canned goods taken from the shelves of Dredd's Mercantile. "Along with bread and crackers, we have sardines, beer nuts, tuna fish, mustard greens, chili, tomato soup, potted meat, beans, beefaroni, pineapple, more beans and peanut butter, mustard greens. I guess even outdoorsmen need roughage." "I'll have a peanut butter sandwich and some pineapple." While they were eating, he asked about the wounds on her back. "I checked them in the mirror over the basin in the bathroom," she told him. "I think they're healing. Do you think it's necessary to treat them again? Dredd'll never let me hear the end of it if they get infected. Better let me see to them, at least through today. Maybe I could do it myself." Having reached for her empty paper plate, he dropped it back onto the table. "Oh, I get it. It's not the medication you object to, it's having me touch you. I didn't say my hands are as clean as Bardo's, and you didn't seem to mind having him paw you, so don't pull this shit on me." "Bardo?" she exclaimed. "Yeah, I saw you in action with him in the gazebo the night he was acquitted. Duval hosted the party, but you and Bardo were having quite a celebration of your own." "I don't know what you thought you saw, Mr. Basile, but you're wrong. I saw enough. I left before it got really embarrassing." He scraped his chair back and stood up quickly. "And don't think I haven't noticed how you cross your arms over your chest, like I'm going to steal a peek at your tits. I've seen them about to fall out of your dress, so I know this sudden rash of modesty is a goddamn act. It isn't going to make me feel any kinder toward you, Mrs. Duval. In fact, it pisses me off." Concluding his speech there, he marched from the shack, rain or shine. He had to get that damn boat back into service. Before opening his eyes, Gregory tried convincing himself that he'd been having one hell of a wild dream. He'd drunk too much the night before, or smoked some strong Panama Red, or done something that had caused his subconscious to invent a bizarre adventure involving Burke Basile, Pinky Duval, a hermit who lived in the swamp and skinned alligators, a beautiful woman, and to round out this weird ensemble of characters, he himself had played the role of a priest. Thank God the nightmare was over. But when he opened his eyes, they weren't greeted by the louvered shutters on the windows overlooking the courtyard behind his townhouse. Instead, he saw a pair of ugly curtains hanging unevenly from an oxidized brass rod. Meager gray light leaked through the faded calico. Raindrops as heavy as sinkers dripped from the eaves of the house in which he'd spent the night. He had blessed his rescuers for saving him. He had thanked them profusely for their hospitality. They, in turn, had asked his blessing on their son and his pregnant second cousin. Father Gregory, having no alternative that he could see, had agreed to perform a wedding ceremony. It was planned for today. He hoped he remembered all the words. Seminary seemed eons ago. But then, so did all his life prior to the night Basile had arrested him in that men's room in City Park. Gregory cursed his rotten luck. What had compelled him to cruise the park that evening? Why hadn't he gone to the movies instead? It wouldn't have mattered, he thought dismally as he pulled on his soiled clothes. Sooner or later, Basile would have conscripted him to fight in his private war against Pinky Duval. Basile had needed someone with Gregory's unique combination of qualifications. If Basile hadn't accosted him in the park, it would have been somewhere else. After checking his appearance in the cloudy mirror, he left the bedroom. The family were gathered in the large room where the kitchen was separated from the living area by a bar. The groom was sitting at it, slurping up Lucky Charms, the bride putting curlers in her hair. Preparations for the wedding were in full swing. A cup of coffee was pushed into his hand as he was introduced to the grandmas, aunts, and nieces who had already arrived, volunteers pitching in to get everything ready in time for the guests' arrival. Rain was good-naturedly cursed. He was asked to intercede and ask God for sunshine later in the day. Smiling sickly, he promised to pass along the request. Delicious cooking aromas emanated from the cook stove. Cases of beer were carried in on the shoulders of burly male relatives. Being as unobtrusive as possible, Gregory moved from window to window, looking through the rain in search of an avenue of escape. Last night it had seemed that the house was built on an island. He was relieved to see that it was actually situated on the tip of a peninsula with a crushed shell road about 50 yards long, leading from solid ground along that narrow finger of land to the house. By noon the house had begun to fill up with friends and relatives, all bearing food, gumbos and crawfish, andouille and boudin sausages, shrimp creole, red beans and rice, smoked pork, even a multi-tiered white coconut cake with a plastic bride and groom on top. Gregory understood only a few words of their lively conversation. It was obvious they were a closely knit group and that he was definitely the sole outsider. Each new arrival regarded him with suspicion. He tried to dispel their distrust with a beatific smile, although he wasn't sure it was convincing since his face still looked like it had been trampled by a horde of linebackers. None of the family or wedding guests asked why he was willing to perform the ceremony when other priests had declined on moral grounds. When he signed the marriage license, the father mumbled thanks. Although they didn't embrace the stranger in their midst, they thoroughly enjoyed being around each other. The walls of the house seemed to expand and recede with the racket they generated, especially when the musicians began tuning their instruments. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the bride sheepishly entered the large room. She was wearing a long, flowered dress. Gregory had seen one of the grandmas hastily altering earlier, presumably to accommodate her distended stomach. The menfolk shoved the stumbling, half-drunk groom forward to take his place at the side of his blushing bride. Together they faced Father Gregory, who began the ceremony by invoking God's blessing on this wonderful gathering of family and friends. If he boggled the sacrament, they weren't sober enough to notice. In under 5 minutes, the happy couple turned to one another to seal with a kiss a marriage that was entirely fraudulent. Father Gregory didn't give a flying you-know-what. He just wanted to get the hell out of there before he was exposed as an imposter. He ate with them. He drank 1 beer. They showed no such restraint and consumed seemingly endless quantities of it. The more they drank, the louder the music became and the more energetic the dancing. 2 fistfights erupted, but were settled with a minimum of bloodshed. As dusk fell, the interior of the house grew steamy from the simmering food, sweating people, and the passion that seemed to fuel everything they did. Someone opened the doors to help ventilate the house, and it was through one of those doors that Father Gregory sneaked out wearing one of the male cousin's wool jacket and cap. Rain pelted him, but as soon as he cleared the doorway, he made a mad dash for the shed that sheltered the boat that had conveyed them there the night before. He didn't even consider getting back into the boat he'd stolen from Dredd, and which was now moored beside the family's craft. No more swamp, thank you very much. From now on, he'd take his chances on land. It was rife with potential hazards, but at least they weren't quite as alien. Looking back toward the house, he saw no sign that anyone had noticed his escape. He ducked his head against the rain and ran from the shed. Moving along in a crouch, he ran as hard as he'd ever run in his life, exerting himself to the maximum of his limited capacity, racing until he thought his lungs would burst. He sobbed with unrestrained joy when he reached the end of the lane. The intersecting road was a paved two-lane state highway. Bracing his hands on his knees, he sucked in huge draughts of air, then struck off walking briskly in what he hoped was the direction of the nearest town. He couldn't go far on foot. His only hope was for a car to come along before someone at the party noticed that Father Gregory was no longer among them and came looking for him. Now that he had sanctified the sinners, he was dispensable. When he saw headlights coming up behind him, his heart lurched. It could be someone from the party sent to find him and bring him back. Or it could be one of several law enforcement agencies searching for Mrs. Duvall's kidnappers. Or it could be someone on Pinky Duvall's payroll who'd been offered a huge reward to find her abductors. Or it could be his ride back to civilization. Please, God, he prayed as he did an about-face and stuck out his thumb. The pickup slowed. The driver looked him over, then passed him and showered him with muddy rainwater. Gregory was so disconsolate he sobbed. He was still crying 5 minutes later when the next vehicle came along. He must have looked so wretched that he evoked pity on the driver because after passing him the car stopped. He jogged toward it. A teenage girl was in the passenger seat. One even younger was behind the wheel. They regarded him with interest. The passenger asked, "Where's your car, mister?" "I dumped it in the swamp after impersonating a priest in order to kidnap the wife of a rich and famous man." They giggled, assuming he'd just told them a whopper. "Cool," the passenger said. She nodded toward the back seat. "Get in. Where are you headed?" he asked cautiously. "Nolan's," the passenger told him. "We're going to party." "Cool," he said, repeating her word as he got in. The driver floored the accelerator. The car fishtailed on the rain-slicked pavement, then shot off into the wet darkness. No more than 15, if that. They were dressed in a manner that would have made Madonna blush. See-through blouses and push-up lace brassieres, their ears, noses, and lips pierced. Dramatic makeup accented their eyes and lips. When they reached the French Quarter, he asked them to drop him off, but they tried to wheedle him into sticking with them. "We could show you a good time," one said. "Don't think we don't know how," boasted the other. "That's just it," he said, flashing his most engaging grin. "You girls are too experienced for me." The flattery worked. They pulled to a stop at an intersection, and Gregory got out. They blew him kisses as they drove away. He was astounded by their stupid recklessness. Hadn't their parents warned them against picking up hitchhikers? Didn't they watch the nightly news? For all they knew, he was a pervert. Then, glumly, he reminded himself that he was a pervert. Dodging the crowds who'd defied the weather to start the Mardi Gras celebration, making eye contact with no one, he walked the few remaining blocks. His mood lifted when he reached his street. He jogged the final 20 yards to his townhouse. The latchkey was still hidden where he'd left it the morning he'd joined Basile to pick up Mrs. Duvall for an excursion to Jenny's house. Speaking of somebody being stupid and reckless, he muttered in self-deprecation. His picture was probably being circulated throughout FBI offices all over the country and abroad. He was a wanted man. There was a price on his head for kidnapping, and God only knew what other crimes. This was going to send his father's blood pressure off the charts. Gregory would be disowned and disinherited. So what to do? First order of business, a cold bottle of wine and a long hot shower. He would stay here tonight, pack in the morning, then get the hell out of Dodge tomorrow. He was a little hazy on exactly how he would finance a trip without his father's help. Should he throw himself on the mean old bastard's mercy one last time? Maybe if he spoke to his mother first, he could appeal to her maternal instinct. If Bat-Lady had one, deciding to sleep on it, he flipped on the light switch. "Hello, Gregory," he screamed. 2 policemen were lounging on his living room sofa. Like giant spiders, they'd been sitting in the dark waiting for him. In fact, one admitted it. "'Bout time you showed up. For 2 days we've been waiting for you." "Jesus," he said, scrutinizing Gregory's face up close. "You look like shit." "They can't call you pretty boy anymore," the other said. "Life as a fugitive just ain't what it's cracked up to be, huh? Well, your escapade is over. Your criminal career has been cut short, Gregory. Nipped in the bud, so to speak. Like that." He snapped his fingers an inch from Gregory's lumpy nose. He slumped backward against the wall, closed his eyes, and moaning, rolled his head from side to side. The nightmare continued. Chapter 31. The rain had slacked off, but dark, sulky clouds formed a low ceiling over the bayou. Remy stood in the open doorway of the shack and watched Basile lower the boat, bow first, into the water. He'd patched the bullet holes with material stored in a deep wooden box that stood against an exterior wall. From what she could tell, he had used a pitch-like substance and duct tape. The crude repair job also had required extensive crude swearing, but obviously it had worked because the boat remained afloat. He tethered it to the pier. "Is it watertight?" she asked as he approached the shack. "I might get there without sinking." "Where?" "Dreads, when?" "In the morning, if the rain clears out." "Could you fetch me a towel? If I go in like this, I'll track water all over the floor." He'd worked stubbornly and steadily throughout the day in a drenching rain without any protective gear. His jeans and shirt were soaked through. He took the towel from her with a laconic thanks, then retreated around the corner to wash up. When he reappeared a few minutes later, the towel was wrapped around his waist. Saying nothing, he took a change of clothing with him into the bathroom. His shoulders, she noticed, were sprinkled with freckles. When he came out of the bathroom, he motioned toward the table. "What's that? Supper?" Using what was available, she had laid out 2 place settings. She'd even found a candle in one of the drawers where cooking utensils were stored. It was standing in a pool of its own wax on a cracked saucer, but it softened the rusticity of the shack. "It's just chili and beans. But I thought you'd be hungry since you didn't eat lunch." "Yeah, fine." He sat down and she served the meal. A box of crackers and bottled water rounded out their menu. They ate in silence for several minutes. He was the first to speak. "Not quite what you're used to." She lowered her spoon to her bowl and gazed around the single room. It was furnished with mismatched cast-offs, warmed by a space heater, lighted by a Coleman lantern, but it was snug and dry, a sanctuary from the hostile terrain. "No, it's not what I'm used to, but I like it. Maybe because it's so different from anything I've seen before. Didn't a Cajun beau ever take you to his fishing camp on a date?" "I never went on a date, and I didn't have any beaux." She nibbled the corner off a saltine, then laid it on the rim of her bowl and reached for her glass of water. Catching his eye, she wondered at his astonishment. "What? You never went on a date?" "Not unless you count Pinky. I went straight from life with my mother to Blessed Heart to Pinky's house. Not much opportunity for boyfriends. I didn't even attend the school-sponsored dances. How come?" "I lived with Angel in a one-room apartment," she said quietly. "My impression of men wasn't very favorable. I had no desire to go to dances. Even if I had, Pinky wouldn't have permitted it." They lapsed into another silence, broken only by their spoons clinking against the crockery bowls. Finally he said, "Did you ever consider becoming a nun?" The question amused her. She laughed softly. "No, Pinky had other plans. The payback, I guess you could call it that. He married me the night after I graduated. No college? I wanted to go, but Pinky wouldn't allow it." "Pinky wouldn't have permitted it." "Pinky had other plans. Pinky wouldn't allow it." Taking umbrage at his tone, she said, "You don't understand?" "No, I don't. I'm not ignorant. I took every college course by correspondence that was offered. I don't think you're ignorant. Yes, you do. Your low opinion of me is all too obvious." Mr. Basile, looking ready to argue, he changed his mind, shrugged, and said, "It's none of my business. I just can't understand how a person, man or woman, turns their life over to someone else and says, 'Here, run this for me, will you?' Didn't you ever make an independent decision?" "Yes. I once defied Pinky's wishes and secretly applied for a job in an art gallery. I had studied art, I loved it, and during my interview I conveyed my appreciation and knowledge to the owner of the gallery. He hired me. It lasted 2 days. What happened? The gallery was burned to the ground. The building and everything in it was completely destroyed." She looked at him meaningfully. "They never caught the arsonist. But I never applied for another job either, no longer eating." He sat with his elbows on the table, clasped hands covering his mouth, staring at her over the ridge of his knuckles. There was a sprinkling of freckles across his cheekbones, too, she noticed. His eyes weren't brown, as she'd previously thought, but green, so deeply green they appeared brown unless one looked very closely. "Would you like some more?" At first, he seemed not to understand the question. Then he glanced down at his empty bowl. Please." He ate his second portion in silence. When he was finished, she began clearing the table. He offered to wash the dishes, and she let him. She dried. "I've never met anyone like you," he said. "This morning you practically begged me to return you to your husband, when it sounds to me like Duval defines emotional abuse. You're like a prisoner in your own home. You make none of the decisions. Your opinion doesn't count even where your own future is concerned. You're nothing except Duval's possession, something he shows off. Like his orchids. Orchids? He spends hours in his greenhouse cultivating orchids. You're kidding. No, but that's irrelevant. Please, finish your thought. My thought, I guess it doesn't bother you to be no more than a possession when you think of all you get in return. Fancy clothes, jewelry, a limousine and driver, like mother, like daughter. You just charge more than Angel. If he had slapped her, it couldn't have stung more. Throwing down the dish towel, she turned away, but one of his wet hands shot out and caught her by the wrist. Let go of me. You sold yourself body and soul to Pinky Duval, and you feel that because your mother was a drug-addicted whore, your decision was justified. Well, it doesn't wash Mrs. Duval. Kids can't choose their parents or the circumstances of their upbringing, but as adults we have choices, do we? You disagree? Maybe your choices were more clear-cut than mine, Mr. Basile? Oh, I think your choice was very easy. If I was a beautiful and desirable young woman, I might peddle myself to the highest bidder, too. Do you think so? I might. No, I mean, do you think I'm beautiful and desirable? Looking like he'd taken a clip on the chin, he released her wrist. But even though they were no longer touching, he held her with his stare. After a time, he said, Yeah, I do. Furthermore, you know I do. You use your sexuality like currency, and every man you meet wants to cash in, from a crusty old curmudgeon like Dredd to that stammering guy in the French market who sold you the oranges. Her lips parted in wordless surprise. That was me in the baseball cap running after you with a goddamn sack of oranges, he said, sounding angry. I was spying on you then, and I was spying the night you had your little tryst with Bardo in the gazebo. I did not have a tryst with Bardo. Not that night or any other time. He makes my skin crawl. That's not what it looked like to me. You're so self-righteous and quick to judge, which I find surprising since you of all people should know that things aren't always what they appear. You should know how extenuating circumstances can shade a situation. He advanced on her a step. The hell you talking about? You killed your partner. You fired the gun that caused his death. Technically, that's what happened. But judgments based on that fact alone would be unfair to you, because there were contributing factors when taken into account. Those factors exonerate you. Okay, so until you know all the circumstances of my life, how dare you preach to me about choices? Mrs. Duval? He said calmly. What? Have you ever yelled at your husband like this? The unexpected question and the calm manner in which he posed it took her off guard. His eyebrows went up. No? Well, maybe you should. Maybe he'd stop burning down buildings if you ever said, "How dare you" to him and threatened to leave. Leave? She exclaimed on a bitter laugh. What a brilliant idea, Mr. Basile. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I? Shh! He stepped up to her, placed one arm around her waist and the other hand over her mouth. She tried to wiggle free, but he increased the pressure of his arm, squeezing her waist tighter. Shh! Then she heard the noise that he had picked up seconds earlier. It sounded like a trolling motor. Since you don't know who it is, he said in a low voice, I advise you to keep quiet, remembering the men who had chased them from the crossroads. She nodded in understanding. He released her. Get the candle. She blew it out as he reached for the lantern, turning it down to barely a glow. Stay out of sight, placing his hand on the top of her head, as he had done in the boat when the helicopter flew over. He pushed her down and motioned her under the table. She crawled beneath it. As nimble as a shadow, he moved to the cabinet, and she watched him take the pistol from behind the top shelf. That was about the only place she hadn't searched for the gun today while he was busy with the boat. He tucked the pistol into the waistband of his jeans at the small of his back, then went to stand on the pier just outside the door. The sound of the motor grew louder. Soon a light appeared, flickering through the moss-draped branches and casting a faint apron of light on the rippling surface of the water in advance of the approaching boat. She could see enough to discern that it was approximately the size of the craft Basile had repaired that day. A man called out to him in Cajun French. He responded with a laconic "Evening, y'all." Remy felt the vibration when the boat pulled up alongside the pier and bumped into one of the rubber tire buffers on the piles. On hands and knees she crawled from beneath the table and across the room to the window that afforded her a better view. She raised her head only far enough for her eyes to clear the windowsill. There were 3 men huddled in the boat. She didn't know whether to reveal herself and alert them that she was a captive, or to remain hidden. She desperately needed to return to New Orleans. But would these men provide her safe passage? Or was she safer with Basile? While debating what to do, Basile asked them if the fish were biting. So they weren't lawmen. Or was Basile tricking her into thinking they weren't? She took another clandestine peek. The men were barely distinguishable in the pale light, but there was nothing in their rough appearance to distinguish them as law enforcement officers. Nor were there any official insignias on their boat. In English, the spokesman of the group told Burke that they weren't on a fishing expedition. We're looking for someone, a priest. Just any OL priest or one in particular? Basile kept his tone light, but Remy knew the friendliness was counterfeit. This priest, Father Gregory, we think maybe he was in trouble. Who knows? She detected the Gallic shrug behind the Cajun's words. If he has enemies, we don't want any trouble from them. What made you think he might have enemies? Basile listened to the man's tale without comment. When he finished, Basile said, "Lost in the swamp? Poor fool. In any event, nobody's been by this way since I got here several days ago." The three men in the boat held a whispered consultation. Then the spokesman thanked Burke, bade him good night, and they pushed off. Turning the boat around, they started back the way they'd come. Remy considered charging through the door and calling out to them, but decided against it. What about them had frightened Father Gregory more than the perils of the swamp? He must have had a compelling reason not to trust them. Or had he feared only that they would turn him over to the authorities? She stood up and ran toward the door, but Basile was there to block her. "You can scream and they'll come back," he said in a low, urgent voice. "But you have no guarantee that they won't hurt you." "What guarantee do I have that you won't? Have I so far?" She couldn't see his eyes, but she felt their intensity, and she knew he was right. Her safety was reduced to choosing the devil she knew. Sensing her decision, he crossed the room and extinguished the lantern, plunging the shack into total darkness. "Just in case they're around the bend watching," he said. "What do you think happened to Father Gregory after he sneaked away from the wedding?" she whispered. "God knows, but at least I know he made it that far." Gregory had resigned himself to dying soon. He wouldn't receive the death penalty for the role he'd played in the kidnapping, but he wouldn't last long in prison. Guys like him were prey, and they were outnumbered by predators. In a cell block, his lifespan might be a couple of months. But after even that amount of time, death would be a welcome release. He cowered in the back seat of the unmarked police car, his heart tripping crazily. But surprisingly, they weren't heading toward the Vieux-Carré station. "Are you taking me uptown?" Arresting officers ignored him and continued their conversation about their upcoming Mardi Gras party plans. When they passed police headquarters without even slowing down, Gregory's terror went into overdrive. "Where are you taking me?" The man in the passenger seat turned to him. "Will you shut up? We're trying to talk here." "Are you guys feds?" They laughed, and the driver said, "Yeah, that's us, feds." Disliking the sound of their snickers, Gregory began to whimper. "I was forced to be an accomplice. Basile, he's meaner than hell. He threatened to kill me if I didn't help him. I didn't even know what he was going to do. I didn't know anything about the kidnapping until it was a done deal. Since his avowals of innocence didn't seem to faze them, he took another tack. 'My daddy's rich. If you take me to his house, he'll pay you a lot of money, no questions asked. Just tell him what you want, and you'll get it. He's wealthy, I swear.'" "We know all about you, Gregory," said the one in the passenger seat. "Now shut the fuck up, or I'm liable to get mad." Gregory swallowed his next earnest entreaty and began to cry quietly. It was obvious to him now that he wasn't in the custody of law officers, and all doubt of that was removed when they drove into the underground parking garage of an office building. At this time of night, the garage was empty save for only a few other cars. A parking garage had been the setting for countless movie murders, and those grisly scenes kaleidoscoped through his mind. He figured that this was where they would have him face the concrete wall and shoot him in the back of the head. His faceless body would be discovered tomorrow morning by an office clerk arriving early for work. "Please," he blubbered, recoiling against the seat when they opened the car's rear doors. "Please, don't." But the man he'd mistaken for a cop reached into the back seat, grabbed him by the front of his shirt, and hauled him out. He sank to his knees and began to beg for his life, but they pulled him to his feet and prodded him toward the elevator. Okay, so they weren't going to shoot him in the parking garage. Probably didn't want to get blood on their clothes. They were going to take him up to the roof of the building and throw him off, making his execution look like a suicide. For being an accomplice in a kidnapping, Gregory James had gone over the edge. Literally, however, before reaching the roof, the elevator stopped on another floor. When he was dragged from the cubicle, Gregory was surprised to find himself in a carpeted corridor, lined on either side by mahogany doors. At the end of the austere hallway was a set of double doors bearing an engraved plaque. When he read the name etched into the brass, Gregory's knees buckled and he collapsed to the floor. "Get up," one of his escorts said. "Come on, don't be an asshole." Gregory assumed the fetal position and whimpered miserably. The double doors opened, and he heard a voice thundering down the hallway. "What's going on? He won't get up. What do you want us to do with him, Mr. Duvall?" Hearing the name spoken aloud was worse than reading it on the brass nameplate. Gregory covered his ears. But he watched a pair of shiny reptile loafers coming nearer, making size 11 impressions in the plush forest green carpet. When the shoes were within a few inches of his head, they came to a stop. From above him, Pinky Duval said, "It's not what we're going to do with him, gentlemen." From this point, Mr. James's fate is entirely up to him. Chapter 32. Mr. Duval, sir, pardon the interruption. It's Miss Flora on the telephone. She's in a state. Thank you, Roman. I'll take the call. As soon as the butler withdrew from his study at home, Duval picked up the extension. Flora, how are you, sweetheart? I'm worried sick is how I am. What's going on? I had to beg Roman to let me speak to you. He said he'd been instructed to hold all calls. Where's Remy? Why hasn't she come to see me? I haven't heard a word from her in days. Something terrible has happened. I know it. Calm down. Nothing terrible has happened. Then what's going on? Remy hasn't been here all week, and she never misses. Every time I call the house, I'm given the runaround. Your sister's had a bout with strep throat, evidently alarmed, she said. Is she okay? A few days more rest and she'll be fine. Why wasn't I told? Remy didn't want you to worry unnecessarily, so she asked the staff not to mention it to you. She's on antibiotics and is doing much better, although her throat is still very sore. It's hard for her to talk. I've been distracted by a case that is demanding all my time. I apologize for not calling. It's unforgivable of me. Pinky listened to the silence coming from the other end as Flora assimilated his lie. If he had told her the truth, he would have a hysterical woman on his hands, and that would only compound his problem. Flora was impulsive and unpredictable. He didn't need the additional worry of how she might react to her sister's abduction. Soon he would be faced with informing her of Remy's demise, but he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. Can I come see her tomorrow? She asked. I'm afraid not, sweetheart. She's contagious. The last thing she'd want is for you to catch the infection. Sister Beatrice would never forgive us if we started an epidemic of strep throat at the school. Did Dr. Caruth prescribe Remy's medication? What difference does it make? I don't know, Pinky. It's Remy's been so run down lately. So? Well, I was just thinking that maybe, I'm guessing of course, but could she be, pregnant? Pinky's eyes focused on the Steuben crystal paperweight on his desk, but he didn't really see it. Nothing registered except his young sister-in-law's absurd suggestion, which suddenly didn't seem so absurd. Unaware of his reaction, Flower continued, If she is, should she be taking antibiotics? She's not pregnant? Are you sure? If my wife was pregnant, don't you think I would know it? He snapped. Well, you don't have to bite my head off. I don't mean to pry, Pinky. It's just that I think Remy secretly yearns for a baby and regrets that she's never been able to conceive. I was hoping that might be the reason she's been so puny lately. I even asked her, what did she say? She said no. So there you have it. Why would she lie? I guess you're right, Flora said. It was just a thought. Then she asked if he would hold the phone up to Remy's ear. Just so I can say hi to her. I won't make her talk. She's asleep. Oh well. I guess you shouldn't wake her, she said, obviously downcast. She's been told about your calls and appreciates your concern. One reason I was so worried, she said as an afterthought. Remy must be awfully upset over Errol. You heard about that? I read about it in the newspaper. Remy must have freaked out. Actually, she doesn't know yet. She's been so ill, I haven't had the heart to give her the bad news.
Do the police have any leads?
None that I know of. I'm afraid it was one of those random acts of violence, a crime that will remain unsolved. Errol was strong as an ox, Flora mused aloud. How could an ordinary mugger get the jump on him? I don't wish to speak unkindly of the dead, but Errol's physical strength far exceeded his mental fortitude. He should have known better than to go for a stroll along the levee alone in the middle of the night. I guess, but it seems strange that... Tiring of the conversation, Pinky interrupted. Flora, sweetheart, you must excuse me. Have you given Fat Tuesday any thought, about me coming to your party? I've given it some thought, yes. But I haven't yet reached a decision, and I really can't talk about it now. Another call has just come in, and it pertains to my case. I'll give Remy your love. Okay, she replied with a marked lack of enthusiasm. Tell her to call me as soon as she feels up to it. Bye-bye. As soon as he hung up, Pinky asked Roman to summon Bardo. When the man arrived and entered the study, Pinky handed him a Rolodex card. Put one of your best guys on this, have him be discreet, but I want to know what she eats for breakfast. Bardo nodded and pocketed the card. Pinky asked him, has our pseudo-prize decided to cooperate? Bardo grinned evilly. We're giving him a little longer to think it over. What about McEwen? Heard from him yet? The policeman had failed to keep his appointment with Bardo earlier that evening. Men were sent to check his house. They reported that no one was at home and that the place was in total disarray, as though it had been abandoned in a hurry. I've got guys looking for him. He'll turn up, Bardo said with his customary cockiness. Then, Less sure, he asked. What if neither the fag or McEwen comes across? Pinky glanced down at the telephone and recalled his most recent conversation. Stroking the receiver with his finger, he smiled like a gambler with a winning ace up his sleeve. I'll try something else. Lord, who could that be? Joe Basile figured his wife had every reason to sound grumpy. Her day had got off to a bad start at dawn with Doug Patout's unannounced visit. Now she'd been awakened by the telephone in the wee hours. He groped for the receiver and answered on the fifth ring. Miss Basile, this is McEwen again. Please don't hang up on me until you hear me out. What is it, Mr. McEwen? He said impatiently. I lied to you this morning. Joe levered himself into a sitting position on the side of the bed. How so? I told you Basile had invited me to join him on a getaway. He didn't. But I must get in touch with him. I lied because I didn't want to involve you in this. Unfortunately, I've run out of options. Involve me in what?
Your brother is in a shitload of trouble.
Although more crudely put, his statement was consistent with Patout's. By trouble, do you mean that he's in danger? Grave danger. If you know where he is, you've got to tell me. I must reach him before anyone else does. That, too, was almost verbatim what Patout had said, after calling Dredd's Mercantile twice and receiving no answer. Joe hadn't tried again. Now he wished he had. If Burke had gone on a retreat, he was most likely at their fishing cabin. If Burke was anywhere in that vicinity, Dredd would know, personally. The grizzled taxidermist and his spooky dwelling gave Joe the willies, but there was a strong bond between Dredd and Burke. Joe reasoned he could rely on Dredd to tell him the truth, if he knew it. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to reach him. Mr. Basile, Joe, please tell me, McEwen implored. Do you know where Burke is? I told you this morning that I didn't. That's what you told me, but do you? His tone didn't sit well with Joe Basile. Forgive me, Mr. McEwen, but you're the one who sounds desperate and in trouble, not Burke. After a long pause, McEwen said, I apologize for insinuating that you're lying. In your place, I'd lie too. I respect your loyalty to Basile, but you've got to believe me when I tell you that you're doing him harm by not telling me how I can reach him. At the risk of sounding repetitive, I don't know where he is, Joe said, enunciating each word. You must have some idea, McEwen argued. Joe hesitated for only a millisecond, but McEwen seized upon it. What can I say that'll convince you to help me find him? What can I say? Characteristically, Burke was a light sleeper. That's why it surprised him that he didn't come awake until she began thrashing her arms. She was trying to raise her right hand and couldn't because it was shackled to his left. It was the sharp tugging on his wrist and the bite of the handcuffs that roused him from a deep sleep. At first he misunderstood the reason for her agitation. Hey, cut it out. But as he came more fully awake, he realized she wasn't struggling to free herself from him. The mosquito netting hanging from the ceiling had fallen and landed directly over her face. She was frantically trying to extricate herself from it. Her attempts had resulted in the fabric becoming wrapped around her left arm. The harder she tried to shake it off, the more entangled she became. She opened her mouth to scream, but her inhalation sucked the fabric into her mouth, increasing her panic. Relax? I'll get it off. Her eyes were open, but either she was in the throes of a nightmare or panic had pushed her beyond reason, because when Burke moved his hand toward her face and tried to help pull the gauzy material away, she began fighting him. She flung her head from side to side. When she tried to raise her head, that only drew the netting tighter across her face. She slapped at Burke with her left hand and continued to yank her right hand against the unyielding metal cup. He threw his right leg over hers to protect himself from her vicious kicks. Again she tried to scream, but the cloth was in her mouth, and the only sound she made was a harsh gasp. Be still, for God's sake, he said. I'm trying to help you. Finally he managed to get hold of the netting and pulled at it so hard that it ripped, relieving the tension across her face. But the torn sections drifted web-like over her. She brushed at them with her left hand until they were no longer touching her. Her breathing was labored and loud and rapid. You're all right, he said, speaking in a low, soothing voice. It's gone now. You're fine. He reached up to smooth away strands of hair, but her left hand struck his hard. Don't touch me. Calm down, he said, patting the air between them. The mosquito netting fell over you, that's all it was. She stared at him dazedly while her breathing gradually slowed down. Could you use a drink of water? She nodded. Earlier, she had set a glass of water on the rickety three-legged table that acted as a nightstand. Burke reached across her for it. Can you sit up? Propping herself on her elbows, she drank from the glass he held for her. Rain was still pattering monotonously on the shack's corrugated tin roof. Even so, a muddy gray moonlight shone through the windows. Tense and watchful, he had stood at the door for at least half an hour after the men in the fishing boat departed. He hadn't sensed any menace from them, merely curiosity over the priest whom they had rescued from certain disaster, only to have him vanish during a wedding celebration. But preferring to err on the side of caution, Burke had refrained from relighting the lantern and had stood vigil until he was satisfied that they posed no threat. Finally, he had suggested that he and his hostage turn in. He had handcuffed her to him again, which had sparked another argument which he had won by citing that she had a possible means of escape now that the boat had been repaired. In light of her nightmare, he felt pretty rotten about keeping her shackled, especially since it wasn't entirely for safety's sake that he wanted to lie beside her. She drank from the glass so greedily that water dribbled from the corners of her mouth. When she had drunk it all, he returned the empty glass to the table. "Better now?" Again she didn't speak, but only nodded. His eyes touched on her brow, cheekbone, nose, and mouth. After only a moment's hesitation, he whisked the pad of his thumb across her chin and lower lip, and it came back wet. "I'm not going to kick you, Basile. Something desire, maybe, had made him muddle-headed." "What?" She shifted uncomfortably, and he realized that his leg was still lying across hers, trapping them against the mattress. His foot, his calf, even the inside of his thigh, touching her as a lover might. His crotch was pressed snugly against her hip. His eyes lowered to her lips again. He had touched them with his thumb. They were wet and incredibly soft. "Don't, Basile. Please, Chapter 33, the words were whispered, but they couldn't have been clearer. Her plea for him to desist covered about 6 transgressions that sprang immediately to mind. With more self-restraint than a man should have to exercise in a lifetime, he withdrew his leg and lay back down. For a time, he was absorbed with his own misery. But he became aware of her massaging her right wrist with her left hand. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "A little. You were yanking on it hard. That's what woke me up. Do you need something for it?" Now, wasn't he being a good Boy Scout? Not only was he keeping his hands off her at her request, he was also offering to render aid. Either he deserved a Medal of Commendation or the Pussy of the Year award. "If you're so concerned about my wrist, you could remove the handcuffs." "Not a chance." "Please. No, don't ask me any more. Screw Boy Scouting." They were close enough for him to feel every breath she took, and desire wasn't something that retreated upon command, but there were barriers between them more impenetrable than a steel bolster. Not the least of which was that she had said, "Don't, Basile," and, although he was a kidnapper, he wasn't a rapist. Second, she was another man's wife. True, adultery was a popular, acceptable sin. If public stoning were still the punishment for extramarital fun and games, the planet would have been depleted of rocks a long time ago. As sins go, adultery was a huge yawn. Religious aspects aside, there was the moral implication. He would like to think himself a notch above Barbara and her football coach, and anyway, the lady candidate had said no, so it wasn't going to happen no matter what, so he ordered himself to stop thinking about it and go to sleep. He lay there for a long time, wide awake, and about as relaxed as a 2x4. He sensed she was finding it equally difficult to fall asleep again. He wasn't particularly in the mood for a chat, but he feared if he didn't break the strained silence, his jawbone was going to crack. "Was it a nightmare?" "Not exactly," she replied. "More like a, yes, I guess you could call it a nightmare." "Associated with your fear of suffocation?" He felt her nod. One didn't have to think about it too long and hard to figure it out. "What happened to you?" She took so long to answer, he thought she was going to ignore the question. But then she did begin to speak, haltingly. "I was 12. He was one of Angel's regulars. I had learned at a very early age that when a man was in the house, I was to keep still and quiet, not to cry, not to whine, not to ask for anything or draw attention to myself. I tried to make myself as small as possible, first to avoid punishment, then later to avoid being noticed. I wished to be invisible so they wouldn't look at me. But this one wouldn't let me ignore him. He always placed himself in my path, teased me, made remarks to Angel about me that I didn't understand at first, then came to understand too well. One night she brought him home with her after work. It was very late, and I was already asleep, but their laughter woke me up. They were high, of course, and continued their party without paying any attention to me. Eventually they passed out in Angel's bed, and I went back to sleep. I'm not sure how much time passed. If I'd come awake sooner, I could have fought him off and run out of the apartment. But when I woke up, he was already on me, holding my arms above my head. I was wearing a t-shirt and panties. He had pushed my shirt up and covered my face with it. Burke closed his eyes and lay perfectly still. Several moments elapsed before she continued in a faraway voice. I had just begun to develop. My breasts were tender. He was whispering horrible things. His breath smelled bad and his fingers pinched, and I couldn't breathe. He pushed his hand inside my underwear and, well, he was hurting me. I tried to call out, but my face was covered and I couldn't breathe. Gasping again, she laid her left hand on her chest. Gradually, her rising panic subsided. Angel woke up and saw what he was doing. She raised a ruckus and threw him out. Did she report him? Have him arrested? Simultaneously, they turned their heads toward each other. Remy gave him a strange look. Angel wasn't angry at him. She was angry at me. I got a lashing for luring her boyfriend into my bed. Jesus Christ. I was lucky she woke up before he could do more than fondle me. Actually, the episode gave her the idea of putting me to work. I guess she saw more earning potential from a child prostitute than a child pickpocket. She never actually shared the idea with me, but I knew what she was thinking. I'd catch her watching me with a thoughtful, speculative expression. After that night, I began sleeping with a butcher knife. I cut 2 of her friends and threatened several more. But I knew that it was only a matter of time before one of them raped me. Then Angel got pregnant. She was furious because she didn't realize she was pregnant until too late to have an abortion. As her pregnancy progressed, she dealt more drugs to make up for the lost income from dancing and the other. When Flara was born, she put me in charge of the baby so she could go back to work. She never got around to implementing her plans for me. I was lucky. Wasn't any of this ever reported? Where were the child protection people? An agent from social services came around regularly. Riley, she added. She bought drugs from Angel until the agency found out and fired her. They never assigned a replacement. Burke covered his eyes with his right forearm. A good part of his childhood he'd been without a father, but, as he recalled, the main challenges facing him had been to get his homework turned in on time and to keep his half of the room he shared with Joe reasonably straight, to avoid a lecture from their mother, who was affectionate and attentive even though she had to work very hard to support them. Remy had faced daily challenges just to survive. The creep who'd fondled her when she was 12 years old had left her with a legacy of nightmares, a pathological fear of suffocation and self-consciousness. The story explained why she frequently crossed her arms over her breasts, but that didn't gel. She wore low-cut dresses and outfits that emphasized her bosom. Lowering his arm, he sat up and looked down at her. Why'd you tell me that story? Did you make it up, so I'd feel sorry for you?
It's the truth, but I don't care whether or not you believe a word of it, so long as it kept me off you, right?
Go to hell, she said angrily. That was the first time he'd ever heard her use even a mild curse, and it stunned him into a more rational frame of mind. He believed her story. 3 times he'd seen her panic when her breathing was hampered. Besides, who could have invented such a tale? It was too horrific not to be true. Slightly mollified, he asked, Okay, why'd you tell me? Because you're the man who has me handcuffed, she shot back. I've been a victim. I didn't like it. I refuse to be your victim, Mr. Basile. Have I harmed you? Harmed me, she repeated on an incredulous laugh. You don't understand anything, do you? For a street-savvy narcotics officer, you're not very smart. No, you haven't beat me or raped me or starved me or physically hurt me, but after this, do you really think a man as fastidious as Pinky will have me back? Why in hell would you want to go back, he asked, angry in his own right. He's got you locked into a relationship that's goddamn medieval. I didn't know such a thing existed in the free world. Why in God's name do you stay with the son of a bitch? Don't you think I've tried to leave? She cried. I did once. I saved enough money to buy a bus ticket. That's right, Mr. Basile. I don't have any money of my own. I get an allowance, spending money. I can afford to buy oranges in the market, but not much more than that. It took me months to scrape together enough to buy that ticket, and I did so by stealing money from Pinky's wallet a few dollars at a time so he wouldn't notice. My bodyguard at the time was a man named Lute Dusky. I slipped away from him inside Maison Blanche. I got all the way to Galveston, Texas, where I got a job watering plants in a nursery. I found an inexpensive boarding house that rented rooms by the week. I took long walks on the beach, relishing my freedom and making plans on how I would send for Flara and we'd start a new life. I was on my own for 4 whole days. On the 5th day, I glanced up to see Pinky walking toward me down the aisle of the greenhouse where I was watering flats of begonias. I'll never forget the expression on his face. He was smiling. He congratulated me on my cleverness. It wasn't often that someone put something over on him, he said. I should feel very proud of myself. Naturally, I was flabbergasted. I expected him to be furious. Instead, he said if I no longer wished to be married to him, he had no intention of holding me. If I'd only asked, he would have let me go with no hard feelings. If I wanted my freedom, I could have it. There was a catch. Yes, there was a catch, she said, her voice hoarse with emotion. He asked me to walk back to the car with him. I only had to look beyond the tinted windows in the back seat of the limousine to know the price I must pay for my freedom. Flara. He'd brought her with him. She was about the age I was when my mother's Johns began to notice me. I was free to go my own way, Pinky said, but Flara would remain with him. Finding his eyes with hers, she said, You talk of choices, Mr. Basile. Tell me, what choice did I have? He expelled an expletive. She would replace you. That's the best I could hope for her. The best? From the day Pinky became my guardian, he coddled me because in his mind he loves me. He has no such feeling for Flara. He's generous and kind to her, but his kindness is extended only to pacify me and has nothing to do with an emotional attachment to her. Pinky knows I love my sister more than anything in the world. If I ever left him, he would use her to punish me.
And I'm afraid that for getting myself kidnapped, that's what he'll do.
Oh, one more thing. On our return trip home from Galveston, we stopped for something to eat. Pinky took Flara inside the cafe, but asked that I remain behind and lend a hand to Errol, Lute Dusky's replacement. What Errol did was take several heavy plastic bags from the trunk of the limo and throw them into a dumpster behind the restaurant. I never saw or heard of Mr. Dusky again. She paused and looked at him puissantly. I think, Mr. Basil, that the best you can hope for is to die quickly. This was a night for firsts. She began to cry. Throughout the ordeal, she hadn't shed a single tear. He'd seen tears well up in her eyes, but she'd never actually wept. He almost touched her, caught himself just in time, and withdrew his hand. But then he saw tears leaking from the outside corners of her eyes and rolling down her temples into her hairline. He moved his hand nearer until his knuckles barely touched the side of her face and brushed the tears away. She didn't recoil, so he wiped the tears from the other side of her face as well. I can't let Flara be damaged on my account, she said in an urgent whisper. I love her. From the day she was born, I've loved her and tried to protect her. She's all that is mine on this earth. Even my baby was taken from me. Burke suddenly understood that when he'd seen her in the gazebo, what he'd mistaken for a display of her sensuality had actually been an expression of unbearable loss. She repeated the gesture now, splaying her left hand over her lower abdomen, reacting impulsively. Not stopping to think about it first, he covered her hand with his. Stunned by the intimacy, she stopped crying instantly. Burke was rather astonished himself. He stared at their stacked hands to confirm that what he was feeling was real. A stillness settled over them. Each was aware of the other's suspended breath, of heartbeats chaotic, but oddly in sync, of spreading heat beneath their skin, of the pressure of his hand covering hers. He raised his head and looked at her. The darkness was split by their searching gazes, eager to connect. Did you love your wife? Her whisper was so faint he could barely hear it above his pounding heart. Barbara? Did you love her? Barbara had made more of an impact on him than any woman he'd met up to that point. She had excited and stimulated him. He had felt better when with her than without, but through courtship and years of togetherness, all the times they'd had sex before and after marriage, through every bitter quarrel as well as the good times, he had never felt what he was feeling now. It was a total, complete, saturating, all-encompassing passion for another human being.
I thought I did, he answered, baffled by the misconception he had lived under. Maybe not. Slowly, he repositioned himself until his face hovered above hers, until their hands, those handcuffed together and those not, were clasped on either side of her face, and he could feel her breasts rising and falling beneath him, and taste her breath on his lips. He laid his cheek along hers, rubbed his nose against her earlobe, inhaled her scent.
For one forbidden moment, he imagined his mouth being intimate with hers, his hands exploring that demanding part of himself being enveloped by her body. The images were so real, he moaned with longing, but he pulled back. When he did, she opened her eyes. Tears still glazed them. They also reflected her confusion. Basile? God knows I want you, he said raspily, but I won't take you. I won't give you a reason to hate me. Chapter 34. Dredd saw him coming and was standing at the edge of his pier. About time you showed up. I gave you up for a 30. Nobody's killed me yet, Burke said, responding to the policeman's term for a murder victim. The rain kept me away. Noticing Burke's primitive repairs, he asked, What happened to my boat? It got me here, didn't it? Burke snapped, immediately defensive. He was in the worst of moods, and the sooner his friend understood that, the better. Ground rules for any dialogue should be laid now, so there wouldn't be hard feelings later. His malcontent stemmed from the night he'd spent lying next to Remy while upholding his resolve not to touch her. What he'd told her last night was only partially true. If he made love to her, she would hate him. He would be like all the other men, including her husband who had exploited her. The flip side to that coin was that if he made love to her, he would hate himself. 5 days ago, he'd been contemptuous of her for maintaining a relationship, any relationship, with a bastard like Pinky Duval. His contempt had shielded him from his own attraction. But now, knowing what he did about her life before and after Pinky entered it, his opinion of her had changed, drastically, disturbingly. He could no longer rely on his contempt to keep him honorable. How's it going? As the boat drifted toward the pier, Burke tossed the rope up to Dredd. Don't ask. Dredd maneuvered his cigarette to the opposite corner of his mouth. I'd ask what's up. But I think I can pretty well guess that the Pituette is getting to you, is she? As Burke climbed onto the pier, he shot his friend a sour look. What makes you say that? I weren't born yesterday. That's what makes me say that. If she'd been a butt-ugly old gal, this still would have been a bad idea. But seeing as she's... I get your point, Burke said testily. Dredd wheezed his chain-smoker's laugh. I'd gauge by Father Kevin's scowl that he hasn't broken his vows of chastity, but he's sure as hell been tempted to. Burke ignored his teasing and strode along the pier toward the building. Have you got any coffee? Do gators shit in the water? I don't know. Do they? Where's Remy at? I left her in the cabin. Alone? She'll be okay. Dredd's dubious look made Burke feel even more uneasy about a decision that had made him uneasy in the first place. How long will you be gone? She'd asked before he left. As long as it takes me to get to Dredd's place, pick up some supplies, and get back. Hours. You'll be fine. Take me with you. Bad idea. Why? Because I don't know what I'll find when I get there. I might have to be flexible, and I can't be if I'm worried about you getting hurt. I could get hurt here. If a boat comes by, stay out of sight. I'll get back as soon as I can. What if they arrest you, and I'm stranded here? I'll tell them where you are. What if you're killed, and I'm stranded here? Dredd knows where to find you. The argument continued for another half hour, but he had remained resolute. Now, as he sipped Dredd's strong coffee, he was still haunted by her little girl-lost expression as she stood in the doorway of the shack and watched him leave. He wouldn't draw an easy breath until he got back and found her safe. He hadn't forgotten about the men who'd happened by early last evening looking for Father Gregory. He mentioned Gregory to Dredd now. Did he by chance come back here? After stealing my boat? Not bloody likely. I'd have shot him on sight. Burke related the story he'd heard from the search party. I'll be goddamn, Dredd cackled. A wedding? That's what they said. Burke gestured toward the vintage black-and-white TV set. Dredd disdained communication with the outside world and turned on the TV only if there was a hurricane brewing in the Gulf. But Burke had asked him to monitor the local news. Anything about us? Nary a word, as I thought. Duvall doesn't want anyone to know his wife's been abducted. Bad publicity. It appears that way, but how long can his wife be gone before somebody else notices? There are servants in the house, but they'll keep quiet if Duvall tells them to. However, Remy's got a sister. She'll begin to wonder if she hasn't already. Oh, it's Remy now, is it? Ignoring the jibe, Burke took a slip of paper from the pocket of his jeans and slapped it onto the counter. Here's my shopping list. Do you have anything fresh? Like what? Vegetables. Fruit. She likes oranges. Likes oranges, Dredd repeated as he took a final drag on his cigarette before grinding it out in the hollow belly of a ceramic alligator. Burke, if I was a younger, stronger man, if I didn't like you so much, I'd wrestle you down and hog-tie you to keep you from going through with this business. But I'm old, and not as strong as I used to be, and I do like you. So all I've got to fight you with is a few words of caution. I don't like messing in any other man's business, but here goes. Yeah, here goes. Dredd blew out a cloud of smoke that he'd been savoring in his lungs. Why don't you take that pretty lady on out of here? If you like her, and she feels the same, why don't you two just disappear? Get out while you can. Leave this business behind and go off someplace together? She wouldn't run away with me, Dredd. And even if she would, I wouldn't leave this business, as you call it, unfinished. How's it going to wind up? Where's it going? I don't know, but you know where it ain't going, Dredd said, emphasizing his statement by jabbing a horny finger at Burke. It ain't going nowhere nice. No, it's not. Dredd tugged on his beard in exasperation. You've got your revenge on Duvall, he said, raising his voice. You took his wife. Whether or not you've screwed her, you've made your point with him. End it, Burke. It'll end when Duvall is dead. Why are you doing this? Why? Because I have to, he shouted. Then, ameliorating his tone, he said irritably, Just get the stuff so I can get out of here, okay? Grumbling beneath his breath, Dredd snatched up the list and began gathering the items from his shelves and angrily tossing them into a paper bag. Burke walked over to the payphone, fed it coins, and placed a call. It was answered on the second ring. Good morning, Duvall, he said. I thought I might catch you up early. Basile. Coming from Pinky Duvall's lips, his name sounded like an epithet. Good. He hoped to God he had become the lawyer's nemesis.
You have made one huge mistake, Basile, a larger, more suicidal mistake than Stewart made when he ran into that warehouse. Kevin didn't know what he was up against. I do. Then you know that I'm going to kill you. Kill me. You've got to find me first, you motherfucker. Burke hung up, but for several moments he stared thoughtfully into near space. The man's wife had been kidnapped. She'd been missing for several days in the custody of a man who'd sworn vengeance.
Yet Duvall hadn't made a single inquiry about her well-being. Burke repeated this time with real feeling. "You motherfucker?" The dial tone filled Pinky's ear. "It wasn't long enough to trace, Mr. Duvall," said an assistant from the adjoining office. "Sorry, we can have our man over at Central trace it, but it'll take a while." "It doesn't matter." To the assistant's dismay, Duvall began to laugh, softly at first, then with a sinister gusto. Looking across at Wayne Bardo, who was also smiling, he said, "Basile sounded so goddamn complacent. The son of a bitch doesn't know we already have him." Bardo, sharing Duvall's good humor, dropped a manila folder onto his desk. "This will make your morning." Pinky read the label on the envelope as he dumped the contents onto his desk. "So soon? I'm impressed." He thumbed through the black and white photos. They were grainy, the quality hampered by distance, but the subjects in them were clearly identifiable. Pinky tisked, "Shame, shame, Dr. Caruth," then to Bardo, "Get the new guy to bring the car around. I'm going to make a house call." Dredd had placed the staples in the boat by the time Burke rejoined him on the pier. "Found a couple of oranges," he muttered grumpily. "Thanks, you got enough there to last you several days." Burke nodded, but he was distracted by other concerns. "Dredd, I fanned Duvall's fire just now, so watch yourself. First sign of trouble, you head for the swamp and lose yourself. I can take care of myself, thank you, Sonny. I may be old and gray, but I'm not helpless." "Listen to me," Burke said, making sure he had Dredd's undivided attention. "Anybody on Duvall's payroll you do not fuck around with. Promise me you'll make yourself scarce if anyone suspicious comes around. Be on guard." Okay. Aw, hell. There's the phone. I'll see you in a couple of days, if not before." Dredd headed back toward the shack, cursing either the ringing telephone or Burke's admonition. Burke wasn't sure which. He was fond of the older man. If anything happened to Dredd, he would never forgive himself for involving him. Burke! He'd covered only about 20 yards when he heard Dredd's shout above the boat motor. He turned and looked. Dredd was signaling him back. He brought the boat around, shouting, "What is it?" "Telephone for you." His heart lurched. Had he miscalculated his timing? Had Duvall traced the call that quickly? Was he on his way here now? Adrenaline kicked in. He leaped onto the pier before the boat came to a full stop. "Who is it? Your brother?" Burke drew up short. "Joe. How many you got? What's he want? How do you know to reach me here? Shouldn't you be asking him?" Burke jogged back to the shop and was breathing hard when he reached the telephone. "Joe, hey. Can't believe I'm actually speaking to you. I was calling to leave a message with Dredd for you to phone me if you showed up at his place. You okay?" "Hell, big brother, I'm fine. You're the one who's supposed to be in trouble. At least everyone seems to think so. What are you talking about?" "For starters, Doug Patout shows up here yesterday morning just after daylight. He'd been driving most of the night and was about as glum as anybody I've ever met." "Over what?" "Your mysterious disappearance." He hem-hawed around before coming right out and saying that you were in a jam. "Asked me did I know where you had gone?" To which you told him, "The truth. I didn't know. I told him I might have a hunch, but family loyalty being what it is, I wouldn't share my speculations." "Good. Thanks, Joe. Hold it. There's more. While Linda was entertaining him in the kitchen, I took a phone call in the den. It was Mac McQuinn. Geez, what did he want? Same thing. His hints were a little more exaggerated. That's Mac. But I told him exactly what I told Doug Patout, that I couldn't help him. After Patout left, I tried twice to reach Dredd on the outside chance you were at the fishing camp and the two of you had been in touch. Neither of those calls was answered. I got sort of spooked and thought maybe you were in danger. I'm not." "Then why are Patout and this guy McQuinn convinced you are? McQuinn doesn't take no for an answer." "How well I know." He called again in the middle of the night, sounding even more strung out than before. "I told him to fuck off." "Good. But, Burke," he called again this morning. "By now, Linda's freaking out, thinking you're dead or something. McQuinn's begging, swearing he means you well, vowing that if I didn't tell him what he needed to know, we'd be planning a funeral. He said that if I didn't shed light on your whereabouts, you were as good as dead. So I did." "Did what?" "Shed light." Burke backed into the wall, thumping it hard with his head. "What's going on, Burke? Did I do the right thing?" Burke couldn't fault his brother for divulging information to McQuinn. Mac was persistent and persuasive. Joe's heart had been in the right place. "Don't worry about it. What's up? Is there something I can do?" Patout said it was a confidential police matter. Something like that. "Burke, if you're in trouble, listen, Joe, I'm sorry, but I haven't got much time. His mind was clicking along at a furious pace. Now he began speaking just as rapidly. Don't interrupt, please. Just do what I'm telling you. Get out of town for a few days, take the family, go by car, pay in cash, no credit cards, no public transportation. What the hell, do it, Burke shouted. I love you, Linda, the kids, do it. After a moment, Joe reluctantly agreed. Okay, for how long? I'll call your office and leave a message on voicemail. Get a new retrieval code. Don't let anyone know where you're going? Clear? Clear. And Joe, call Nancy Stewart. Kev's widow? Right. Tell her to take the boys and go somewhere. Same instructions. Same urgency. Got it? Yes. Thanks, Joe. What time did Mac call this morning? Less than an hour ago. From New Orleans, I suppose, yeah. Did you give him directions to Dred's? No, he wanted to bypass Dred's and go straight to our cabin. Shit, now I've really got to go. Take care, Joe. He hung up and raced for the door. Dred was on the gallery, blocking his path. Burke dodged him with the alacrity of an NFL running back and continued running down the pier without breaking his stride. Joe gave Mac McCune directions to our cabin, he called over his shoulder. Damn, what side is McCune's bread buttered on? I don't know, that's what worries me. Will somebody be with him? Wouldn't surprise me. In any case, I've got to head him off. Want me to come along? This is my problem, Dred. Untie that line, please, he said as he jumped into the boat. I had a problem once. You helped me. You've already helped, and I'll be eternally grateful. He started the motor. By the way, you'll be glad to know your medicines worked. Remy's wounds have healed. If something happens to me, be sure and tell her. Just tell her I'm sorry for everything. Chapter 35. Mac McEwen mentally calculated the odds of his getting lost and figured them very good. He had rented the boat from a guy with more warts than teeth who claimed never to have heard of the Basile brothers or their fishing camp. McQuinn suspected him of lying and was glad he had Joe Basile's directions written down. The locals seemed to regard the swamp as their terrain and resented the intrusion of others. As far as he was concerned, they could keep this godforsaken country to themselves. He couldn't fathom why some rhapsodized the natural beauty of the bayous and swamps of his native state. They were infested with insects, snakes, alligators, bobcats, boars, and other wildlife, and he wanted no part of any of it. Even as a kid, he hadn't liked the great outdoors. A horse racing track was about the closest he wanted to get to it. That and his own backyard. Thoughts of home brought Tony to mind. God, what must she be thinking? Last night, about the time he was supposed to be meeting Del Ray Jones and Wayne Bardo, he'd been packing his young, beautiful wife off to her mama in Jackson, Mississippi. When he began slinging her belongings into suitcases, naturally she had become a trifle upset and demanded to know what in hell was going on. He'd improvised a cock and bull story about a drug dealer they'd busted who'd threatened the narcs involved in the sting with reprisals against their families. It's probably just so much talk, but Patot advised us to take the necessary precautions. She'd bought the lie. But even if she hadn't, he wasn't giving her a choice. She was getting safely out of town, period. End of argument. Duvall's deadline had expired, and that wasn't going to go unnoticed. They would come looking for him with the hunting instinct and determination of bloodhounds. Duvall's subtle remarks about Tony had got his attention just as the attorney knew they would. Mac knew what Wayne Bardo was capable of doing to a woman. He'd seen the 8x10s of murder scenes where Bardo was implicated but never indicted. So Tony had been shuttled out of town, and she would remain in Jackson until this mess between Burke Basile and Pinky Duval was resolved one way or another. Goddamn, how had he gotten himself caught in the crossfire? Of course he knew how. Gambling, his addiction, was responsible for all the wrong choices he'd made, and he'd made plenty. Every misdeed he'd ever committed harkened back to supporting his habit. It was common knowledge that he placed a bet or two here and there. But no one was aware of the lengths to which he'd gone to cover debts, not his folks or his wife or the people he worked with. No one. But he knew, and his conscience ate at him. He swore to God that if he and Tony got out of this situation unscathed, he would never make another wager as long as he lived. But in the next breath, he bet himself 100 to 1 that he would break that vow. Suddenly, there was the cabin. Mac almost laughed out loud. When he'd set out in the boat, he didn't believe he had a prayer of actually finding the place. But he had followed Joe Basile's directions to a T, and, lo and behold, there it was, just as Basile had described it, right down to the retreads attached to the pier. It was too late for approaching with caution. In the desolate silence, Basile had surely heard the boat's motor well before it came into view. Right now, he was probably watching from one of the screened windows. Mac's heart was knocking inside his chest as though it knew it was in the crosshairs of a rifle's scope. He killed the motor and let the small craft drift alongside the pier. He called out, "I'm alone, Basile, and I've got to talk to you." With both hands, he reached for one of the posts and held on, then clumsily climbed out of the boat and secured the rope. Although the day was cool, his pores were leaking nervous sweat. He sensed hungry, hostile eyes watching him from myriad hiding places along the banks of the bayou, but none so menacing as Basile's. His footsteps echoed loudly as he walked along the pier toward the crude dwelling. He was trained to spot signs of impending danger, but all his policeman's training deserted him. He had embarked on new territory, as remote and alien to him as Neptune. He felt incompetent and clumsy, and that was no way for a law officer to approach a problem, especially one on the scale of Burke Basile. When he reached the screen door, he swallowed dryly. "Burke, this is no good, man. Let me come inside and talk to you, okay?" Keeping his hands in sight, he pulled open the screen door. Wooden door behind it was unlocked. Mac pushed it open, hesitated a moment, then stepped inside. Eyes darting about, he gave the single room a quick survey. Son of a bitch, he felt like a fool, and was exceedingly frustrated because the shack was deserted, and it was immediately obvious that it hadn't been occupied for a long time. Not by humans, anyway. A varmint had chewed up part of the seat cushion in one of the armchairs. Roaches headed for cover. A spider ignored him as he continued to weave his web around the lantern hanging on a peg. Water dripped ponderously from the faucet over the stained kitchen sink. Joe Basile had been wrong. Either that, or he was as wily as his older brother and, sensing danger for Burke, had deliberately sent his gullible colleague on a wild goose chase. Now what? Now what was he fucking going to do? He couldn't go back without Basile. Without Basile, he didn't even want to think about it. But suffice it to say that the stinking, scary swamp was nothing compared to the hell awaiting him back in New Orleans if he didn't produce Basile. Disgusted, Mac turned. He drew up short and sucked in a quick breath when he saw the silhouette outlined in the screened door. Dredd was baiting a trot line when a car appeared in the gravel lane leading from the main road. He watched it approach, brake to a crawl, then come to a stop. Driver alighted. Seeing Dredd, he waved. "Hi, Dredd." Gregory James came along the pier cautiously, smiling sickly. "How's it going?" "You Peckerwood," Dredd snarled. "Where's my boat? I ought to open you up and use your guts as bait." He brandished the knife he'd been using to cut up his bait. Gregory held up his hands in surrender. "I'm sorry about your boat. I'll pay for it. My daddy's rich. What are you doing here? Too bad you weren't here earlier." "You just missed your friend Burke Basile." "Where is he?" "Wouldn't you like to know? Can we go inside and talk?" Dredd turned away. "I got better things to do. Dredd, please, look at me." Dredd stopped what he was doing and looked more closely at the younger man's face. Parts of it were still swollen and rearranged. It was badly bruised, but between the bruises his skin was pale and his features were pinched and tense. Mumbling self-deprecations to his soft-heartedness, Dredd motioned for Gregory to follow him into the store. As soon as they got inside, Gregory began babbling. "I only have 10 minutes. "Till what?" "Till they come here after you. They're going to hold you at gunpoint if they have to, torture you, I don't know. But they're not going home without Remy Duval and Burke Basile, and you're going to take them to their hiding place." "The hell I am." "Then they'll kill you." "Who's they?" "Men who work for Duval." "Bardo?" He shook his head. "Bardo stayed in the city. These are 2 other guys who were waiting for me at my house when I got home. I'm still listening. I made a deal with Duval last night. I could either go to jail with the assurance of being locked up with bull queers who'd have their way with me until my bowels ruptured and I bled to death, or I could lead these hit men to the place where I last saw Basile and Duval's wife." Dredd snorted with contempt. "Sounds like you made yourself a sweet deal, you chicken shit faggot." "If I had really accepted the deal, would I be warning you?" Gregory said, his voice squeaky with desperation. "Besides, after I've expended my usefulness, they'll exterminate me too." "So that's why you're warning me? So I'll protect you?" "Probably, but I don't know." He tugged on his lower lip, drawing blood from a cut still there. "I felt bad about screwing up Basile's plan. It's on account of me that Mrs. Duval got shot. Or maybe it's because I've always taken the coward's way out, and this is a way to redeem myself." "Save it for confession," Dredd said scornfully. "Ash Wednesday's still 2 days away. You can make atonement then." "Okay, I don't blame you for mistrusting my motives, but we're down to 7 minutes. They're waiting at the main road. If I'm not back to report that there are no other customers in the store, they're going to come in, pretending to be fishermen, and take you off guard." Dredd thoughtfully scratched his chin through his beard. "If you're being straight with me, why'd you lead them here?" "So I would at least have a fighting chance of getting out of this alive." "How do I know you're not setting me up? How do I know that you're not betraying me by pretending to betray Duval? Do you think I'm that clever?"
Dredd gave him a long, calculating look. Good point. So you believe me?
Call me a damn fool, Dredd muttered. But I think I do. What are we going to do? I don't know yet, but you need to sit down before you fall down. You're as nervous as a whore in church. Thirsty? I'll get you a Dr. Pepper. Gregory gratefully took a chair at the table Dredd indicated. From the corner of his eye, Dredd saw him recoil from the baby alligator heads. A dozen of them had been shellacked and left to dry on the table. Here. Dredd passed him an open can of the cold drink. Gregory clutched it with a shaking hand and gulped it. What's our plan? He asked between drinks. I'll be on the pier, fishing. Okay, Gregory agreed. Where will I be? Dredd peered deeply into the younger man's eyes. I shade, what the hell? Going out like a light, Gregory fell forward, his head thumping on the tabletop an inch from one of the gator's gleaming open maws. The boy just can't hold his Dr. Pepper. Dredd moved behind Gregory, caught him beneath the arms, and dragged his limp form into the bedroom, where he placed him on the far side of the bed between it and the wall. It wasn't an ideal hiding place, but it would be temporary. Gregory would wake up with a slight headache from banging his head on the table, but he would suffer no after effects from the sleeping potion that Dredd had added to his soft drink. It was a small dosage, just enough to knock him unconscious and keep him out of the way while Dredd dealt with Duval's goons. The adrenaline rush he was experiencing was better than any drug Mother Nature or man had devised. He didn't miss the bullshit politics of his former job, the rules and regulations, the confinement, but he did miss the excitement until now. He hadn't realized how badly he'd missed it. He was looking forward to the next several minutes. If Gregory was telling the truth and if his calculations were correct, Dredd figured he had 4 minutes at the outside until the fishermen showed up. Between now and then, he had a lot to do. Hey, Mac, what brings you out this way?
You scared the shit out of me.
Burke pulled open the screen door and stepped into the cabin. Who were you expecting? Nobody. I mean, I was expecting you to be inside here with Mrs. Duval. Really? Yeah, your brother. I know all about it. I spoke to Joe this morning. He told me about your frantic phone calls. I don't appreciate the fright tactic you used on him, Mac. I had no choice. So what's the crisis? God damn it, Burke, cut the crap, Mac exclaimed. You've gone round the bend. You've kidnapped Pinky Duval's wife, and you're hiding her here in your fishing cabin. That's only partially true, Burke said blandly. I have gone round the bend, and I did kidnap Mrs. Duval. But I had the good sense not to bring her here. Dredd had warned him against taking Remy to his fishing cabin where it was possible someone eventually would come looking for them. Instead, he had suggested that Burke use a shack he owned and sometimes leased out. It was similarly equipped, but located in a more remote spot on a hard-to-find slough off a seldom-navigated bayou, because he had heeded Dredd's advice. The hideaway was still a secret known only to him and Dredd. If you're looking for Mrs. Duval here, you're cold, Mac, very cold. You're also trespassing. Clear out. Burke, listen to me, please. I know you've never thought too highly of me. Fine. I know I got on your nerves, and you probably think I'm a lousy cop. That's okay, too. Think what you want, but give me credit for knowing what I'm talking about this one time. He's going to kill you. I assume you're referring to Duval. He won't dirty his hands, but he'll have your head on a plate, or he'll die trying. That's what I'm counting on, that he'll die trying, and you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. I'm familiar with the criminal statutes for the state of Louisiana, but thanks all the same for the brush-up course and for your advice. Now I'm busy. See ya, Mac. Mac stepped around Burke, placing himself between Burke and the open door. Is she all right? Hell yes, she's all right, Burke answered angrily. Do you think I would hurt a woman? No, but I didn't think you'd kidnap one either, Mac shouted. Then, getting a grip on his temper, he used a more reasonable tone. I'm trying to keep you from ruining your life. You're up to your hairline in shit, but it's not too late to reverse the situation. Return Mrs. Duval to her husband. Then, with my help, maybe this thing can be worked out. Burke laughed. Duval's not going to forgive and forget that I took his wife, Mac. What dream world are you living in? Okay, then. Let me take her off your hands and return her home. You disappear. End of story. The end of the story doesn't come until Duval's heart stops beating and Bardo is dead before they die. I'm going to have them identify the cop who's been selling out our division, and then I'm going to kill him too.
You're turning murderer? Executioner for crimes committed? That's not up to you. Apparently it is. Leave it to internal affairs.
Burke laughed again, more bitterly than before. They're as corrupt as the rest. Even if they sniffed out the traitor, do you think they'd turn him over to the DA? Hell no.
Nobody in the NOPD is going to do a goddamn thing except heap cover-up onto cover-up and line their own pockets in the process. There are some honest cops too, Basile. One fewer now that you resigned. Those few can't change things? Will more killing bring Kev Stewart back? It occurred to Burke that he'd never seen his young partner this earnest about anything. He was desperate and so jittery he'd almost developed a facial tic. What are you doing here, Mac? I told you. What you told me was bullshit. You didn't stick your neck out for me because you admire me. It's not like we were blood brothers. There's something wrong with this picture. What is it? Mac's eyes shifted away from Burke's for several seconds before reconnecting. I'm into a loan shark for 50 grand. I see, Burke said, putting the pieces together. It's starting to make sense now. Duval found out about your debt and offered to pay it off if you delivered me and his wife to him. That explains your desperation. What could I do, Burke? They threatened to hurt Tony. Burke grabbed him by the front of his shirt. Did you lead them here? No, hell no. Mac wrestled himself free. I was supposed to meet them last night, but I failed to show. I hope to find you before they found me. They don't know where I am. Well, they'll find out. See you, Mac. Good luck. Burke tried to move past him, but McQuinn blocked him again. Basile, I swear I wouldn't risk coming through that goddamn swamp to find you if this was just about money. My parents-in-law would cover my debt if I asked them to. There's much more to this than you know. Yeah, and I'm sure it makes for interesting conversation, but right now I'm a little pressed for time. Burke was worried about Remy being alone in the shack. He'd been away much longer than he'd anticipated. Besides, nothing Mac said would sway him. The guy was untrustworthy. What guarantee did he have that Mac hadn't led Bardo and a team of assassins straight to him? He would retrieve the boat where he'd hidden it on the bank, then return to Dred's shack with dispatch. He wasn't worried about Mac tracking him. He would be easy to shake in the labyrinth of bayous. Mac grabbed his arm. I can help you, Basile. We can help each other. You're only interested in helping yourself. Now get the hell out of my way. I can't let you go through with this. You can't stop me. When Burke tried to shove him aside, Mac reached toward the small of his back. Jesus, Mac, no. But he needn't have worried about Mac shooting him before Mac could get a grip on his weapon. Burke heard a gunshot. Mac looked at Burke with stunned surprise. Then his eyes went blank, and he pitched forward. Chapter 36. Dred heard the car's approach. Haven't had more than 3 customers this week, he said to himself. This morning I'm doing a land office business, according to Gregory's schedule. Duval's men were right on time. Maybe the boy was seeking redemption after all. 2 car doors were heard opening and shutting, then footsteps crunched through gravel. Good morning, a voice called out. Same to you, asshole, Dred said beneath his breath, not loud enough for his visitors to hear they biting this morning. That from a second voice. Dred didn't respond to it either. He had arranged it so that Duval's heavies saw an old man sitting with his back to them on the end of the pier, feet dangling above the water, fishing pole in his hand. His plan was for them to figure that the geezer was hard of hearing. They didn't venture into the store, where they doubtless thought Gregory was cowering, waiting for the action to unfold. Instead, they came toward him along the pier. One, Dred discerned by his footsteps, was significantly heavier than the other. You must be Dred. Dred didn't move. What are you using for bait? He estimated they were 10 feet away from the end of the pier, now close but not close enough. Is he deaf or what? He heard one ask the other in an undertone. Hey, old man, the first voice said. We're going fishing. We need to buy some supplies. Still, Dred waited, motionless and silent. Son of a bitch must be deaf. Or else he's ignoring us just to be ornery. Hey, old man, I'm talking to you. During his police career, Dred had frequently relied on human nature to assist him in doing his job. Homo sapiens acted on ancient impulses, which made them predictable. Dred was counting on bullies being unable to resist a chance to bully. Maybe he needs a little prodding, suggested one. Yeah, the heavier one chuckled. Maybe he needs prodding with the toe of his boot. He nudged the old, deaf fisherman in the spine just below his ponytail. It wasn't a hard kick, but to his consternation, the fisherman toppled into the water. His fishing hat fell off, and so did the gray wig. The Spanish moss beard floated away. A Halloween mask stared up at him, except that the slits for the eyes were empty. Leaning down for a closer look, he exclaimed. What the Dred reached from beneath the pier where he'd been hiding and grabbed the guy by the ankle. Unbalanced, he grabbed at air but fell into the water. Dred's knife cut a clean arc beneath his chin. He was dead before he got completely wet. Dred's outlook was that some people just weren't fit to live among decent folk. He'd had his fill of the chronic wife-beater that night. He answered the domestic violence call. He saw on the guy's wife and kids the bloody evidence of his violent temper. The bastard hadn't kept his repeated promises to reform. He was an expensive drain on the system that routinely jailed him and then released him to abuse his family again. He was an emotional and physical blight on society and everyone around him. Do everybody a favor and pop this son of a bitch now had been Dred's thought when he pulled his weapon. For all the grief the incident had caused him, he didn't regret snuffing the guy. Given the same set of circumstances, he would do it again. This guy, now lying limp in his arms, had killed before, and he would have killed him and Gregory after they had served their purpose. Dred had no compunction against striking first. It wouldn't cost him a second's sleep tonight, if he lived until tonight. Taking a deep breath, he dragged the body beneath the surface of the water with him and secured it to one of the pilings with a grappling hook. He resurfaced only far enough to breathe through his nose. "Charlie? Charlie? That's right, dimwit. Give away your position with your voice." Dred stealthily moved through the water beneath the pier toward the voice. "Charlie, then? Oh, Jesus!" Dred didn't have to guess what had caused the assassin's switch in tone from mystification to horror. Dred had been around them long enough to sense their movements even when they were submerged and unseen. He'd studied their patterns, observed them in their natural habitat. Hell, he shared their natural habitat. Gators, his pets, had spent the winter in Semicatatonia, out of sight, not eating, not doing much of anything except waiting around for the first day that was sunny enough and warm enough to get their systems jump-started after months of lethargy. Today was a day. He sensed them moving with predatory intent through the water toward Charlie's fresh blood. Dred didn't panic. He waited, waited, waited. Charlie? Sheer panic was in the man's voice now. Dred could read his mind. He wanted to bolt to get the fuck out of this spooky place and to hell with Duval and finding his wife. But he and Charlie had worked together for a long time. Next to himself, Charlie was the meanest sumbitch he knew, and old Charlie had practically disappeared before his very eyes. It was human nature to want to know what had happened to his buddy. Human nature. When the guy leaned over to inspect the underside of the pier, Dred put all his strength behind a scissors kick that launched him out of the water with the impetus of a sea monster. The guy outweighed him by 70 pounds, but surprise gave Dred a huge advantage. He hooked his hand around the back of the guy's neck and pulled him into the water. As he fell forward, Dred's knife pierced his Adam's apple. When Gregory regained consciousness, he was lying eyeball to eyeball with a 12-foot alligator. Screaming, he scrambled to his feet, banging his head on the iron bed frame. Pulse pounding, gasping for breath, in a near state of cardiac arrest, he crawled across the bed on which Dred had nursed Remy Duval only a few days ago. Once he was on the far side of the room, he peeped beneath the bed to make certain that the gator he'd seen was a stuffed model and not a living specimen. He wouldn't put anything past Dred, even to keeping a live alligator beneath his bed. But the menacing eyes were glass. Moderately calmed, Gregory hastily made his way through the macabre chambers of Dred's mercantile. The table on which Dred ate his meals was littered with alligator heads sealed in shiny shellac, and they brought back a disturbing memory, although it didn't crystallize outside. The old man was washing down the pier with a garden hose. When he heard Gregory's footfalls on the planks, he turned. His beard was wet, as were his denim cutoffs. "Get your nap out?" he asked pleasantly. "What happened? Why was I on the floor behind the bed? I can't remember. No, wait, I do remember." The fog inside Gregory's head gradually began to lift. "You gave me a Dr. Pepper? Did you drug me?" Then his memory slammed into him full force. He spun around and saw the second car parked beside his. "They're here?" he squealed in panic. "Where are they? What did you tell them?" "Why'd you knock me out?" "Relax, Sonny. You didn't miss much. They're gone. How'd you get rid of them?" "What did you tell them?" "Actually, I didn't have the pleasure of a meeting. Any dialogue they had with my friend there." Gregory turned in the direction Dred indicated and was startled to see an effigy of Dred sitting in a dilapidated rocking chair on the gallery, wet fishing hat and wig slightly askew atop a Halloween mask from which hung a Spanish moss beard. "I made him a couple years ago to bait a thief," Dred explained. "This asshole kept coming in and raiding my store every time I went out to fish or hunt. So I rigged up the dummy and set him adrift in one of my boats. Caught the guy red-handed and beat him within an inch of his life. Never came back." He chuckled. "I got sorta attached to my friend and decided to keep him around. He listens when I want some company. Damned ugly son of a bitch, but no uglier than me, I reckon. He sure came in handy this morning." Gregory came around slowly. He looked at the recently scrubbed pier, looked into the water below it with repugnance, looked at the two monstrous gators sunning themselves on the far bank, looked at Dred, who stared back at him with satisfaction and calm defiance. It was easy to guess the fate of the two men who had accompanied him here. Gregory swallowed his revulsion, but he supposed he owed Dred his life, However, remembering Pinky Duval's determination, he knew the reprieve would be temporary. Duval will send somebody else. Most likely, Dredd replied with a philosophical shrug. That's why you'd best be on your way. What about their car? I'll take care of it. He didn't elaborate on how he planned to take care of it, but Gregory was confident that the vehicle was about to disappear permanently. Thanks, Dredd. Dredd expelled a gust of cigarette smoke. You did good, boy. When I see Basil, I'll be sure and tell him that you made up for your past mistakes. Gregory was touched by the old man's commendation to an embarrassing degree. Tears came to his eyes, and Dredd must have noticed them because he too became embarrassed, and that made him cantankerous. Well, don't just stand there after surviving what you've been through already. Basil would be pissed if I let you get dead or hurt or locked behind bars. So go on now, get. Reflexively, Burke reached for Mac McQueen as he fell. Mac. But Mac wasn't going to answer. He was dead. Even knowing that, Burke continued repeating his name as he lowered him to the floor. Hearing approaching footsteps, he looked up to see Doug Patote running along the pier toward the shack. Is he dead? God damn it, Doug, Burke said angrily. He didn't have a prayer. You wouldn't have either if he'd shot you in the chest from point-blank range. Patote knelt down and felt Mac's carotid artery. After a moment, he stood, moving as though he carried a 1,000-pound burden on his back. He swore softly and dragged his hand down his haggard features. Then he placed a hand on Burke's shoulder and looked at him with concern. Are you okay? Okay, Jesus? Doug. No, I'm not okay. I just had another of my men shot before my eyes. Mac was going for his gun. It was him or you. Indeed. Mac had fumbled his handgun from the holster at the small of his back. It was lying inches from his supine right hand. Despite this evidence to the contrary, it was hard for Burke to believe that McQueen would have shot him in cold blood, Patout said. He was dirty. He'd made a deal with Duval. He admitted that much. Did he tell you the terms? The cancellation of a $50,000 debt in exchange for me. That's partially right. Actually, the deal was the cancellation of his debt plus a larger share of the profit if he killed you. Profit? Patout nodded down at Mac. That's the guy you've wanted. We've got indisputable proof that McQueen has been working for Duval. Burke looked at Patote with disbelief. Mac's a joker, a nuisance, a screw-up. Part of the act, he was smarter than he let on. He made himself likable. He performed his duties reasonably well, but he didn't excel. He persisted until he was assigned to narcotics and vice, all part of their plan. He's been Duval's inside man since he signed on. There was always something a little off. Burke mused out loud. A cop's salary didn't jibe with Mac's standard of living. I had decided he was either a damn good gambler or the luckiest bastard I ever met. His luck ran out today. You say you've got proof of his connection to Duval's operation? For months, Internal Affairs has been conducting a covert investigation. I'm the only one in the division who knew about it. I knew you were frustrated by the seeming lack of interest to ferret out the traitor, but I was sworn to secrecy and couldn't tell you. Although, he added, I was tempted to, so you wouldn't quit on me. Anyway, after months of exhaustive investigation, IA traced the thwarted busts back to McQueen. Softly, he added, including the one that went south the night Kev was killed. Burke looked at him sharply. Patote nodded. That's right. You've wanted the guy who tipped the dealers of the raid that night and got Kev killed. There's your culprit. Mistrusting what he'd heard, Burke stared hard into Patote's eyes. When the words finally sank in, his knees went weak and he leaned against the wall, then slowly slid down it until he was crouching. Patote gave him a moment to reflect. Finally, he asked, You all right? Yeah, fine. Burke had to clear his throat before he could continue. I thought I would feel different when I found out who it was. How do you feel? Empty? They were quiet for a time. Burke noticed that the pool of blood that had formed beneath Mac's body had stagnated. Soon it would congeal, so much blood. From Mac, from Kevin, after a time, he looked up at Patote. If the information Mac supplied to Duval kept his drug trade thriving, wasn't he too valuable to squander by sending after me? Apparently getting you superseded everything else in Duval's life. Mac was close to you, someone you might trust to be bringing a message of goodwill, and Mac was dispensable because Duval's resources are unlimited. He's probably already got another cop to replace Mac. Patote nodded grimly. You're probably right. Burke stared down into Mac's death mask and thought about the young man's annoying habits but undeniable charm, thought about his pretty young wife, thought about the waste of it all. It made him want to hit something very hard. He asked Patote, how'd you know Mac was coming here this morning? We've been closing in on him, watching his every move. We recently learned he was in debt to a loan shark named Delray Jones. I know who he is. When Del Rey took Mac to a meeting with Duval night before last, it was easy to deduce what was going on. Burke came to his feet. That's pretty flimsy evidence, Doug. How do you know Mac wasn't coming here to warn me or to deliver a message from Duval? That's what he told me he was doing. He was going for his gun, remember? Would you have rather I waited to see if he shot you first? Burke conceded the point. Anyhow, Peytot continued. I knew what Mac had been sent out here to do because I spoke to Duval. I called him this morning and told him that Mac was blown. Using that cryptic lawyer language that's inadmissible in court, he implied what Mac's errand would accomplish. Then he boasted that whether Mac got you or not, he had a backup plan. He was bluffing. I spoke to him this morning myself. He's still hungry for a taste of me. Whenever he comes, whatever form his backup plan takes, I'll be ready for him. Jesus, will you listen to yourself? Peytot shouted. You and Duval are in a pissing contest like a couple of junior high boys. Wake up, Burke, and put this thing into perspective. One man's already dead over this mess, and I take that hard because I had to kill him. Whether he was dirty or not, Mac was one of my own men. Changing tones, he said, I'm begging you to give this up now. You've got who you were ultimately after, and that's the cop that got Kev killed, so let's pick up Mrs. Duval, wherever you're keeping her, and see her safely home. Not until I see the whites of Duval's eyes. Okay, say you succeed in killing Duval and Bardo, but you wind up in prison on death row. Who have you spited? I'm not taking her back. Worst case scenario? What if Duval survives and you go to prison? Do you think he'll let it drop? Never. He'll hurt you any way he can. Remember Satchel and his son? Duval is ruthless. What's to keep him from turning Nancy Stewart over to Bardo? He'll use the people you care for to torture you. I've met your brother. He's a nice guy. You won't be able to protect them, Burke, not from a cell in Angola. All the more reason for me to make sure that neither one survives. Damn it, Burke, listen to me. No, you listen to me, Burke shouted back. I started this and I'm going to finish it. I'll arrest you. For what?
Kidnapping.
Have I written a ransom note? What evidence do you have that I took Mrs. Duval by force? Maybe she and I cooked this up together so she could escape that tyrannical son of a bitch. Peytot shot him a retiring look. It's not too late to turn this thing around. Duval approached me shortly after the abduction and warned me then that he was going to kill you. If you persist, you'll be on your own. But if you come in with me now, you'll have the protection of the department behind you. No thanks. The department, before he could react. Peytot's pistol was coming down hard on his temple. He staggered toward the door, pyrotechnics exploding behind his eyes. The pier beyond the screened door seemed to stretch for miles as though he were looking at it through reversed binoculars. The tunnel of vision continued to shrink as blackness closed in around it. Then it disappeared altogether. His last conscious thought was of Remy. She was alone, waiting for his return. Chapter 37. Burke came awake to the sound of voices, although the words were indecipherable. Total awareness was slow in coming, but gradually he discerned that he was indoors, lying on his side, that his hands were shackled behind him, and that he had a bitch of a headache. Wherever he was, there was a lot of activity going on beyond the walls. He didn't actually see the emergency vehicle lights, but he felt their pulsing against his closed eyelids. Until he knew more, he decided to keep his eyes shut and pretend to be unconscious. One of the voices finally distinguished itself. Dredd was saying, "Been like Grand Central Station out here today," he remarked grumpily. "With all the coming and going, the fish won't bite for a week." Like who? Doug Peytot asked. Like who what? Even though he was still half-addled, Burke realized that Dredd was playing dumb. He wondered if Peytot was aware of it. Who was out here today, coming and going? Peytot asked. Oh, well, to start, 2 guys came by this morning, asking for Burke Basile. What? 2 guys? Didn't know them, but I'll tell you this. I don't care if they ever come back. They were bad news. How do you know? What did they do? Nothing in particular. It was just a feeling I got, you know? It's been years since I was a cop, Peytot, but the instinct hasn't left me. Burke sensed that Dredd was pausing to take a draw off his cigarette. They were dressed like fishermen, but if those 2 ever caught a fish in their lives, I'll eat those gators over there. You did eat those gators over there? Dredd chuckled. Right you are, Peytot, but you know what I mean. Anyhow, I rang up their 6-packs of bud in a hurry and was glad to see the last of them. What'd you tell them about Burke? There wasn't any more to tell them than what I've told you. Burke was by here several days ago. What day? Can't recall exactly. I don't pay much attention to the calendar anymore, although I did notice that tomorrow's Mardi Gras. Guess the city's gearing up to About Burke. Oh, right. Basile shot the breeze with me for a time, but he isn't what you'd call talkative, you know. He bought a few things, then was off, and the woman was with him. Woman is an understatement. Hooey. In an undertone, Dredd added, I jerked off twice after they left. Who'd you say she is? Petout gave him the capsulated facts, which of course Dredd already knew. When Petout finished, Dredd said, I'd never have figured her for Basile's hostage. Didn't look to me like he was forcing her into anything. She got right into the car with him. They left here by car? Dredd launched into an elaborate lie about the make, color, and model of the non-existent car. If the circumstances hadn't been so grave, Burke would have laughed out loud. Since you can't see the main road from here, I don't know which way they headed. Petout asked if there had been another man with them, possibly a priest. Dredd laughed and said no, that he avoided contact with clergymen, and Basile didn't strike him as a religious sort either. After a pause, he added, I can't figure Basile for a kidnapper, nor can I, but it appears he is.
Tell me again, Petout, who's this fellow you popped? Detective Sergeant Mac McQuinn. One of your own.
Yeah, Petout said bitterly. He made a deal with Pinky Duval to return with Burke and his wife. I followed Mac out here, and it's a good thing I did. He was sent to assassinate Burke. He briefed Dredd on Mac's dirty dealings within the department. You ever killed a man before, Petout? Once, in the line of duty? It's not something you get over easily. Guess it all depends on how bad the guy needs killing, the retired policeman said. Burke could imagine him raising one of his sunburned shoulders in a shrug. You rid the department of a real dirty cop, this McCune. Sounds to me like you saved everybody a lot of time and trouble. I hate it that anybody had to die. All along, I hoped to end this thing peaceably. At least I spared Basile from making a mistake that he would be paying for the rest of his life. Whether he thinks so or not, I've done him a favor. Dredd snorted his skepticism. Somehow I doubt he'll look upon being knocked out and handcuffed as a favor. You'll have your hands full when he wakes up. He's going to be pissed, Petout agreed, but what I did for his own good. Damn his stubborn hide. Then he said, There's the ambulance. Burke heard chairs scraping backward, the sound of shuffling feet. I'd better go supervise the transport of Mac's body and clear up the paperwork with the parish officials. Soon as I get the ambulance underway, I'll come back for Basile. What about Duval's wife? That's the first thing I'm going to ask Basile about when he comes around. The lady must be taken home immediately. Burke waited until Petout's footsteps could no longer be heard, then opened his eyes. As he'd already guessed, he confirmed that he was lying on a sofa in Dredd's main room. How long you been awake? Dredd asked in a whisper. He wasn't facing Burke at all, but was standing at a window, calmly smoking and watching the commotion outside through the cloudy glass. Burke wondered, not for the first time, if the traitor was indeed a warlock with supernatural powers. Beyond his healing abilities, did he have eyes in the back of his head, long enough to overhear Petout's recap of the situation? Was it like he said? Exactly. I reached the cabin a few minutes before McQueen got there and hid my boat in the sawgrass. When he and I came face to face, he admitted to striking a deal with Duval. He thought we could negotiate with him and work it all out. Fuck that, my reaction, exactly. Mac's future was at stake, so he wouldn't take my no for an answer. He went for his gun. Petout had him under surveillance and had followed him there. He must have had a bead on him. The bullet went straight through his back to his heart. Now, Petout's hell-bent on playing the rest out by the book. He's only half your problem. Duval is pulling out all the stops. He's after you, son, while appearing to do nothing except watch the loading of Mac's body into the ambulance. Dredd told Burke about Gregory's coming to the store and warning him of the gunman who'd accompanied him. So what you told Petout about the two phony fishermen was true. Most of it, Dredd said. They were here, but they didn't leave. The words had an ominous ring that halted any further questioning. Burke thought he was better off not knowing the fate of the two men. What about Gregory? There's hope for the boy. He could have screwed us over good, but he came through. I told him to hightail it, and he took my advice. Good. He pulled against the handcuffs. Get me out of these damn things. Dredd turned away from the window. The body is loaded, and Petout is conferring with the sheriff. We've got maybe 90 seconds to get you away from here. Where's my gun? Petout's got it, but you can borrow one of mine. Dredd took a Magnum .357 from a drawer, checked to see that all the chambers were loaded, scooped up a box of bullets, then assisted Burke to his feet. His legs were wobbly, and his head felt like a watermelon precariously balanced on his shoulders as he followed Dredd through the misshapen assortment of rooms and out a back door. In a tool shed, which seemed to contain every implement invented since the Iron Age, Dredd located a pair of bolt cutters and snipped off the handcuffs. He gave Burke the pistol and the bullets, then pulled a boat from beneath the pier. You're using up my boats like a horny kid with a box of rubbers. At the rate you're disposing of them, I'll soon be out of business. I'll make it up to you, Dredd.
Yeah, just try and not get yourself killed before you do. The boat's gassed up, but don't start the motor until you've gone at least half a mile. You up to rowing that far? I've got no choice. Remy's out there alone. Basile, you like that girl?" The two men exchanged a long look, but all Burke said was, "Thanks again, Dredd. Don't mention it. Good luck, and oh, shit."
I hate this part.
Burke slammed his fist into Dredd's chin, and even his bushy beard couldn't cushion the blow. Then, as he fell backward, Burke clouted him once more on the side of the head, regrettably having to make it look like he'd overpowered him. However, he didn't hit him hard enough to cause the older man too much residual pain. Then he jumped into the boat and pushed away from the pier. As he reached for the oar, a shout went up and he heard running footsteps. To hell with rowing. He started the outboard and gunned it. As early as noon, Remy began watching for him. She had even held off eating lunch in anticipation of his being hungry when he got back and of them eating together. But noon came and went with no sign of him. During the long afternoon, she ventured outside and tried to enjoy the first sunny day she had experienced in the swamp, but she couldn't totally relax and take in its exotic beauty because her mind was preoccupied with Basile and what could be keeping him away so long. Sunset increased her anxiety like a sentinel at his post. She paced every inch of the pier. She listened to catch the sound of the trolling motor above night sounds of the swamp, which originally had frightened her, but which she now found familiar and somewhat comforting. When dusk gave way to night, she went back inside for added safety. She didn't light the lantern, so her vigil was continued in complete darkness. She hadn't eaten since breakfast, but she wasn't hungry. What had happened when Basile returned to Dredd's mercantile? What if, somewhere along the way, he'd been ambushed by the three men who'd come to the shack last night, ostensibly searching for Father Gregory? What if Pinky had men waiting to attack him when he returned to Dredd's? What if he and Dredd had been killed and no one knew where she was? The grim possibilities marched relentlessly through her mind. Finally, exhaustion forced her to lie down and close her eyes. In her turbulent state of mind, she had thought sleep was impossible, so when she was abruptly awakened, her first reaction was surprise that she'd fallen asleep. Her second reaction was to wonder what had awakened her. As when she had been awakened by Angel and one of her countless men, Remy lay perfectly still, heart pounding. What had startled her out of sleep? A sound, a menacing movement in the darkness, a premonition of danger. She strained to hear a sound, but there was nothing. Had she been awakened by the vibration of a boat bumping into one of the pilings supporting the pier? Was she just going to lie here and pretend to be invisible, as she had in her corner of Angel's sordid world? She was no longer a child. She had declared to Basile that she would never be a victim again. What or who could be more threatening than the man she'd lived with for 12 years? She had withstood Pinky's cruel psychological abuse. She could withstand anything. Slipping out of bed, she crept across the room and located a kitchen knife. It was dull, but it was the closest thing she had to a weapon since Basile had taken his pistol. As an afterthought, she also grabbed the lantern and a matchbook. Then she moved to the nearest window and peeped out. She saw a form, nothing more than a darker shadow among shadows, tiptoeing along the pier. Once he paused, as though listening, then continued moving silently toward the shack. Remy sank to the floor and gripped the knife. She wondered exactly how one went about using a Coleman lantern as a weapon. When the door's rusty hinges creaked, the intruder hesitated before pulling it open only wide enough for him to slip inside. He eased it, closed behind him. Remy? Her heart nearly burst with relief. Burke? She shot to her feet and ran toward him, but drew up short when she saw the gun in his hand. Burke was so relieved to see her unharmed, he was on the verge of grabbing her and clutching her to him when he spotted a knife in one hand and the lantern in the other. He hadn't used the boat motor for the last mile or so, knowing how far sound carries over water. He hadn't wanted to lead the people looking for him into this hidden slough, struggling like hell to get back. It hadn't occurred to him that Remy herself might pose a threat. But the knife clattered to the floor, and she set the lantern and a book of matches on the table. He engaged the safety on the pistol and set it beside the lantern. Then they faced each other. He spoke first. "Are you all right?" She nodded vigorously. "Frightened." "Of what?" "I didn't know who you were at first. I was afraid you might not be here. Where would I go? Why were you sneaking up? To avoid being captured?" "Captured? There's a manhunt on for me. Why? It's a long story." "You're sweating. I've been rowing." Oh, again, they just stood there looking at each other across the darkness. Then she said, "You were away so long." "I know. I'm sorry. I couldn't get back." "It's okay. It couldn't be helped." What happened? Did anyone come here?" "No." "Have you seen anyone?" "Not all day. I've been frantic. With fear, worry, that something had happened to you." The space separating them narrowed. Later, he didn't recall consciously reaching for her.
He didn't remember placing his arms around her. It happened without forethought. 1 second he was longing to hold her, and the next he was. He clutched her tightly. She felt incredibly small and soft against him. He buried his face in her neck beneath her hair. His hand cupped her head and pressed her face against his throat. Her lips moving against his skin, she said, "I was afraid you wouldn't come back for me. Nothing could have stopped me from coming back." "I didn't know. You knew, Remy." "How was I to know?" "Because I promised you I would." With that, his lips searched blindly for hers. He kissed her hard, crushing her mouth first at one angle, then another, and yet another. He was awkward, clumsy even. But ravenous men eat gracelessly. He kissed her hungrily, not with finesse. Tasting her for the first time, a low moan rose out of his chest, partially from gratification, partially from heightened want. Eventually he pulled back, pushed his fingers through her hair, tilted her head back and looked down into her face to see if he had mistaken her response. But in her expression he read the same wonder and confusion he was feeling. Shyly she reached up and touched his mouth with her fingertips. Burke closed his eyes and swayed toward her. He dipped his knees slightly, fitting himself into the notch of her thighs. His hands moved to her hips and held her firmly against him. Her hand, now resting lightly on his hair, guided his head down to her, and they kissed again with more passion and less restraint than before. He stumbled backward toward the bed, dragging her with him until the backs of his legs touched the mattress. He sat down, spread his knees, and pulled her between them. Impatiently he peeled the sweatshirt over her head. The sweatpants were pushed to the floor for her to step out of. First his eyes, then his hands moved over her, shoulders, breasts, waist, hips, thighs, touching as much of her as he could as quickly as he could. Then he rested his hot cheek against her belly, and her arms enfolded his head. He caressed the backs of her calves and thighs. He squeezed her ass. He kissed her V through her panties, then nuzzled her with chin and nose and brow in a rubbing motion that felt like loving. He placed her on the bed, stretched out beside her, and slipped his hand inside the front of her underpants. Springy hair curled around his fingers. He parted the swollen lips. The center of her sex was very wet. He sent his fingers deep, then withdrew them and used the ball of his middle finger to lightly massage that most sensitive spot. Her soft gasping of his name he took as permission. Within seconds his jeans were open, and he was positioned above her. When he entered her, he almost sobbed from the pleasure of it. He didn't want it to be rushed, but the sensations were so intense, so long anticipated and frequently fantasized, that they overtook him, and he could no longer hold back. The climax passed too quickly. He raised his head, an apology on his lips, but her features were soft and slack. Beads of sweat dotted her upper lip. Her eyes were closed. Beneath him, her chest rose and fell. Her nipples were tight. He feathered them with his thumb. He felt her belly quicken against his an instant before she caught her lower lip between her teeth. He rocked forward slightly and stayed inside her to share each rippling, pulsing pressure. When it subsided, he rolled to his side and drew her close to him, pressing her head to his chest and stroking her back. They lay like that for a long time, and he could have stayed that way forever. But he felt compelled to say something. "I know how religious you are. You probably regard adultery as a mortal sin, so you can say I forced you if you want to. Just don't feel bad about it, okay, Remy? I don't want you to feel bad about this, about me." She worked her head free so that she could look into his face. She laid her palm against his cheek and searched his eyes. "You don't have to worry about that."
I'm not really married. Chapter 38.
From the window of his office, Pinky watched the revelers on the street below. The Orpheus parade was over, but the crowds were still out in full force, sinning with a vengeance before the start of Lent, almost 24 hours away. Hearing the door open and close behind him, he turned. Bardo slunk in, looking uncharacteristically subdued. "My men won't go near the place. Said it's still crawling with heat in all its forms. Cops, sheriff's deputies, state police, coroner, you name it. It's been confirmed that McQuinn is dead? As a doornail? Story is, Patout whacked him to protect Basile." "What about Basile?" Pinky asked. "You aren't going to believe it. Patout had him in custody, but he got away." Duval swore viciously. "Basile overpowered the old codger who runs the bait shop." "Overpowered my ass," Duval roared. "Did Patout buy that?" "I don't know. Didn't that Gregory character tell us that Basile and Dread, what's his name, are thick as thieves? The way you describe the heat around the place, even St. Basile couldn't have escaped that compound unassisted. And what the hell happened to Gregory and the men I sent with him? Any news?" Bardo shook his head. "Nothing. I don't think they ever made it to Dread's mercantile. Obviously, they double-crossed us. They're two of my most dependable guys, Bardo argued. I tell them what to do, and they do it. No questions asked. Gregory James's family has a lot of money. He bribed them to let him go. By now, they're probably in Vegas banging whores 2 at a time. They couldn't be bribed, Bardo said stubbornly. Then explain to me where they are. Bardo shrugged and Pinky cursed. He didn't remember ever feeling this confounded or incompetent. He'd had 2 excellent chances to trap Basile, and both had failed. McQuinn had apparently planned to bypass Delray Jones and act independently. Duval didn't have a problem with that. In fact, he admired McQuinn's initiative, except that it had backfired and McQuinn had got himself killed. Thank you, Doug Pitote, Pinky thought. He must be dealt with later. In the meantime, Gregory James had vanished and taken 2 expert hitmen with him. How the hell had that sniveling queer coward managed that? Wherever Basile was, he was probably laughing his ass off at these bungled attempts on his life. Just thinking of that caused Pinky's blood pressure to skyrocket. Bardo interrupted his thoughts. Don't get steamed at me for saying this. Pinky turned, but Bardo went on, undaunted by the lawyer's glare. Basile could have popped Mrs. Duval and dumped her body in the swamp same day he took her. She could be dead already, or what? Or hell. Pinky, think about it. If she's been shacking up with Basile for almost a week, maybe she could be making it so interesting for him. He doesn't care about revenge anymore. Either that or he's getting his revenge in another way. Pinky's eyes went dangerously cold and blank. So your theory is that either my wife is dead or she's fucking her brains out with Basile? Bardo spread his arms eloquently. You know broads? They're kind of like dogs. Long as you feed them and pet them once in a while, they love you. Why do you think they're called bitches? I've never thought about it. Bardo didn't seem to notice that his boss was holding his temper under rigid control. Unwisely, he continued. I've got a real bad feeling about this. It's been bad business from the beginning. Everything has worked against us. You're beating around the bush. What's on your mind? Bardo slipped his hand into his pocket, jingled change, rolled his shoulders arrogantly. I'm out, Pinky. Like hell you are. Look, I'm not getting myself killed, especially over a piece of ass I never even got to have. Pinky, seeing red, lunged forward and grabbed Bardo by his $2,000 lapels. Remy probably deserved the insult, but he sure as hell didn't. No one resigned from his service simply because he wanted to. Where did Wayne Bardo get the unmitigated gall to think he could? You'll do what I tell you to, or I'll put a bug in Littrell's ear about the life and times of Wayne Bardo. You're my lawyer. You can't tell the DA shit without having yourself disbarred. True, Pinky conceded in the soft voice he used in the courtroom to ask a question he knew was going to discredit a witness. One local journalist, an admirer, had dubbed it the Velvet Hammer. I can't betray privileged information, but I can get someone else to do it for me. Any number of someones would grant me that favor in a heartbeat, before you could blink. And if that happens, you'll go down, Wayne. No pussy where they'd stick you. They'll strip you of your jewelry, your nice car, and all your pretty clothes. They'll lock you away so deep, you'll be doing good to get a shit, a shave, and a shower once a month. Without giving Bardo time to make a rebuttal, he stepped closer, thrusting his nose inches from Bardo's. This bad business, as you call it, won't be finished until Basile is dead. Are we clear on that? He decided to keep his plans for Remy to himself. Bardo certainly wasn't squeamish when it came to killing women, but Pinky didn't want to whet his appetite too soon. In the meantime, I've got another chore for you. Pinky released him, smoothed down the lapels, then slapped Bardo's cheek affectionately. But you're going to relish this one. Pinky refused to marry me in the church. If the church doesn't recognize our marriage, neither can I. In a whisper, Remy added, which I suppose makes me the whore you accuse me of being? Basile stroked her cheek. You're not a whore. They held each other tightly, a tinge of desperation in their passion. He had released her only long enough to get up and remove his clothes. She rubbed her cheek against his hairy, bare chest. What's going to happen to us, Basile? His name came naturally to her lips, and that made him smile. But her question was sobering. He sighed. I don't know, you must let me go. I have to go back. He shook his head. But angling his head back, he looked down at her. No, then he kissed her possessively. When they finally broke apart, she asked him about his marriage to Barbara. What caused it to break up? I couldn't make her happy. Did she make you happy? No, she didn't, he said, realizing for the first time that their unhappiness hadn't been entirely a failure on his part. Barbara hadn't gone out of her way to fulfill him either. We settled for a workable relationship. I guess most people do. But they shouldn't have to. No, they shouldn't have to. He studied her closely for a moment, touching the individual features of her face. If you could do or be anything, what would it be? You mean if Pinky's charity hadn't had any strings attached? He nodded. I'd work in an art gallery, she said without hesitation. I've studied the masters and I know a lot about contemporary artists. I'd be very good. I'm sure you would, he said, meaning it. She stacked her hands beneath her cheek on the pillow, her expression and voice wistful. What would have happened if we'd met in another time and place under ordinary circumstances? Let's pretend I was working in one of the upscale galleries on Royal Street and you wandered in and saw me. In the first place, I couldn't afford to even darken the door of any of the galleries on Royal Street. This is make-believe Basile. Anything can happen. Okay, I walk in and see you, right? She nodded. Well, after tripping over my tongue, I probably would try and work up enough courage to speak to you. She laughed. You would engage me in conversation. That's good. Then what? Then nothing. You'd see right off that I was a hopeless ignoramus. Why?
I could probably point out the Mona Lisa in a lineup, but that's about the extent of my knowledge of art. You'd run me out of the joint. I doubt that. She smiled shyly, confessing softly. Father Kevin certainly left a lasting impression on me. That dour priest? He scoffed. He was rather intense, yes, but I thought about him a lot. What did you think when you thought about him? Wicked things. Nah. I thought that he would be a temptation to every woman in his parish.
Come on.
It's true, she averred. I thought that he was far too attractive to be holy. I'm not holy. But I didn't know that at the time. I thought he had incredible sex appeal. Really? Yes. And that was before I knew he had freckles on his shoulders. He laughed, enjoying her attention, her flirting. No, I don't, laughing with him, she said. Yes, you do. They spent the next several hours nuzzling and kissing and exploring each other's bodies with the sweet curiosity reserved for new lovers, delighting over each discovery. They bought into the fantasy that they had met at another time and place, and that they were free to laugh and indulge themselves for the sheer pleasure of it. They teased lavishly, but there were also long stretches of time when they did nothing except gaze at each other. You're so beautiful, he said at one point. I can't believe I'm with you like this. I like your face, she whispered back. It's very honest, but what? It's very dark behind your eyes, Basile. She stared into them. What do you keep hidden back there in the dark? All my sins and shortcomings. There can't be that many. You'd be surprised. Or maybe you wouldn't, he added with a soft laugh. She traced his lips with her fingertip. You smile here, but not with your eyes. Why is that? What's made you so unhappy? It was unnerving that she could read him so well, but at the same time he was touched by her ability to do so, and by her desire to know the whole man. He wanted to tell her how much her caring meant to him. Remy, he searched her face, the depths of her eyes, and words failed him, so he kissed her instead and held her close and reluctantly told her that they probably should try to get some sleep. He turned her to face away from him, but placed his arm across her waist and drew her against him, fitting her butt into the curve of his belly. He had honestly thought that intimacy would be sufficient, but it took very little for him to become inflamed again. Soon his erection was probing her cleft. He reached for her breast and stroked the nipple to full hardness. Kissing the back of her neck, he pushed his hips forward, found her soft and open, pressed, and murmured her name when her wet heat surrounded him again. He began to thrust into her, and was almost lost in the rhythm when a small sound from her yanked him from the erotic daze. He disengaged himself and turned her onto her back. She was crying. He wiped the tears off her cheeks. I'm sorry, Remy, I'll stop, it's okay. I didn't want you to stop. He swallowed hard. Then what? She took his face between her hands. You know what my life with Pinky has been like? You know why he took me for his own, and what he made of me, and what I've been to him all these years? There was no mistaking her meaning. He nodded somberly. I performed for him on command, she said, insistent that he understand. I know that. She drew in a shuddering breath. And you still want me? Want you? He repeated with dismay. Want you? He covered her and entered her again, all in one fluid motion. Sliding his fingers up through her hair, he held her head in place while speaking to her in a low, urgent voice. I may die before this thing is finished, or I may spend the rest of my life behind bars. In either case, it's okay, subtly he pressed himself deeper inside her. But I couldn't stand you going back to him. Anything but that I deserve, and I'm willing to accept. He squeezed his eyes tightly shut and pressed his forehead against hers. But you can't go back to Duval. You can't. Anything but that. Chapter 39. Mr. Duval, who's this? Doug Patote. Your wife's been found. Roman had brought the cordless telephone to Pinky, who was having breakfast at the dining table. Where? He asked brusquely. Dredd's Mercantile. Deputy sheriffs are with her. I'm on my way there now. What about Basile? He sensed Patote's reluctance to tell him. He dropped Mrs. Duval there and took off. How is she? According to Mr. Michaud, She's fine, eager to get home. I want Basile found Petout. I want every goddamn inch of Louisiana searched until he's found and brought to justice. I seriously doubt it's justice you're seeking, Petout said with infuriating placidity. You never considered it a kidnapping, or you would have had the director of the FBI himself down here searching for your wife. But if you insist, I'll call the feds in now to question Mrs. Duval. Pinky was gripping the telephone so tightly his knuckles were white. The diamond ring was digging painful rims into his small finger. But he couldn't counter Petout's statements, and he was certain Petout was aware of that. May I be frank? Without waiting for permission, Petout continued, all indications are that this is a domestic matter. The solution to it doesn't rest with law enforcement authorities, but with you and your wife, and perhaps Basile. I suggest you work it out among yourselves. Later, Pinky wasn't sure how he'd managed to control his temper, but it had taken tremendous restraint. Petout's sanctimonious remarks tested it to the limit. Thank you for the advice, Petout, but I don't need any lessons from you on how to handle my wife. You'd like to think the matter is closed, wouldn't you? You'd like to tie it up in a neat bow and consider it over and done with, because through this whole ordeal, you've protected your boy Basile, and you'd be relieved if he came through it without too many dents and dings. Constantly paranoid that his telephones were bugged, Pinky was too smart to outline his plans for Basile via fiber optics. He'd already told Petout, perhaps ill-advisedly, that he planned to eliminate the former narc. He saw no reason to reiterate those plans now. He did, however, want Petout to know that his attitude and lack of cooperation would be remembered. You can kiss goodbye your ambitions for the #1 spot in the NOPD. Petout, from this minute forward, enemies are going to be charging you from all sides. You can count on it. To Petout's credit, he kept his cool. I've dispatched a police helicopter to take me to Jefferson Parish. I'll personally escort Mrs. Duval home. We should arrive in a couple of hours. Then the cordless phone went dead in Pinky's hand. Roman approached, asking tentatively, Is Mrs. Duval returning home today, sir? That's right, Roman. Praise Jesus. Yes. Deep in thought, Pinky rapidly drummed his fingers on the tablecloth. After a moment, he looked up at the butler and smiled. I think this calls for a blowout celebration, don't you? Then you haven't forgotten, sir, that today is Mardi Gras, our last day to party for a while? No, Roman, I hadn't forgotten. I've just been preoccupied. I had every intention of hosting a party here. Tonight, will you see to it that preparations are made? Already done, sir. Roman rushed out to share the happy news with the rest of the staff. Pinky punched in Bardo's telephone number. Remy's been found? Where? I'll give you the details later. Petout is delivering her. Basile, presently unaccounted for. So what do you want me to do now? What we discussed last night, even though Mrs.
Duval is coming home?
Pinky stared at the empty dining chair in which Remy usually sat, especially since Mrs. Duval is coming home. Sister Beatrice's lips were pursed with stern disapproval. This is highly irregular. Yeah, well, it might be irregular, but that's what Mr. Duval wants? Wayne Bardo's arrogance communicated that he wasn't impressed either by her nun's habit or her reverent base of operation. Far as he was concerned, she was just another broad giving him a hassle. He could go over, around, or through her. But she wasn't going to keep him from doing what Duval was paying him to do. I'm calling Mr. Duval and speaking with him personally. Fine. You do that, sister? Bardo slid her telephone across her desk toward her, then, with a notable lack of respect, sat down without an invitation to do so and propped his ankle on his opposite knee. He whistled tunelessly through his teeth as she placed a call to the Duval residence. Mr. Duval, please? This is Sister Beatrice at the Blessed Heart Academy. It's imperative that I speak with him. Smirking, Wayne Bardo listened to her side of the conversation as she verified that Duval had sent him to the school to pick up his sister-in-law. And Mrs. Duval approves of these arrangements, she asked. After a moment, she murmured, I see. Very well, Mr. Duval. Forgive me for troubling you, but please understand that I'm concerned for Flara's safety. At that, she glared at Bardo, who flashed her his most beguiling smile. When she hung up, he said, Everything cool? Yes, everything's cool. She was so cool she was downright icy as she stood and rounded her desk, her traditional habit rustling and her rosary beads clacking. I'll notify Flora to gather her things. She'll be with you shortly. Shortly turned out to be 20 minutes. By that time, the place was beginning to get on Bardo's nerves, what with the painting of a bloody, crucified Christ staring at him with soulful eyes that seemed to follow him as he meandered around her office. Saints and angels floating around on pink clouds condemned him from their ornate gilt frames. He could swear the statue of some soldier saint standing in the corner raised his righteous sword against him. All that religious shit was enough to give anybody the creeps. By the time the office door opened behind him, he was a bundle of jitters. Spinning around, he exclaimed, "Geez Louise!" The mild profanity caused Sister What's-Her-Name's lips to pucker up even tighter, but Bardo couldn't help himself. Pinky had promised that, in addition to being well compensated for this assignment, he was going to enjoy it. What an understatement. He was fucking going to love it in a nanosecond. He thought of a dozen different depravities to ply on baby sister Flara. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement as she came across the room toward him, her right hand extended. "Hello, Mr. Bardo. A pleasure." Likewise, Miss Lambeth. It was probably the first time in his life he'd ever shaken hands with a woman, but he welcomed the opportunity to touch this creature who was almost too hot to be believed. "Is it true what Sister Beatrice told me? Am I really getting to attend the Mardi Gras party tonight?" "True as can be, Mr. Duval thinks you've been cooped up in here long enough." "No offense, sister," he said, addressing the nun over Flara's shoulder. "Your brother-in-law wants you to live it up tonight. He said he considered this your coming-out party. And Remy's okay with it? Yeah, she wants you to be there tonight. In fact, she personally picked out your costume." Placing a hand on her chest, from which jutted two pert tits, she gasped giddily, "They're really letting me go. I can't believe it." Bardo picked up her suitcase and offered her his arm. "Believe it, sweetheart." Pinky was waiting for them at the front door. He opened it before Patoot rang the bell. Even at this point in time, there was a sliver of a chance that he would reverse the plans he had already in place, and that he and Remy would carry on as though nothing had happened. But even that slim possibility died the instant he looked into her eyes. Because, although she gave him a weak smile and spoke his name in a tremulous voice as she came into his arms, he knew that Basile had had her. The son of a bitch might just as well have poisoned his prize-winning orchids or pissed into a bottle of Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Remy had been defiled. The glorious girl he'd cultivated into a perfect courtesan was ruined for him now. Hiding his repugnance, he pulled her against him. "My darling, thank God you're back. When I think of what you've been through—" He stopped, pretending to choke up with emotion. "Were you harmed in any way?" He listened as she described the bird shot she'd taken in the back when they fled the crossroads. "But those wounds have begun to heal. I'm just very tired." "Basile didn't?" Lying, she shook her head. "He wanted to make his point with you, Pinky. That's all. He didn't mistreat me." Doug Petaut, who'd been standing in the background so as not to interfere with their reunion, now stepped forward. "Mrs. Duval was reluctant to discuss her ordeal on the way here, but now I'd like to hear her version of what happened and ask her some pertinent questions, if you don't mind." "I do mind," Pinky said curtly. "You reminded me earlier today that this is a private matter. I believe you're right." He closed the door in Patoot's face. "Mr. Petaut is afraid that you're planning a reprisal against Basile," Remy said as he motioned her upstairs. "You're not, are you, Pinky?" He merely smiled and patted her arm solicitously. Upstairs in their bedroom, Roman brought her a plate of food, but she left it on the tray untouched. When they were again alone, Pinky asked her more specific questions about her abduction. "I'd like to see this fishing shack where he kept you. Could you lead me to it?" "I'm afraid not. All parts of the swamp look the same to me." "Why'd he let you go?" "I don't know," she said thickly. "He got me up very early this morning and announced that he was releasing me. All along he said he was using me as bait to draw you out, and that he didn't care how long it took." He offered no explanation for his sudden change of heart, except it had something to do with a policeman who was killed yesterday, and Dredd. He didn't want Dredd or Patout or any of his former colleagues affected by his criminal actions. He said it was time to call it off before anyone else got hurt or killed. He should have thought of that before he started this. "It's too late now." "What do you mean?" "Never mind. Did you ever try and escape?" "Of course," she exclaimed. She told him about her near-drowning experience. "After that he kept me handcuffed." Raising those incredibly expressive eyes to his, she laid her hand on his arm, gripping it hard. "But I'm safely back with you, and that's all that matters. I look upon it as a bad dream that'll soon be forgotten." She slipped her arms around his neck. "Pinky, please listen to what Mr. Patoot says. Don't perpetuate this feud with Basile. It would be pointless. He only wanted to shake you up, and now that he has, that's the last we'll see or hear of him. If Basile can walk away from it, we should be able to." Let it go. He stopped her pleas for her lover's life with a hard kiss, which he ended abruptly. He could tell she was surprised that he ended it. Did the bitch actually expect him to take her to bed? He felt like laughing out loud in her face, but it wasn't yet time to spring the surprises she had in store. "Get some sleep," he told her, patting her cheek. "I want you to look your best tonight." "Tonight? At our party?" "Party? Remy, Is that echoing speech pattern something you acquired from Basile? I'm sorry. What party? A Mardi Gras party. Have you forgotten that today is Fat Tuesday? Tomorrow we must atone for our sins, but tonight we can be self-indulgent. I certainly intend to satisfy. I can't attend a party tonight. That's another tiresome habit you've picked up, he said, frowning, interrupting me while I'm speaking. She bit back another interruption. After a moment, she said with that soft tremor in her voice, "It's just that I'm flabbergasted that you expect me to host a party on my first night back. What better time to celebrate your safe return? I'd rather we celebrate alone." "That's sweet, my dear, but I'm afraid I can't call off the festivities now. Too many people would be disappointed." He tweaked her cheek, including Flora. "I've invited her to participate." Her face drained of color. She swallowed convulsively, as though to hold back nausea. "Really?" she said, with transparently faked excitement. "What made you decide to include her? You never have before." "I've reconsidered the points you made during our last discussion about her. I think they're valid. It's time we cut her some slack. She is, after all, no longer a child, but a young woman." "Actually, I was wrong, Pinky. You were right. You're always right about these things." He frowned. "Your turnabout comes too late, Remy. I can't disappoint Flora now that she's already been invited. You wouldn't want me to do that. That would be cruel now. You take a nap," he said, coming to his feet. "Maybe it'll put some color back into your cheeks. Forgive me for saying so, but you look a little worse for wear. I realize how frightful I must look. My hair and nails are a wreck. I'll arrange to have them done before tonight. You can take care of the beauty treatments yourself after your rest." He moved toward the door. "Oh, by the way, I removed the telephone so you wouldn't be disturbed." She glanced toward the nightstand, and he delighted in the frantic expression that appeared on her face. "I'd like to call Flora. It's been over a week since I spoke to her, and I'm sure she's wondering why. Not to worry, I told her a little white lie about your having strep throat. By now she's been told that you've recovered and that you're looking forward to seeing her this evening. But I need to speak with her. Tonight will be soon enough. I've instructed the staff to leave you in absolute privacy. I alone will be checking on you throughout the day." He blew her a kiss, then made certain that she saw him locking the door from the outside before he pulled it closed. Remy rushed to the door and gripped the knob with both hands. She tried moving it up and down, and from side to side, but it didn't budge. With a sob of frustration, she slumped against the door. She had trusted in the paradox that she must return to Pinky before she could successfully escape him. She had known it would take all her acting skills to convince him that she was devastated by her capture and anxious to put the unpleasant episode behind her and resume her life as it had been. She was willing to continue the charade for as long as it took to get Flora safely out of Pinky's grasp, even going so far. God help her as to share his bed, although she hadn't told Basile that. But Pinky hadn't immediately hustled her up to bed, which was uncustomary. And because it was also alarming. There was only one reason he would abstain: if he suspected her of being intimate with Basile, and if he suspected that, then her life, as well as Basile's and Flora's, was in peril. Pinky must have guessed as soon as he kissed her, or even before, that she was coming home to him different than when she left. It must have been instantly obvious to him that she was radically changed. If he could spot a minute imperfection on a blossom of one of his orchids, or detect that the wine was served a degree too warm or too cool, he could sense something as profound as the change she had undergone in the swamp where she had come to love Burke Basile, in addition to coming to love herself again. If she lived to be 100 or died today, she would be grateful for those days of isolation in that exotic and primal place. She'd been forced to take a good hard look at herself and acknowledge that she had become just what Basile had called her, a whore. She had prostituted herself for the best of reasons, and that was to protect her sister. But everything had been sacrificed to that end: her pride, her self-esteem, her soul. Having wholly given up herself, what good was she to Flora or to anyone? She now despised Mrs. Pinky Duval, who was passive and afraid, whose only means of survival was through feminine wiles and manipulation. But she had developed a growing respect for Remy Lambeth, whose opinions had merit, who was strong and courageous, who was a survivor, who warranted the love of a man with humanity and integrity. Basile, he must be alerted that their strategy had backfired, but before she could even place a telephone call, she must get out of this room. She pitched herself into finding a way. Her mother's John had taught her how to pick most standard locks, but technology in door locks had advanced along with everything else, and Pinky insisted on having state-of-the-art everything. When the house was renovated a few years earlier, the master bedroom had been made into a safe room, a place to take refuge should intruders penetrate the other security system. On the outside door jamb was a numerical keypad. One had to know the sequence of numbers in order to unlock it. A key would dismantle it from the inside. But Remy's exhaustive search of the suite, including Pinky's dressing room, didn't produce it. In desperation, she tried manicure scissors, a nail file, a hairpin, but, as she suspected, the lock was too sophisticated for an amateur with makeshift tools. She considered the windows next. Drawing open the drapes and shutters, she was dismayed to see that the exterior shutters had been closed. Only once before, when there had been warnings of an approaching tropical storm, had they been closed, but now they'd been battened down. Daylight was struggling to leak through. Not that it mattered. The locks on the windows were ordinary, but the alarm system wasn't even if she unlocked a window and opened it. The security alarm would beep intermittently to alert the staff of an interruption in the circuit. Someone would report it to Pinky. Dismissing the windows as a means of escape, she paced the rooms, racking her brain for another possible outlet. Through the air conditioning ducts? She removed the grill over an air intake vent, too small. Up through the fireplace chimney? Hardly. She couldn't walk through walls or seep beneath doorways like smoke. Smoke? The house was equipped not only with an anti-intrusion security system, but also with smoke and heat sensors, which were linked to the alarm company's monitoring service as well as to the local fire department. Once an alarm went off, fire trucks were dispatched. It was an irrevocable signal. None were considered false alarms. Under no circumstances could the fire trucks be recalled until every sensor in the house was checked by an official. There was a smoke detector above the door leading into her dressing area. She removed the drawers from the night table, set the lamp on the floor, and dragged the piece of furniture into position. She lit a scented candle, kicked off her shoes, and scrambled onto the nightstand. Stretching her arm up, she managed to bring the flame to within inches of the detector. It won't work, Remy. Startled, she dropped the lighted candle, which immediately singed a hole in the carpet. Pinky crossed the floor and stamped out the candle, then looked up at her with censure and amusement. "You look rather silly, Remy, but I must say I'm impressed by your ingenuity. You've exhibited more sagacity in the last half hour than in all the years I've known you." In a courtly manner, he extended her his hand to help her down. When she disdainfully ignored it and climbed down from the nightstand on her own, he chuckled. "I wouldn't have overlooked something as elementary as the smoke and fire alarms, my dear, although I confess to being pleasantly surprised that you were clever enough to think of them yourself. I've always been smarter than you gave me credit for, Pinky. You were smart enough to conceal a pregnancy and miscarriage from me, I'll concede that. Surprised, Remy?" Dr. Caruth was more than willing to confide everything when I presented her with some rather compromising snapshots of her and her lover, who, coincidentally, is her nurse, her female nurse. "While I'm tolerant of the sexual preferences of others," he continued mildly, "I think it's safe to assume that the society mavens who smugly tout Dr. Caruth over any of her male colleagues would be aghast to learn about her private life. Even if they suspect such, they would rather their suspicions not be confirmed, which would, of course, necessitate their boycotting her. Now, what were we talking about? Oh yes, your IQ. Intelligence is wasted on women like you, Remy. I'd venture to say that even Basile agrees. I seriously doubt that he engaged you in stimulating conversation before he fucked you. And he did fuck you, didn't he?" "He made love to me," she said defiantly. "For the first time in my life, I made love with a man." He backhanded her across the face, her cheekbone catching most of the thrust. She reeled from the impact and the blinding pain. Her knees buckled. She went down. "You're a cunt, Remy. That's all you ever were. And that's all you'll ever be, because that's what spawned you. You may have romanticized the time you spent alone with Basile, cozy in your little cabin, just the two of you in the wilderness. But don't delude yourself. Basile is a man, and all men recognize you exactly for what you are. He fucked you, but only to insult me. Now, where is he?" "I don't know." He kicked her in the kidney. She almost fainted from the pain, but she clung to consciousness and staved off the waves of nausea. "Where is he?" "He dropped me off at Dred's. Then he left." "By boat or car?" "Boat." Her tears were genuine as she recalled those last few moments they'd been together, both wishing there were another way out of their dilemma. "I didn't want to be left behind, but—" Pinky's snicker interrupted her. "Just as I told you, Remy, Basile had got what he wanted from you, while you, poor dear, wound up with a broken heart." She glared up at him. "You can't keep me locked in this room indefinitely, Pinky? Sooner or later, some way or another, I'll get out. Remy, by the time this night is over, you won't care whether or not you leave this room. You'll be totally indifferent to what happens to you. What do you intend to do? Keep hitting me until I'd just as soon die as go on living?" She raised her head to a proud angle. "You can try, Pinky, but you'll be surprised by how resilient I've become. You no longer have the power to hurt me. I'm not what you say I am. I know that now. Your insults are wasted on me. I'm immune to them. Love has made you strong, he taunted. That's right. Really brave talk, Remy? But let's see how courageous you are after something that you value is tainted by someone whom you detest. Remy's chest seemed to crack around the sob that rose out of it. Don't touch her. Ah, so you've guessed, sweet Flara? He kissed his fingertips, so ripe, so eager to experience life. Remy gripped the edge of the nightstand and pulled herself to her feet. Then she lunged at him, her fingers going for his eyes. He knocked her away, slinging her down onto the bed. The girl is practically bursting with vitality, isn't she? He said pleasantly, as though they were discussing the merits of a racehorse. She blatantly declares her sexuality. It crackles around her like electricity. She's got more potential for pleasing a man than even you, Remy. How exciting it'll be for the man who takes her for the first time. Remy slid off the bed. On her knees, she walked toward him and threw her arms around his thighs, begging him hoarsely, "Please, Pinky, don't hurt her. I beg you. I'll do anything you say. Anything." She clutched him tighter, using his clothing for handholds as she climbed him, pulling herself to her feet. Then she kissed him and caressed him through his trousers. "Do anything with me, but don't harm her." He avoided her kisses and pushed her hands away. "Stop it, Remy. Please, Pinky," she sobbed. "Please, don't touch her." "I don't intend to, darling." "Are you under the misconception that I'll replace you in my bed with Flara?" "Not at all." He reached out and stroked her cheek. "I've given her as a present to Bardo." For several seconds after he left, relocking the door from the outside, Remy stood as though nailed to the floor, swaying slightly from his last verbal blow. Bardo with Flara. She crossed her arms over her stomach and bent forward. She stifled a keening sound by biting her lower lip. Then she whispered an earnest prayer of thanksgiving to God for giving her one last chance to save the situation. Uncurling her fingers, she stared at the key lying in her palm, the key she'd picked from Pinky's pocket while pretending to beg his mercy. Chapter 40. I don't get it. Why aren't I going straight to Remy's house? The girl's naivete was as much a turn-on as mental visions of her out of the school uniform. Seductive, sweet-smelling Flara was going to be the best time he'd had in a long while. It was all he could do to keep from licking his chops in anticipation of things to come. "The house is in an uproar," Bardo said by way of explanation. "They're decorating for the party workers so thick you can't stir them with a stick. So your sister asked me to bring you here, where you can get dressed in peace and quiet." That seems an odd thing for Remy to do, especially when it's been more than a week since I've seen her. Maybe I should call her. Bardo sensed her wariness as he led her down the breezeway of the motel toward the room in which he was already registered. He'd thought about reserving a room in a swank hotel, but changed his mind. Why waste the money on amenities like room service and scented soap when the outcome of this afternoon was a foregone conclusion? Besides, if Flara created a ruckus, it was more likely to be ignored in a place where, with no questions asked, you could sign in as Mickey Mouse so long as you paid cash in advance, hoping to allay her apprehension at least until he got her inside the room. He sighed. "I wasn't supposed to tell you, but you leave me no choice." "Tell me what?" "They're planning a big surprise for you, something real special. That's why they told me to keep you away from the house till they're ready." "Really?" she squealed, flashing him a 1,000-watt smile. "What could it be, I wonder?" "I know, but I'm sworn to secrecy." "Give me a hint, please, Mr. Bardo." "Nothing doing. Both the boss and Mrs. Duvall would skin me alive if I gave away their surprise." "I've told you too much already. You've got to promise to act surprised." "I promise." He unlocked the door of the room and ushered her inside. The box containing her costume was tucked under his arm. Leave it to Pinky not to overlook a single detail. As soon as they got to the car, Flara had lifted the top of the box and taken a peek inside, but had refrained from tearing off the lid and plowing through the tissue paper. When he asked what she was waiting for, she had told him she wanted to savor the anticipation, but as soon as they were inside the room, she grabbed the box and set it on the bed. "I can't wait any longer." She tossed the lid aside and separated the folds of pastel tissue. Then a long, rapturous aha escaped her as she gazed down at the shimmery, sheer fabric studded with sparkling stones and colored crystals. She even folded her hands beneath her chin like a little girl saying grace at supper time. "It's almost too beautiful to touch." "What is it? Take it out and see." She lifted the two garments from the box as though handling holy relics, although there was certainly nothing sacred about the costume. The brassiere was two stone-studded, glittering cones held together by flesh-colored strings. The bottom half was a pair of harem pants with a similarly jeweled bikini. The legs were sheer and banded at the ankles with rows of stones. Also in the box were a pillbox hat with veil attached and a pair of gold leather slippers with bells on the toes. Her reaction was a wide-eyed mix of delight and dubiety. "Are you sure this is for me? Maybe you picked up the wrong box. Don't you like it?" "Oh, yes, very much. It's gorgeous," she said in a gush of breath. "It's just sort of skimpy. You think so? Why don't you try it on, then? If you don't like it, you'll have time to exchange it for something else." He looked her up and down critically, drawing his brows into a steep frown. "You know, you may be right. It does seem a little too risque for a girl your age." The reverse psychology worked like a fucking-dabra. Nose in the air, she snatched up the costume and headed for the bathroom, closing the door firmly behind her and locking it. Bardo chuckled. Women were so damned predictable. Was it any wonder men had to invent new ways to amuse themselves with them? Old, young, beautiful, ugly, skinny, fat, white, black, or any other color. What woman, having been insulted even mildly, wouldn't want to prove him wrong? Now, Flora couldn't wait to show him how mature and sophisticated and daring she was. He drew the drapes on the window and checked to see that the door was latched and the chain lock secure. Then he sat down on the edge of the bed to wait and to savor his own anticipation. But when she didn't reappear after a full 10 minutes, his patience began to wear thin. "Flora, need any help? Is everything all right?" No, I don't need any help. And yes, everything's all right, I guess. Doesn't it fit?" Well, let's see it." After a few moments' hesitation, the bathroom door opened. Bardo's gut clenched with expectancy. But even a connoisseur of women like him wasn't prepared for the living fantasy that stepped across the threshold in slippers that jingled when she moved. The veil covering her nose and mouth only emphasized the charming modesty with which she gazed back at him. Her breasts were barely contained within the small cups of the bra. "I don't think my sister realized how brief it is," she said, self-consciously moving her hand down her exposed belly. One less sequin, and he could have seen pubic hair. "Do you think it's okay?" "Oh, yeah." It seemed his tongue was stuck to the roof of his mouth. "I think you look great." "Honest?" He stood and walked toward her. "Honest. In fact, you look good enough to eat." His smile must not have been very trustworthy because she laughed nervously and took a step backward. "Thanks." She turned away. "I think I'll change back into my clothes until it's time to dress for the party." He caught her hand and brought her back around. "It's time, sweetheart. This is the party." He ripped off the hat and veil, then stamped his mouth over her lips, which had parted with alarm. Pushing his tongue into her mouth, he curved his arm around her bare waist and pulled her against him, grinding his pelvis into hers. She struggled, which only tantalized him. She even struck his face, which provided him an excuse to hold her tighter and to wrestle with her until he had her arm behind her and pressed up between her shoulder blades. "What are you doing? Stop!" she cried. "That hurts." Lowering his head, he bit her breast where it swelled out of the bra cup. She screamed. "Shut up!" He squeezed her jaw painfully between his fingers and thumb. "You do that again and I really will hurt you, understand?" She began to cry and her tears only intensified his lust. He loved it when they cried either out of fear or pain. "If you hurt me, Pinky will kill you?" He laughed. "Yeah, sure he will, sweetheart. What are you going to do?" "Now what do you think?" He purred, sliding his hand between her thighs and squeezing. She shuddered in what he knew to be revulsion. To him it was as good as a shiver of ecstasy. "They know you have me," she stammered. "They'll come looking for me." "Haven't you caught on yet, honey? Your brother-in-law arranged this little party. You're lying. Pinky would never." "But he has. You'll have him to thank for all the fun we're going to have together. My sister has problems of her own. She won't be worrying about you." The reality of her situation finally seemed to sink in. She cried even harder. Bardo licked the tears off her face. "Relax, sweetheart. Do everything I tell you, and, who knows, you might become as good a whore as your mama. Yeah, I know all about Angel. You were born to it. You've got the potential to become a terrific whore." "Please don't," she sobbed, trying to wriggle free. He took a switchblade from his pants pocket. It sprang open with a vicious click, which caused her to scream again. He placed the tip of the blade against her lower lip. "You use it, you lose it. Got that? One more scream, and off it comes. And that would be a damn shame, because I got ideas about what you're going to do with that sweet mouth of yours." He slid the blade beneath the shoulder strap of the bra and cut it. With the tension released, the cup fell forward, revealing her breast. She whimpered, and her lower lip quivered uncontrollably. But she didn't scream again. He cut the second strap in the same brutal manner. "Look at what we have here," he cooed. This time he pressed the tip of the blade against her nipple. He tapped it lightly and it tightened. "Shame. Shame," he taunted. "A nice Catholic schoolgirl like you. What would Sister What's-Her-Name say?" Behind Bardo the door crashed open. "Drop the knife and get away from her." Burke Basile was in a crouched stance, both hands wrapped around a Beretta. The next millisecond passed in a blur. His ears rang with the girl's scream. He fired at Bardo, but the lucky bastard ducked the shot. The bullet missed his head and decimated a patch of ugly floral wallpaper behind him. Burke didn't fire again out of fear of hitting the girl. He shouted, "You're under arrest, Bardo, and you're real funny, Basile." Bardo yelled back as he threw his knife. "Har-dee-har-har, asshole," said the sharpshooter who materialized behind Basile. Bardo had an instant to look stupefied before a bullet cut a neat trench between his eyes. He dropped without a whimper. Handle of his switchblade was still vibrating in the door jamb, having missed Basile by a hair. Tactical officers eddied around Basile as they rushed into the room. Basile rushed over to the girl, who was staring in horror at the bloody mush that had been Bardo's head only a few seconds before. Basile removed his coat and placed it around her shoulders. "Are you all right?" She regarded him with the same stupefaction as she did the corpse. He had to repeat the question before she nodded with uncertainty. One of the men detached himself from the others. "We'll handle it from here, Basile." Basile shook hands with him. "Thanks. Your men did good, from the surveillance to that," he said, indicating Bardo's body. The officer saluted him. Basile grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her through the doorway and along the breezeway. When they reached the parking lot, which was filling up with official vehicles, Basile pushed her into the passenger seat of an unmarked car, then jogged around the hood and got behind the wheel. Tires squealed as he sped past an arriving ambulance. They'd only covered half a block when the girl swore. "Jesus H., what took you so fucking long? That son of a bitch was creepy as hell, and how dare he tell me I had the potential of being a terrific whore." Vexed, Ruby Bouchereau's most talented girl, Isabel, reached up and pulled off the curly black wig. Chapter 41. Looking younger than her years, Isabel was also smart, and she possessed a spirit of adventure. Her specialty at Ruby's house was acting out fantasies for the clients who could afford it. The combination of those qualities had made her a perfect choice to portray Flara Lambeth in Burke Basile's setup. Of course, she'd also been paid very well for her time and trouble. After presenting her with a sizable check, Basile and the prostitute parted company at the door of Ruby's office. He was in a hurry, but it would have been rude to decline the madam's offer of a drink after she had been instrumental in trapping Bardo. "So, everything went according to plan?" Ruby asked, extending Burke a glass of whiskey. "Perfect," he slammed back the drink. "I listened from Sister Beatrice's outer office. Even I was convinced that Isabel was an innocent schoolgirl." "And so she was way back when," Ruby said, laughing softly. "But I'm pleased that the ruse worked. You know your enemies well, Mr. Basile?" He watched the whiskey tumbling from decanter to waiting glass as Ruby poured him a refill. Remy was positive that Pinky would try and get to her through her sister, and she was right, although we weren't relying entirely on her gut instinct. Bardo had been under surveillance. His conversation with Duval was intercepted this morning, so we knew he was picking up Flara, and for what purpose. The man needed to die. "I couldn't agree with you more," Burke said grimly. "Isabel and I arrived at Blessed Heart no more than half an hour ahead of him. When she and Bardo left the academy, the van followed them to the motel. It went off without a hitch, although Isabel blistered my ears for letting it go so long before stopping it. Where's Flara now?" "Under police protection, incorruptible police protection, and Bardo is dead?" "Definitely," Burke said quietly, then downed his second drink. "Too bad you didn't bring me his ear or some other appendage. I would have liked a souvenir." The madam raised her glass to Basile, then drank her shot. "Thank you for lending us Isabel," he told her. "Once again, I'm indebted to you." "Nonsense. Bardo's death evened our score. Besides, I owe you for another favor. You sent me Dixie, who I think will be a profitable addition to the house." He smiled. "I figured the two of you would hit it off, but I hate that she waited until Bardo beat her up before coming here. She's making a nice recovery." She offered him another round, but he shook his head. "You've earned my gratitude, Mr. Basile, as well as the hospitality of the house whenever you wish to use it." "Thank you, but I doubt I'll ever cash in that marker." The madam practically purred. "You and Mrs.
Duval, Remy?"
he corrected. The hardest thing he'd ever had to do was leave her that morning. They had talked long into the night, holding each other, making love, and assessing what had seemed a hopeless situation. With morning came the ugly realization that for a time she must be returned to Duval. She was easier with the plan than Burke, who had vowed that she would never darken the doorway of Duval's house again. "I won't let you go back. Not for an afternoon, not for an hour." But even as he said that, he knew it was their only viable option. "I don't look forward to it, but I'll handle it," she had told him. "Maybe I couldn't have or wouldn't have a week ago, but now I can and will. Just see to Flara, and please, please, take care of yourself. They had continued to cling to one another until Dredd intervened, warning them that timing was critical to Basille's plan and that they were liable to blow it if they didn't get a move on. So Burke had placed her in Dredd's safekeeping until Patout arrived. Burke had figured District Attorney Littrell for a basically honest man who was up against overwhelming odds to keep the NOPD from living up to its national reputation as one of the most corrupt law enforcement agencies in the country. Littrell held a lower opinion of Lieutenant Burke Basile because it had been colored by negative publicity, hearsay, and malicious gossip. So when Burke barged unannounced into his office, the D.A. was at first taken aback and threatened to have Burke evicted from the building. But Burke's fast-talking soon got Littrell's attention. He listened with mounting dismay to everything Burke told him. With a politician's characteristic caution, however, he made no promises other than to look into the matter and get back to Burke in due course. At which point Burke had picked up the telephone on the DA's desk and brandished it like an evangelist with the Holy Bible. "Either you call the AG, or I'm going to call him myself. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. This is merely a courtesy call on you, Mr. Littrell. I'm giving you a chance to prove which side of this corruption you're on." Littrell had placed a call to the State Attorney General. With his sanction, things had come together with head-spinning haste as a result of quick action, coordination, and luck. Bardo was dead. Burke stood and shook hands with Ruby Bouchereau. "Thank you for the drink, and forgive me for rushing off, but I'm hoping to be in on Duval's arrest. Tonight?"
"Oh, I seriously doubt he'll be arrested tonight, Mr. Basile."
"Why? It's Mardi Gras." So, the only news coming from Duval headquarters is about the costume party he's hosting. In fact, a few of the gentlemen who've joined our party here came straight from Pinky's house, where the party is already in full swing. From what they've said, it's quite a blowout." Burke stared at her as the frightening implications of this development began to sink in. He checked his pager. It was on no indication of a low battery. Remy hadn't called it, which was to be his signal that something had gone terribly wrong. He asked permission to use Ruby's phone. "This is Basile," he said as soon as his call was answered. "Do we have Duval yet?" He was patched through to 3 different desks until one brave soul finally broke the shattering news to him. Arresting a celebrity citizen like Duval is a tricky undertaking, especially if you're trying to maintain secrecy. There are miles of red tape involved. We want to do it by the book so it doesn't result in a mistrial. It might take days." "Days," Burke shouted. "Are you fucking crazy?" "We're doing the best we can, Mr. Basile." And shouting obscenities at me. "Lives are in danger, you idiot. We might be able to pull it off tonight, but stay on it, you hear me? You get that warrant issued and served tonight, or I'll have Littrell and the AG on your ass, and then I'll personally come down there and stamp the shit out of you." He slammed the receiver down. "I gotta get over there days." Remy couldn't stay with Duval for days while the bureaucrats sorted through the paperwork. As soon as he heard about Bardo, Duval would go on red alert. He thought Bardo was locked away in a motel, deflowering his sister-in-law. When he learned differently, he would start piecing it together and eventually come around to Remy. "Mr. Basile," the madam said, catching his sleeve as he rushed past her on his way out, "you'll be very conspicuous gate-crashing Pinky Duval's party dressed like that. Would you care to borrow a costume?" Burke didn't have a moment to waste, but he saw the advisability of taking the time for her to locate him a costume. He paced her office, cursing the system that had once again let him down and at the same time thanking it. The delay uptown gave him an opportunity to do one better than arrest Duval. It gave him a chance to kill the bastard. The pain in Remy's back had receded to a dull ache. A bruise was beginning to appear on her cheekbone, but the swelling was minimal. These aches and pains she could tolerate. What she couldn't abide was the thought of her sister being abused by Bardo. Burke had sworn to see to Flara's safety first, even before arresting Pinky. He would keep that promise if he could. But what if, in spite of his valiant attempts, he'd failed? Pinky had readily seen through her pretense. Maybe Burke had had no better success than she. Maybe he'd been unable to persuade the district attorney and the attorney general to act swiftly. Because she didn't know otherwise, she had to assume that he'd failed, which meant that saving Flara still rested with her. A telephone. That's all she needed. She had met the first challenge of figuring a way out of the master bedroom. She now had a key. The next step was finding an available telephone. As soon as she felt it was safe to try the key, she did so. The lock slid open with hardly a click. She paused, waiting, her heart pounding in her ears, but when nothing happened, she pulled open the door. The hallway was clear. She immediately checked the foyer table at the top of the stairs, where there was usually a telephone, but, of course, her husband hadn't overlooked that detail. She crept along the corridor until she reached the top of the stairs. Before stepping onto the landing, she paused to consider what she would do if she were confronted by one of the house staff. Their loyalty lay with Pinky, not her, because all of them were former clients whom Pinky had saved from years of incarceration, if not death row. None would grant a request from her without clearing it with him first. Errol? What if she met her bodyguard? Could she persuade or trick him into assisting her? He wasn't terribly bright. Maybe she could manipulate him into sneaking her out. She hadn't forgotten what happened to Lute Dusky, the bodyguard who'd allowed her to escape to Galveston. Thought of duping Errol wasn't very appetizing, but she would do what she had to and try to protect him later. Bolstering all her courage, she stepped onto the landing. But that's as far as she got. There was a man posted at the foot of the staircase, but it wasn't Errol. She ducked back out of sight before he noticed her. Where was Errol? Why had he been replaced? And then, of course, she realized why. He had been derelict in his duties at the crossroads. Had he paid for that mistake with his life? Whether he had or not was irrelevant to her present problem. Could the new man be cajoled into helping her, or was he steadfastly loyal to Pinky? She favored the latter. He was new. He would be eager to impress his boss. The only advantage she had was in their not knowing that she now could leave the bedroom, and how much longer would she have that luxury? When would Pinky discover the key missing from his coat pocket? Before he did, she must come up with another plan. Trying not to let this setback defeat her, she tiptoed back to the master suite and locked herself in. How long had Burke needed to set into motion the juggernaut he claimed would crumble Pinky's empire? How long before he was arrested, and what was going on with Flara in the meantime? If only she knew that Flara was safe, but she didn't. So she continued to fret until she heard approaching footsteps. She quickly lay down on the bed, drawing her knees to her chest. She stared vacantly into near space as though she had lost all hope. Pinky rushed into the room and drew up short when he saw her lying there lethargically. Had he missed the key? Had he expected to find her gone? Apparently so, because when he saw her, the wrinkles of worry on his forehead smoothed out and he smiled. He moved to the bedside and gazed down at her. Guess who I heard from this afternoon? Remy didn't respond or even react as though she'd heard him. Sister Beatrice, he continued in that same pleasant voice. She called from the academy where Bardo picked up Flara, ostensibly to escort her to our party. By this time he has introduced your beloved baby sister to the pleasures of the flesh. By morning, who knows? Sometimes Bardo's passion gets out of hand. She drew her knees up closer to her body and buried her face in the pillow. Laughing softly, Pinky went into his dressing room and locked the door behind himself. 20 minutes later, he came out dressed as Henry VIII. You don't seem to be in a very festive mood, Remy. I'll make your excuses to our guests. He paused on the threshold. Oh, by the way, it's only a matter of time before we track down your lover, but I've given strict instructions that he's not to be killed until it can be done in your presence, and only then after he's watched you being fucked by all the personnel of the NOPD on my payroll, which, I assure you, is no small number of men and women. That should be quite an evening. He was obviously deranged. He had lost all touch with reality, believing himself unstoppable and untouchable. The common downfall of egomaniacs, men who gorge on their own power until it paradoxically consumes them. But Remy didn't point this out to him, or argue against his insane delusions, or warn him of the impending collapse of his world. Instead, she remained seemingly unaffected by his chilling plans for her and Basile, but as soon as she heard the door lock behind him, she scrambled off the bed. Inadvertently, Pinky had given her another idea. Bozo the clown wended his way through the merrymakers. He declined the glass of champagne offered to him by a masked waiter dressed in cowboy hat, boots, and chaps. On one cheek of the Wrangler's bare butt was tattooed a red heart. No one could touch Pinky Duval when it came to hosting a party. There was enough food and liquor to stock an oceangoing vessel for a long cruise. Decorated rooms of his home teemed with merriment and resounded with music and laughter. Masked men and women cavorted with bacchanalian abandon as the clock ticked toward midnight and the end of Fat Tuesday. King Henry VIII was flirting with a mermaid with gold glitter on her nipples when Bozo spotted him. He moved in their direction and reached the king's side in time to hear him say, "Wiggle your tail for me." The mermaid playfully swatted his groping hand with her jeweled scepter, then undulated away. Bozo said, "Great party, your royal highness." "Thank you," Duval replied absently, still watching the mermaid. "I understand you're looking for Burke Basile." Suddenly the king's eyes connected with the clown's. He peered past the makeup. "Jesus," he hissed, "what? Not here unless you want a scene in front of all your friends?" Duval, turning red beneath his feathered velvet cap, nodded and signaled the clown to follow. They went into Duval's home study. Bozo closed the door. "Okay, where is he?" Duval demanded as he moved toward his desk. Bozo fired a pistol, striking Duval in the back just above the kidney. The attorney staggered. A second shot caught him right between his shoulder blades. He fell forward across his desk. Moving quickly, Doug Patote pulled on a plastic glove over the white cotton one that went with his costume. In his oversized red clown shoes, he moved to where Pinky was sprawled across the desk, arms and hands extended in front of him. He had landed on his cheekbone, one side of his face turned up. His open eye registering the surprise he must have felt at dying so unexpectedly and so ignominiously, shot in the back like a fool. Patote opened the lap drawer of the desk. In a plastic tray, along with paper clips, a couple of ballpoint pens, and a book of postage stamps, lay a loaded snub-nosed .38, a Saturday night special. A no-class weapon for a no-class guy, Patote said, whispering into Duval's ear. He took the revolver from the drawer and placed it in Duval's right hand, positioning the dead man's fingers around the weapon as though he'd been about to fire it. Patote stepped back and checked the scene. What was he overlooking? What could trip him up? Duval had legions of enemies, any number of whom could have come to the party disguised, enticed Duval into his study, and then when an argument ensued, Duval had been reaching for his weapon when said enemy got to him first. No more than 15 seconds had passed since they entered the office. Even with the silencer, the shots had made sounds, but they would never be heard above the party noise. Patote was confident no one would remember the last costumed guest Duval had been seen with, and even if they did, the man behind the Bozo the Clown makeup could never be identified. Finally satisfied that he hadn't overlooked an incriminating detail, he removed the plastic glove and stuffed it into his pocket, then moved toward the door, and then he stopped, realizing that he had overlooked something. Duval hadn't bled a drop. Bozo the Clown spun around in a swirl of polka-dot taffeta just as Duval fired the .38, the hollow-tip bullet mushroomed inside Patote's abdomen. Clutching his belly, he fell to the floor. "I highly recommend Kevlar," Duval said, steering his black velvet slippers clear of the lake of blood forming around Patote as he approached. "You never know when some gutless traitor is going to shoot you in the back." He aimed the barrel of the pistol at Patote's head. "Mr. Duval—" Someone knocked hard on the door, then flung it open. "She's gone, Mr. Duval." "What?" "I just checked the room like you asked me to. The door was still locked, but she's not in there." "Did you look out on the balcony?" "Not there, sir. The windows were still locked." "That's impossible. I'm sorry, sir, but Get out of my way." Duval pushed the man aside. "Finish up here," with his cape flaring out behind him. Henry VIII ran out to search for his wife. Doug Patote looked up into the face of a man he'd never seen before, but whom he knew was the last face he would ever see. Chapter 42. Burke, dressed like the pirate Jean Lafitte, kept to the shadows at the side of the house until he reached the backyard. He glanced at the gazebo where he'd first seen Remy. A couple were necking beneath the vine-covered dome and didn't notice when he vaulted the fence. On his way inside, he picked up a half-empty glass an invited guest had left behind and strolled in as though he'd been out for a breath of fresh air. The rooms were thronged with people, all costumed and masked for the occasion. He waylaid a waiter, a steroid-popping bodybuilder by the looks of him who was dressed as a sumo wrestler. Burke had to shout above the party racket to make himself heard. "Mr. Duval is looking for his wife. Have you seen her?" "I don't think she's come down yet." Behind his small black mask, Basile rolled his eyes. "The boss is going to be pissed if she doesn't get her ass down here before this damn thing's over. Thanks." He patted the bodybuilder's meaty shoulder and began elbowing his way through the crowd, remembering the layout of the house from his previous visit and keeping on the lookout for Duval or bodyguards. He headed toward the main staircase, which was also a high-traffic area. He had expected the second floor to be deserted, but there were people waiting in the hallway for their turn in the powder room. Pretending to be waiting for the facility himself, Burke moved along the corridor, nonchalantly studying the paintings on the wall, admiring the furnishings until he reached the door of the master bedroom. It seemed like another lifetime when he'd passed himself off as a priest and hidden the wireless bug. That was before he really knew Remy, before he regarded her with anything except contempt, before he loved her. The door was standing ajar. He pushed it open, glanced in, and saw that the suite was empty. Damn, something wrong? He turned. Little Bo Peep was smiling up at him. Strawberry blonde curls framed her face beguilingly, but her sultry expression was more in keeping with the flushed bosom that swelled above her low bodice. Yeah, Mr. Duval sent me after his wife. She's not where she's supposed to be." "How sad," she said, pouting. "You've lost her, and I've lost my sheep." She reached out and stroked the leather scabbard strapped to Burke's hip. "Nice sword. Thanks. Have you seen her? It's so long and stiff." I bet it could hurt a girl. Have you seen her? He repeated, emphasizing each word. She dropped her hand. Geez, you're a barrel of laughs. Maybe some other time. Right now, my job depends on finding Mrs. Duval. Okay. I saw her going downstairs with a group just as I came up to use the powder room. At least I think it was her. She was dressed like Marie Antoinette. Thanks. Burke sidestepped her and bolted downstairs. From the vantage point of the second step from the bottom, he glanced across the sea of people trying to sort out the masquerades. Seeing no one who resembled the ill-fated French queen, he plunged into the throng, rudely pushing his way through the people, searching each crowded room, determined to pack as much enjoyment as possible into the last few remaining minutes of Mardi Gras. Duval's guests were deliriously making merry. Burke's progress was impeded by a Red Baron flying ace who was mauling a giggling gypsy girl. A drunken mime made playful grabs at Burke's sword, and a large woman in a toga tried to dance with him. Mission accomplished, Burke came around, holding a tray of drinks on his shoulder. The sumo wrestler smiled at him. I see you got her to come downstairs. After talking to you, I saw Mrs. Duval pass through here. You're sure? Marie Antoinette? Yeah, I'm sure. Same costume as last year. Which way'd she go? The panniers were almost as wide as the aisles of the greenhouse. Remy batted them down as she made her way along the aisle in darkness. Knowing that Pinky probably had spies posted at every exit and fearing that she would encounter him, she hadn't felt really hopeful that her plan would work until she was well beyond the house, racing along the path toward the greenhouse. It wasn't until she'd seen him dressed as Henry VIII that she remembered the elaborate costume stored in the rear of her closet, complete with white wig, mask, shoes, faux jewelry, even the beauty mark to paste on her cheek. Once she was dressed, she waited for a crowd to collect outside the second-story powder room, which was inevitable with so many guests in the house. Then, slipping from the master suite unnoticed, she had joined a group of ladies as they descended the stairs. The new bodyguard engaged in bawdy conversation with little Bo Peep hadn't given Remy a second glance. He had probably been shown a picture of her. He hadn't been looking for Marie Antoinette. It was pointless to try to use any of the telephones inside the main house. There were drunken guests in every room. Even if she dialed 911, she couldn't have made herself understood without shouting to the dispatcher and calling attention to herself. But there was a telephone in the greenhouse. It was in a small closet at the rear of the structure where the climate controls were located. For that reason, the enclosure was off limits to everyone except Pinky. She needed that telephone for only one call. She had only to dial a single number. 7 digits. She pulled open the closet door. Hello, Remy. Pinky was kneeling over what appeared to be a floor safe, previously covered by tiles and unbeknownst to her until now. Upon seeing him, she froze, but only for a heartbeat. Then she turned and tried to run, but Pinky caught her wrist, wrenched it, and shoved it up between her shoulder blades as he came to his feet. Then he roughly pushed her through the open doorway. He was breathing heavily. His feathered cap was slightly askew. Sweat had loosened the spirit gum holding his fake beard in place. The delectable Marie Antoinette, he breathed in her ear. Reputedly, she was a whore, too. Did you know that, Remy? I'm not a whore. A senseless argument, my dear, one for which I'm afraid I haven't got the time right now. Thank you for making it so convenient for me to find you. You were the next item on my list of things to be seen to after I disposed of some records in this safe. She probably could have wrestled her arm free, but she didn't attempt it because of the pistol being pressed against her temple. If she moved, he would have no compunction against killing her. Because one of my key men inside the NOPD tried to kill me a few minutes ago, he went on. I suspect he was trying to eliminate the man who could finger him as a traitor, namely me. Which also leads me to deduce that the shit is coming down, to put it in the vernacular. You don't know the half of it? Basile, him, District Attorney Luttrell, the Attorney General. Your lover has been one busy boy. Killing me won't get you out of this. No, but at least Basile won't get the spoils. The 3 flower pots nearest Pinky exploded, showering him with fern root, bits of clay, and fragments of what had been prize-winning cattleyas. The next one's for you, Duval, unless you drop the gun and move away from her. Burke had left the house at a run and searched the immediate backyard area. The necking couple had left the gazebo. No one else was in sight. Was the waiter wrong about Remy's leaving the house by a back door? Or was it a trick? Had he been set up, scanning the yard again? He spotted the greenhouse. Remy had referenced it numerous times. Avoiding the paved path, he took the most direct route across the grass. Evening was cold, so the glass walls of the greenhouse were foggy with condensation from the warmer air inside. Even then, he didn't stop to question the wisdom of barging in there before first determining what he would find. He pulled the door open and ran in. He saw nothing at first. but he heard Remy's shocked cry. Seconds later, Duval pushed her through the door of a small enclosure. Burke didn't stop to consider calling for help or waiting for backup to arrive. He didn't think about letting the system take over from here, because the system had failed him before. Say a SWAT team swarmed the greenhouse and arrested Duval by the book. He could afford a defense attorney as unscrupulous as himself. Evidence had been stockpiled against him. Eyewitnesses like Roland Sackle, who had already tired of prison, were ready to testify against him in exchange for early parole. But depending on the judge and jury and the competency of the prosecutor, it was possible he would walk, just as Bardo had, even if he were convicted and sent to prison. Life behind bars wouldn't stop him from terrorizing Remy and Flara. He could order them killed from a cell block as easily as he could from his fancy office. Those were sufficient reasons for handling Duval alone, but none was the main reason. The night Burke had sworn to Kev Stewart's memory that he would avenge his death, he hadn't promised to see that the system carried out the rightful punishment. He had promised to carry it out himself. So, crouching down beneath the level of the lowest metal shelves, he duck-walked forward until he had an excellent vantage point. When he fired those 3 warning shots into the flower pots and issued his warning to Duval, it was a cursory nod toward legality and civil rights. Burke had every intention of killing him, but first he had to buy time enough to get Remy out of the way, and of course Duval was aware of that. He laughed at Burke's dramatic warning. "Go ahead and shoot me, Basile. She'll die first. You can't count on that." "I don't have to. Just the possibility of it will keep you from pulling the trigger. You don't want another situation like Stewart." A curtain of crimson rage descended over Burke's eyes. His fingers turned white around the pistol. He wanted to blast this bastard, this scumbag who had stripped Remy of her self-respect and all hope of independence, who had kept her in bondage with shackles of oppression and fear. "You're a burnout, Basile, a head case," Duval taunted. "Shut up." "I don't mind killing the cunt," Duval said conversationally. "She deserves it, but I don't think you want another snafu on your conscience, do you? So lay down your pistol and then I'll release her."
"Don't do it," Remy cried, speaking for the first time. "Do what you know is right. If you hit her, I bet you'd blow out your own brains next, wouldn't you? Basile, you couldn't live with knowing you had made another mistake and killed her. Just like you killed Stewart." I said, "Shut up." Sweat was rolling off his forehead into his eyes, making them sting. His vision turned cloudy. His hands, too, were perspiring so copiously he could barely maintain his grip on the pistol.
Duval's eyes narrowed, his fingers tensed around the revolver in his hand. Basile knew there was no way in hell that a man like Duval, a man without a conscience, was going to back down from a standoff. He knew Burke's sore spot, and he would probe it. He would pour acid into it. He said Stewart messed his pants when you shot him. Did you know that? Bardo told me. Shut up. Burke screamed, his voice cracking. He said Stewart died stinking to high heaven. I'm warning you, Duval. Bardo said it was disgusting the way he stank. Shut up. Shut up, Burke moaned. Proud of yourself for making your friend die that way, Basil? Stop. He had a nice wife, too. I saw her at the trial. You made her a widow, and now you'll get to watch Remy die. No. Burke dropped his pistol and raised his hands to cover his ears. He slumped against the metal post supporting the shelf of orchids, sobbing. I knew you were gutless. Kev Stewart died because... But Duval stopped in mid-sentence. His eyes rolled toward each other as though to look at the hole between them. Another appeared an inch above the first. Then he fell backward onto the tile floor. Basile stood up and walked over to him. Looking into the dead man's open eyes, he said, Kev Stewart died because I didn't miss something you obviously forgot, asshole. Remy moved up beside him. He placed both arms around her. Flara's safe.
Bardo didn't.
He never got to her. She went limp with relief. For several long moments they clung to one another. Then he nudged her toward the door. I've got to call. She glanced down at Duval only once, then turned away. Thank God he fell for your emotional collapse. So you knew I was faking it? Of course. I was a little worried when you dropped your gun. I was a little worried about that myself. It was a risk I had to take. Hand in hand, they walked across the yard and entered the house. None of the celebrating guests took notice of them. All were dedicated to cramming as much partying as possible into the last few minutes before midnight. The only room not open to guests is the study, she said to Burke above the revelry. He motioned for her to lead the way. She opened the door of the study, but recoiled when she saw the clown lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Burke pulled her back into the foyer. Call 911. Tell him to get in touch with Luttrell. Mutely, she nodded and began pushing her way through the crowd. Burke entered the study, closing and locking the door so none of the guests would venture in, see the bodies, and cause a panic. He stepped quickly to the young man in the dark suit and felt for a pulse. He was dead. Then he crouched down beside the clown. Pain had etched lines into the white grease paint. The eyes, heavily exaggerated by makeup, were closed and still. Large red smile was smeared and looked grotesque. Burke wasn't at first sure if he were still alive, but then his eyes fluttered open. His lips moved and he spoke in a thready voice. "Basile?" Burke exhaled slowly. "Hey, Doug, I'm bleeding out, aren't I?" Burke glanced down at Patoot's hand. The white glove was saturated with blood. It also had soaked the baggy costume and had formed a red ocean around him. "I'm afraid so, Duval," he said in a thready voice. "But at least I took the other one out." The pistol with which he'd shot Duval's man was still in his inert hand. Basile didn't disturb it. This was a crime scene. "I got Duval," Burke told him. Patout closed his eyes. "Good. Call for help." Burke stood up and moved toward the door, but when he reached it, he didn't open it to summon help. For several moments his hand tightly gripped the doorknob, then decisively he released it and returned to Patout, hunkering down nearer him. "Help me, Burke." Gently. Burke removed the red bulbous nose and peeled the fiery red wig from Patout's head. "Can't do it, Doug." Doug's fluttering eyes found his as he stared into Burke's calm face. His shallow breathing whistled through his lips. "You know that you were the mole in our division?" "Yes. How long? Since the day you murdered Mac. And it was murder, Doug. Mac didn't come looking for me to turn me over to Duval, as you said. He came to tell me that there was a better, cleaner way to get to Duval if only I exercised a little patience. I played a hunch this morning, and it turned out to be right. I spoke with Littrell and then to the Attorney General. It seems that soon after the AG took office, he assembled a special team to investigate police corruption. Mac was part of it. He went through the police academy, worked his way up through the ropes, but all in preparation of infiltrating narcotics and vice and sniffing out the traitor. You, Doug? Mac was close to nailing you. You must have sensed the heat and shot him before he could share his suspicions with me. He might have been going for his gun in that fishing shack, but it wasn't to kill me. He only wanted to bring me in and with the AG's sanction give me the skinny. He also wanted to sit me down and break it to me gently that the man I considered my friend was in fact a cop as dirty as they come. You know what the worst of it is, Doug? What I hate the worst is that you laid your own crimes on Mac." Burke thrust his face close to the dying man's. "Why, Doug? Why Duval, for Chris' sake? Why, for the money? Cowardice," he wheezed. "You're no coward, the guy I shot, remember? Our rookie year?" Burke had a dull recollection of the incident. "He was armed and went for his weapon when you tried to arrest him. It was a clear case of him or you." Patout shook his head a fraction. "It was a throwdown. I panicked, shot him too soon, covered it." He paused to take several gurgling breaths. "He was Duval's man. Duval knew the guy used knives, not guns. He wouldn't have died with a pistol in his hand, and Duval knew that. He's owned me ever since." A tear streaked through the white makeup. "I was a good cop. I wanted to be chief." "It never would have happened, Doug," Burke said sadly. "If it hadn't been Mac, somebody else would have caught on to you." "You?" "Yeah, me. Only I figured it out too late." Patout let the pistol slip from his fingers and used most of his diminishing strength to grip Burke's loose pirate shirt. How'd you guess?" "I didn't. You told me yourself." Patout looked at him with confusion. "After you shot Mac," Burke explained, "you told me that calls to drug dealers had been traced back to him, even the call that tipped them the night Kev was killed. That was a lie, and I knew it." He bent nearer so that Patout wouldn't miss a single word. "A drug dealer is scum, but a cop who plays their game is scum shit. The bad guys were beating us at every turn with the help of one of our own. Internal affairs didn't do shit because so many of them are dirty too. The DA was playing politics and taking his sweet time. I suppose the AG's team was working on it, but very covertly. It appeared that nothing was happening toward catching the son of a bitch who was selling us out to Duval. How many raids had to go south before something was done? 10? 5? Maybe only one. Maybe only one more failed bust would spur somebody to take action. Of course, who could guess that that one bust would cost Kev's life? I sure didn't. See, Doug?" he continued in a quieter voice. "You lied to me that day in the shack when you told me that Mac had tipped the dealers that night. I knew it wasn't Mac, because it was me." Patout groaned. His head lolled to one side, but he didn't take his eyes off Burke. "I tipped them, thinking that a failed raid, even on a chicken shit operation that wasn't very significant, might be enough to get an investigation underway. My brilliant plan backfired. I had no way of knowing Bardo was inside that warehouse. The one time I compromised my standards, the one time I played dirty, Kev Stewart was killed. Moving nearer still to his dying friend, he whispered, 'I've got to live the rest of my life with that on my conscience.' He worked Pateau's fingers from the cloth of his shirt and pushed his hand away. "But you're gonna die with it on yours," Patout whimpered. Burke glanced at the clock. 2 minutes until midnight, Doug.
Fat Tuesday will be over and you'll be dead.
He cleared his throat and rubbed the tears from his eyes. Then, a la tone. Epilogue. She's lovely, Burke. Yes, she is. He and Nancy Stewart were sharing the glider on Dread's Gallery. It was a hot, still, humid Labor Day. They were resting in the shade while Dread was giving the others fishing lessons at the end of his pier. Burke wondered about the origin of the hunk of meat Dread was using for bait. To his knowledge, no one had investigated the disappearance of the 2 hit men Duval had dispatched with Gregory James. "What I mean is," Nancy said, "Remy's lovely on the inside. I know what you meant. That's what I meant, too." She laughed, reminding him of the old days when Kev was alive and the 3 of them gathered in their kitchen for coffee and friendly teasing. "All the same, it hasn't escaped your notice that your bride is gorgeous." He smiled with guilty pride like a little boy who'd just hit his first home run through the neighbor's window. "No, that hasn't escaped my notice." He watched as Remy listened intently to Dread, followed his instructions with the determination of a neophyte, then smiled happily when he complimented her. God, he loved her. He loved her so much it frightened him. Sometimes it hurt. Each day eclipsed Duval's influence a little more. Soon it would be only a dark memory. Remy was evolving into a confident woman, secure in herself and in his love for her. "She seems to enjoy her work at the gallery," Nancy remarked. "She loves it, and she's good at it. Last week I attended a private showing. When she discussed the paintings with her clients, I didn't know what the hell she was talking about, but they were hanging on to every word. You're proud. Damn proud," he said earnestly. Just as sincerely, he added, "Thanks for being her friend, Nancy. Your friendship means a lot to Remy. She's never had a friend before. It's not an obligation. I like her." He leaned forward to set his empty soft drink can on an upended barrel and, in the process, knocked a collection of picture postcards to the plank flooring. He bent down to pick them up. "Does Dread have a pen pal?" Nancy asked. In a manner of speaking, an old friend of ours. The postcards had been mailed from all over the country, dated about a week apart. None were signed. All were from Gregory James. The messages were brief, never more than a sentence or two, and would have been cryptic to anyone who didn't know the circumstances behind the young man's flight from New Orleans. He'd also alluded to Duval's death and the relief that learning about it had brought him. Basically, the cards were sent to let them know that he was safe and thinking hard about the direction his life would take from here on. The most recent card bore a postmark from Santa Fe. Sum total of the text was St. Luke 15:11-24. Dread had looked up the scripture to find the parable of the prodigal son. "He's been away for a while," Burke told Nancy. "But I get the idea he's working his way back to us. Hey, I caught one." The shout drew their attention to the pier where Flara was holding up her catch for the other fishermen to envy and admire. David Stewart, Nancy's oldest, offered to take the fish off the hook for her. Nancy confided to Burke that Flara had made deep dents in her son's conviction that all girls were icky and ugly and stupid. Before they met Flara, they had vowed never to have anything to do with the opposite sex. She's weakened their resolve. She likes them too. Poor kid never has. Had a family beyond Remy. She's really terrific, though. Smart as a whip. Funny, looking forward to going to a co-ed school this fall. Chuckling, he added. She even likes me. Hounds me all the time about when I'm going to get Remy pregnant. Remy confided that a baby is in the plan. "We're doing our damnedest," he said, feeling his lips forming a smile. It was ridiculous how often he smiled these days. "I'm so glad for your happiness, Burke." "Thanks." Speaking of which, she pulled her lower lip through her teeth. "I'm seeing someone." "No shit, that? That's great, Nancy." "You really think so?" she asked timidly. "If he's everything you deserve?" "Yeah." "Well, I don't know if he's everything I deserve," she said demurely, then broke into a wide smile. "But he's awfully nice. A well-established businessman. His wife died of cancer a few years ago. He loved her like I loved Kev, and that's a good sign, don't you think?" "Definitely. How is he with the boys?" "So far so good, and he looks great from the rear in a pair of blue jeans." "Now you're talking. But of course he'll have to pass the acid test. Dare I ask, meeting you?" she said. He felt his teasing grin slowly dissolve. She was serious. Why should my opinion of him matter that much? She reached across the space separating them and clasped his hand. "Remy's my new friend, but you're my best friend. Your opinion matters a lot to me." They gazed at each other meaningfully. Then she stood up and dusted off the seat of her linen shorts. "I notice Peter is becoming frustrated. Time for a pep talk." As she left him to join the others, Burke was too moved to speak. He went inside the store, ostensibly to get another soft drink, but actually what he did was brace his hands on Dred's countertop and stare down through the cloudy glass at the dusty candy bars and packages of beef jerky. Several minutes later, the screened door squeaked open. "Burke?" Remy came to stand beside him. She placed her hand on the small of his back. "Everything okay?" He acknowledged her concern by turning his head and giving her a wan smile, but he couldn't hide his eyes from her. "What's wrong?" she asked, alarmed. "Nothing. You're sad?" "Actually, I'm happy." He wiped his damp eyes on his sleeve and told her about Nancy's beau. "It choked me up to know that she values my opinion." Implicitly, Remy told him, her words to me exactly the other day when we had lunch. News of Duvall's death had been a lead story that circulated far beyond state lines. It was followed by expanding reports of corruption in the NOPD and City Hall and the special task force that had exposed it. Having heard this news, Joe had called Burke, who affirmed that this was the police matter he'd been involved in. It was now safe for Joe's family and for Nancy Stewart to return home. On the eve of Doug Patout's funeral, Burke had confessed to Nancy his complicity in her husband's death. They had cried together, and she had thanked him for telling her. It had been a cathartic experience for both. Even so, Burke's misjudgment continued to haunt him. "After what I did," he said now, "I don't understand how Nancy can forgive me, much less still think of me as her best friend." "Burke," Remy said, moving nearer and placing her arms around him, "the only one who hasn't forgiven you is you. You've been appointed by the Attorney General to ferret out all forms of corruption in the NOPD. District Attorney Littrell doesn't make a move without consulting you first. You're respected and admired." She laid her hands on his chest and deeply loved. "I need you close," he whispered, drawing her against him and resting his chin on the top of her head. "If I can forgive myself for the years I spent with Pinky Duval, you can forgive yourself your one mistake, can't you?" He tipped her face up and kissed her, giving himself over to the taste and warmth and feel of her mouth until she angled her head back and murmured, "Make love to me." He glanced over his shoulder and looked through the window toward the pier where the others could be heard talking and laughing. "What, now?" "Huh?" Needing no more encouragement than that, he swept her along through Dred's awkward arrangement of rooms until they were stretched out on the narrow bed where she had lain before, their clothing strewn about like hurricane-driven debris. He kissed her mouth, throat, breasts, but when he would have entered her, she amazed him by seizing the initiative and doing something she'd never done before. At first he whispered feeble objections, but soon he was too distracted by the onslaught of sensations to protest. Groaning her name, he buried his fingers in her hair. His hands followed the motions of her head as she made love to him with her mouth. Then she straddled him, taking all of him inside her. It was mind-blowing, the way she rode him, the way her hips ground against his thighs, the way her mouth melded with his, as together they came. Lying quietly, lazily, sweatily, knowing they should get up and dress and rejoin the party before their absence was noticed, they remained as they were. "You listened, didn't you?" she asked softly. He murmured, still immersed in incredible pleasure and lacking the energy to say more. "You eavesdropped on Pinky and me." Suddenly wide awake and flushed with embarrassment, Burke cleared his throat. Yeah, I planted a bug in the bedroom. Why?" "I told myself I might learn something about Duvall's operation, but that was an excuse. The truth is I was obsessed with you. I hated the thought of you with him. But at the same time, it was a vicarious." He sighed with self-disgust. "Jesus, I must be a sick bastard. No, you're not." She hugged him tighter, and for a time they were quiet. Then Burke asked how she had guessed about the bug. She raised her head and gazed down at him, lifting damp strands of hair off his forehead. "You've avoided certain intimate acts that you think would repel me. You're afraid they would remind me of Pinky." She smiled ruefully. "Burke, nothing we do together could remind me of him or of anything I saw or overheard or experienced in Angel's house. It's not the same with you. Everything is for the first time. It's new, clean, right. I take joy from loving you. It's not the same at all." He took her hand and pressed her palm against his mouth. He wanted to tell her how much he loved her, but for the second time that afternoon he was too moved to speak. Besides, she already knew. About the author, Sandra Brown is the author of over 60 New York Times bestsellers, including most recently Low Pressure, Lethal, Rainwater, Tough Customer, Smash Cut, Smokescreen, Play Dirty, Ricochet, Chill Factor, White Hot, Hello, Darkness, The Crush, Envy, The Switch, The Alibi, Unspeakable, and Fat Tuesday, all of which jumped onto the New York Times list in the numbers 1 to 5 spots. There are over 80 million copies of Sandra Brown's books in print worldwide, and her work has been translated into 34 languages. In 2008, Brown was named Thriller Master by the International Thriller Writers Association, the organization's top honor. She currently lives in Texas. For more information, you can visit www.sandrabrown.net. Journalist Dawson Scott knows well the horrors of war. But when he investigates a pair of domestic terrorists, his true ordeal begins. Please turn this page for a preview of Deadline. Prologue, Branch, Oregon, 1076. The first hail of bullets was fired from the house shortly after daybreak at 6:57. The gunfire erupted in response to the surrender demand issued by a team of law enforcement agents. It was a gloomy morning. The sky was heavily overcast and there was dense fog. Despite the limited visibility, one of the fugitives inside the house got off a lucky shot that took out a deputy U.S. Marshal, whom everybody called Turk. Gary Headley had met the Marshal only the day before, shortly after the law enforcement team comprised of ATF and FBI agents, sheriffs, deputies, and U.S. Marshals met for the first time to discuss the operation. They'd congregated around a map of the area known as Golden Branch, reviewing obstacles they might encounter. Headley remembered another Marshal saying, "Hey, Turk, grab me a Coke while you're over there, will you?" Headley didn't learn Turk's actual name until later. Much later, when they were mopping up. The bullet struck half an inch above his Kevlar vest, tearing out most of his throat. He dropped without uttering a sound, dead before landing in the pile of wet leaves at his feet. There was nothing Headley could do for him except offer up a brief prayer and remain behind cover. To move was inviting death or injury, because once the gunfire started, the open windows of the house spat bullets relentlessly. The Rangers of Righteousness had an inexhaustible arsenal, or so it seemed that wet and dreary morning. The second casualty was a red-headed 24-year-old deputy sheriff. A puff of his breath in the cold air gave away his position. 6 shots were fired. 5 found the target. Any one of 3 would have killed him. The team had planned to take the group by surprise, serve their arrest warrants for a laundry list of felonies, and take them into custody, engaging in a firefight only if necessary. But the vehemence with which they were fired upon indicated that the criminals had taken a fight-to-the-death stance. After all, they had nothing to lose except their lives. Capture meant imprisonment for life or the death penalty for each of the 7 members of the domestic terrorist group. Collectively, the 6 men and 1 woman had chalked up 12 murders and millions of dollars worth of destruction, most of it inflicted on federal government buildings or military installations. Despite the religious overtone of their name, they were wholly without conscience or constraint. Over the relatively short period of 2 years, they had made themselves notorious, a scourge to law enforcement agencies at every level. Other such groups imitated the Rangers, but none had achieved their level of effectiveness. In the criminal community, they were revered for their audacity and unmatched violence. To many who harbored anti-government sentiments, they had become folk heroes. They were sheltered and were provided with weapons and ammunition, as well as with leaked classified information. This underground support allowed them to strike hard and fast and then to disappear and remain well hidden while they planned their next assault. In communiques sent to newspapers and television networks, they'd vowed never to be taken alive. It had been a stroke of sheer luck that had brought the law down on them in Golden Branch. One of their arms suppliers, who was well known to the authorities for his criminal history, had been placed under surveillance for suspicion of an arms deal unrelated to the Rangers of Righteousness. He had made 3 trips to the abandoned house in Golden Branch over the course of that many weeks. A telephoto lens had caught him talking to a man later identified as Carl Wingert, leader of the Rangers, when this was reported to the FBI, ATF, and U.S. Marshal Service. The agencies immediately sent personnel who continued to monitor the illegal weapons dealer, and upon his return from a visit to Golden Branch, he was arrested. It took 3 days of persuasion, but, under advice of counsel, he made a deal with the authorities and gave up what he knew about the people holed up inside the abandoned house. He'd only met with Carl Wingert. He couldn't or wouldn't say who was sequestered with Wingert or how long they planned to harbor there. Fearing that if they didn't move swiftly, they'd miss their opportunity to capture one of the FBI's most wanted, the federal agents enlisted help from the local authorities, who also had outstanding warrants for members of the group and were more familiar with the rugged terrain. The team was assembled and the operation planned, but it became immediately obvious to each member of the team that Wingert's band had meant what they'd said about choosing death over capture. Rangers of Righteousness wanted to secure their place in history. There would be no laying down of arms, no hands raised, no peaceful surrender. The lawmen were pinned down behind trees or vehicles, and all were vulnerable. Even a flicker of motion drew gunfire, and members of the Rangers had proven themselves to be excellent shots. The team commander radioed the operations post, requesting that a helicopter be sent to provide them air cover, but that idea was nixed because of the inclement weather. Special ops teams from local, state, and federal agencies were mobilized, but they would be driving to Golden Branch, and the roads weren't ideal even in good weather. The team was told to stand by and to fire only in self-defense, while men in safe, warm offices debated changing the rules of engagement to include using deadly force. "They're playing patty cake because one of them is a woman," the commander groused. "And God forbid we violate these killers' civil rights. Nobody admires or respects us, you know," he muttered to Headley, who was the rookie of the team. "We're feds, and even before Watergate, government had become a dirty word. Whole damn country is going to hell in a handbasket, and we're out here freezing our balls off, waiting for some bureaucrat to tell us it's okay to blast these murdering thugs to hell and back." He had a military background and a decidedly hawkish viewpoint, but nobody, especially not he, wanted a bloodbath that morning. Nobody got what they wanted. While the reinforcements were still en route, the Rangers amped up their firepower. An ATF agent took a bullet in the thigh, and from the way it was bleeding, it was feared his femoral artery had suffered damage, the extent of which was unknown, but on any scale that was life-threatening. The commander reported this with a spate of obscenities about their being picked off one by effing one unless he was given the authorization to engage with their assault rifles and one submachine gun in the hands of the wounded ATF agent. They went on the offensive. The barrage lasted for 7 minutes. Return fire from the house decreased, then became sporadic. The commander ordered a ceasefire. They waited. Suddenly, a man bleeding from several wounds, including a head wound, charged through the front door, screaming invectives and spraying rounds from his own submachine gun. It was a suicidal move, and he knew it. His reason for doing it would soon become apparent. When the agents ceased firing and their ears stopped ringing, they realized that the house had fallen eerily silent except for a loose shutter that clapped against an exterior wall whenever the wind caught it. After a tense 60 seconds, the commander said, "I'm going in." He levered himself up into a crouch as he replaced his spent cartridge with a fresh one. Headley did the same. "I'm with you." Other team members stayed in place. After checking to see that they were loaded and ready, the commander crept from behind his cover and began running toward the house. Headley, with his heart tightly lodged in his throat, followed. They ran past. The body sprawled on the wet earth, took the steps up to the sagging porch, and then stood on either side of the gaping doorway, weapons raised. They waited, listening, hearing nothing. The commander hitched his head and Headley barged in. Bodies. Blood on every surface, the stench of it strong. Nothing was moving. "Clear," he shouted, and stepped over a body on his way into an adjacent room, a bedroom with only a ratty mattress on the floor. In the center of it, the ticking was still wet with a nasty stain. In less than 60 seconds from the time Headley had breached the door, they confirmed that 5 people were dead. 4 bodies were found inside the house. The 5th was the man who died in the yard. They were visually identified as known members of the Rangers of Righteousness. Conspicuously missing from the body count were Carl Wingert and his lover, Flora Stemmel, the only woman of the group. There was no sign of the 2 of them except for a trail of blood leading away from the back of the house into the dense woods where tire tracks were found in the undergrowth. They had managed to escape, probably because their mortally wounded Confederate had sacrificed himself, taking fire at the front of the house while they sneaked out the back. Emergency and official vehicles quickly converged on the area. With them came the inevitable news vans, which were halted a mile away at the turnoff from the main road. The house and the area immediately surrounding it were sealed off so evidence could be collected, photos and measurements taken, and diagrams drawn before the bodies were removed. Those involved realized that a thorough investigation of the incident would follow. Every action they'd taken would have to be explained and justified, not only to their superiors, but also to a cynical and judgmental public. Soon the derelict house was filled with people, each doing a specialized job. Headley found himself back in the bedroom, standing beside the coroner, who was sniffing at the stain on the soiled mattress. To Headley, it appeared that someone had peed in addition to bleeding profusely. "Urine?" The coroner shook his head. "I believe it's amniotic fluid." Headley thought surely he'd misheard him. "Amniotic fluid? Are you saying that? Flora Stemmel gave birth.